EGC Masters Winters is upon us, but you wouldn't know it if you live in the Britlands like me, because the best we can do is a little bit of frost and a little bit of fog. But hopefully it's looking wintry wherever you are, and hopefully EGC will be able to deliver on that front as well. That's right, first major tournament of 2025, and we're already in the qualifiers for this one. And today, we thought the best way to open up was with the ZooCast. So I am joined by the wonderful Cow.
Hello, hello, hello. We're kind of matching. Snow outside, looking at about 35 centimeters.
Oh wow! You know, like I got sent a picture by Kame, who does the does the graphics for EGC, does graphics on my channel as well. And when he sent me a picture of like snow everywhere, it's like if there was even half that amount of snow in the UK, nothing would work anywhere. Like it would be pure apocalypse. Like over here, you get 2 inches and everyone starts screaming, which is a very rare thing, right? Like nowhere else in the world would you get that type of experience. In Britlands, yeah, we just don't know how to deal with snow. But we're going to have to see if players know how to deal with maps. We've got a very interesting rotation ahead of us. We've got a very interesting kind of prep and switch around in the last moments here. And a lot of familiar faces that are going to be duking it out across this weekend. We've got 2 qualifiers spanning today and tomorrow. So multiple opportunities for players to qualify, but still very limited in the grand scheme of things. Early rounds, of course, might end up being a little bit stompy or a little bit unfavorable in one person's direction, but we thought we'd get an interesting one to match up in the beginning. I've actually got MSNDK going up against Raken, and this is kind of brutal, Cow. It's a best of 1 single elim.
Best of 1 single elim, so it is best to bring your A game here. And speaking of A game civs.
You know, the interesting thing is, like, any other player, if you looked at what had been banned and picked in MSN, you'd be like, wow, he really got the best option. Not quite.
I mean, so yeah, for those who don't know, MSN on ladder, he loves his Abbasid, he loves his Iobids, both in solos and team games. And yeah, those are just taken away from him. So you might think like, oh, he got HRV the best save in the game, but you got to remember it's a best of 1, so it's not necessarily his best civ, right? You could always had a better civ for his playstyle. And I think he maybe got a little bit, I'm not 100% sure on the drafting here. I think it might be ban 2 and then pick 1. Somebody please correct me on this. But yeah, HRE versus BIS, still pretty okay for HRE. We have seen HRE as a counterpick to BIS in the olden days as a counterpick. We'll have to see a little bit though. HRE, I've seen HRE Pro Scouts. Chances we see that here?
In this matchup, I don't think you necessarily need it. At the moment, the Pro Scouts meta is really, if I do it, you have to do it. And HRE isn't really a civ that cares to necessarily do it. The interesting thing I find in this matchup is HRE, I think you kind of want to get out of Feudal Age sooner rather than later. There's kind of a window where you can be threatening, but the weird thing is you'd think that HRE would have an edge by setting up farms over time, until you realize that the longer the game goes on, the more the Byzantine buff comes into it, right? You get Sistans, you get your own olive groves going, life is good. So, there is a world in which MSN potentially goes for Pro Scouts. I know he's a player that loves doing that. He's one of those few players doing the IBID Advancement Pro Scouts build right now. But usually for HRE, if they are going to do Pro Scouts, what you tend to do is open with pressure and then pivot. And that's usually against civs that would do Pro Scouts. Here, theoretically, you think you could just get away with it straight away. But you have to remember the Byzantines have one of the most disgusting timings for aggression, around 9 minutes, out of all 16 civs in the game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Raken, friends with Jiggly, who was just banned in Twitch chat. Goodbye. Gulp. It's an option. It's a very deadly option. We'll have to see a little bit how that one goes. I don't necessarily think this will be a fast castle off. Obviously, like Byzantine fast castle Gulp is an option that can be on the table, and we've seen it be very, very deadly. Mainly Jiggly, I hate talking about that guy, but he did take down a lot of players on ladder, like Beastie mainly, Demu as well. had some really close games with Anotan as well. So it's a very deadly build if you don't know how to deal with it. But it's a very, very all-in playstyle, right?
It's gonna come down to like sheep gathering to begin with, right? You have enough sheep to justify it, because otherwise you need to find deer. Getting the deer is not necessarily easy if your opponent pressures. Like, I think the viable way for HRE to try and approach this is you want to try and be present in feudal until maybe about 12 minutes. That at that point, like if Byzantines are trying to tech, you have map control. If not, you can keep pressuring for another 3 and go for tech. On the other side of Byzantines, like I said, that 9-minute window is going to be golden. It's probably the biggest opportunity for you to attack. And then after that, you can look to try and transition a tech when your opponent overreacts. So considering the way that H3 can usually react, you're probably going to be seeing a decent amount of archers coming. And then the other possibility is to go for spearmen. I don't think you necessarily want to go horsemen, because like Byzantines can hunker down with Limitane longbow. It's not the best comp, but in this matchup it can work. So like with that in mind, you know, you can keep your opponent pinned and then snake your own tech, knowing that he can't be present. So yeah, it's a timing matchup, I think. I'd still say that this matchup to me feels fairly tight. It's just a difference in windows.
Yeah, it has a couple of directions it can go, right? Javelin throwers just it's not an option in my opinion, but it's either longbows, right, which can actually do decently well if you end up having this like mass archer style in feudal as HRE, but you can also go Keshik, which actually can deal pretty well if there's like for some reason like there's a burger play coming in, right, with a bunch of men at arms, then Keshiks will do decently well, and it also makes it very obvious that you're going into gulp, right? Keshik
Yeah.
gulp is like just unkillable, right? It's like, oh, the heal for what is it? I think 160 over 10, 20 seconds. I don't remember exactly the stats, but it's like you heal a crap load, and then you also have just like healing from Keshiks, because remember, like they still get the Keshik healing,
Yeah.
and you just kind of sit there and you just go, well, what can you realistically do here? But what I would like to see from MSN, to be honest, considering the fact that we're on Gorge and rush distance is reasonably short, I would not mind, and I'm just going to throw that out there. You can yell at me, KP. Spearman Dark Age Rush.
Probably will. What, for H3?
Yes.
You can do it. The thing is, you're probably going to want to follow up with an outpost onto the berries to really get maximum value versus just going H2. The other issue is like you set up the lombos to be even better. It does take a little bit of time to get there, though. I think the more interesting thing, though, to the whole idea of Keshiks, I'm just going to take that horse out back and shoot it in the head for you. This is like one of the worst civs to try and do Keshiks against, because spears have marching drills, right? Like we've learned very quickly, time has gone on in AoE4 that movement speed is kind of the most broken stat in the game. We noticed that when Cataphracts got their movement speed buffed, all of a sudden they were viable. We noticed when marching drills got added by default, HRE went from dog tier to god tier. So, you know, with that in mind, like I think it has to be longbows. And then what you're looking for as a Raken is usually the scout. If MSN takes a greedy avenue, you punish him. If not, you have to look for your own greed here, which of course would be that fast castle, could potentially be the Cataphracts. We've historically seen a lot of Varangian spam, even into H3 men at arms, actually. So there is some potential there for that. The trickiest part I find is like relying too heavily on mercs in this matchup. If you take a greedy line, doesn't work because you just don't have map control to get berries. But I think we're about ready to kick off the first series of EGC Masters Winter. Qualifier number 1, round of 64. Only a single game to decide their fates. And they'll only have a second runner-up opportunity on Sunday. MSN DK with the HRE and Raken, the Byzantines. Let's hop into Gorge.
All right, we are ready to load into the game. And as you said, first game here at EGC Winter. And, well, MSN, he is playing for Team Volta Esport, and I am so happy to see this. You don't understand. That is a very aggressive play, and if you look at where the spawns is for Raken, that's a very, very easy tower to get there.
Yeah, that's the, I mean, I don't want to say the golden tower, that comes in H3 for the Byzantines, but it's a golden tower in the Dark Age for the HRE here. That blocks everything that Raken should want here. I don't think Hippodrome is going to make him feel good either. Hippodrome is sadness, man. Like, for a while, we thought it was broken. Then it had some meaningful builds. Even when you want to go assist on the first hill, that landmark just feels weird because Triumph, in theory, on paper at least sounds broken, but in practice you never have the time. So, you know, with that in mind, if he can't get Grand Winery, Raken's going to be pretty sad here. It means you can't get your true premium units in Feudal Age. So how does he approach this? He might have to consider rushing an outpost himself. With Dark Age, you're not going to have Arislets, right? So you still won't be able to protect the berries if you get an outpost up.
Yeah, and this is really, really brutal for Raken here. We have the Cistern, so we do have potential accuratory defense that could come in, but it's very, very rough. Yes, he might be able to get up his landmark in the end, but again, right, you have a Spearman opening, so going into Hippodrome, it's not ideal, considering your opponent already has the counter, but look at this, already getting a lot of idle time, and with that pathing, might potentially greed for the villager kill, not going to do so, though.
And this is awkward. Raken, I was about to say, you can activate Akratoy, but it sucks against HRE. You just saw why. They see it, they immediately walk away. You're lucky if you get a single stab in. Now, MSN does something very interesting. He has clearly been researching the art of the Mongol outpost rush. He's not going for greed here. This is smart, actually.
No.
Wait. Is a Raken... Okay.
He's blind. He's blind. He doesn't see the outpost rush.
Okay, this is even worse.
Because look at where the vision is. Like, look at the vision line. Like, this is so...
Yeah, but look at where his scout is. Like, Raken literally has him there.
Oh, it just dropped off the sheep. No, this is going to be so brutal. He's going to be pushed off of so well, right? What can you do here? Like, your only response realistically is
say the spawn was bad and you want a remake?
No. So... The only option here, which I think is like the option that you have to go for, is that you actually just force yourself to get enough gold to get siege engineering, and then you just go mass archer.
I hate every element of what you just said.
I'm fully aware of that, but the thing is, like, that's the out, right?
Yeah, it's awkward because, like, for this Civ compared to any other, it's worse, right? Because the Cryo Siphons are very pricey, right? And here's the other issue with the idea. Yeah, you see he's building outposts. That's actually necessary because it's not just about getting the gold for siege engineering. You then need to have the gold to build the ram, right? That's the unique thing of the Byzantines. And unique is by way.
About it, yeah. How much gold is it? Like 30, I think?
80?
80? Oh my
80?
God.
And, you know, like, when I say unique, it's like when your auntie says that you're unique for your quirky behaviors that make you very antisocial. It's like, what she's really doing is being polite about it. It doesn't feel good to have to go into a Cryo Siphon that early. Especially when you have to keep in mind, you have to... Oh, sorry, 60 gold now, not 80. Yeah, it got
60,
slightly tweaked.
yeah, 20,
but it's still a lot of gold, right? And then you have to remember you're going to have to add in the blacksmiths as well as the archery range to do so. Like, it's just... It feels pretty noble, I know. And what feels even rougher is the fact that we are looking at already a free villager advantage. Raken, what's going on here, man? Like, he's skimping on production.
He lost one, skipped on production, and now, honestly, I think what MSN should just be doing right now is should just go castle.
Yeah. I mean, you could genuinely just do whatever you want with this game. I think it's actually safer to just end the game now, right? Because you don't want to give the Byzantines a window when you tech. And
the wolf. Everything is just against Raken right now. So, okay, hear me out. 4 memes, because MSN is a memer. Just burger him. Just proxy burger.
I mean, it would be a way of keeping this best of one very competitive.
I'm just saying, right? But no, on a more serious note, I do think burger actually is a really effective way of just ending Raken right now. His sheep hole was like, yeah, his sheep hole wasn't the best. So burger is not necessarily the best idea, but it is an idea.
So that's like saying investing in Intel stock right now is an option. But there are other better options, Cal.
There are better options. I think it's just, so my idea and why I'm saying it is just, it's about minimizing the amount of wiggle room you give your opponent.
Yes, I get where you come from. I think, like, if it flops in any way, though, you end up in a terrible position, right? Like, there is a margin of, like, safety, right? Where I always am a big believer that if you can win the game, right? Don't prolong the game. But there's also a calculatory element where the risk isn't good, isn't outweighing the reward, right? Or vice versa. So like what I mean by that is, you know, the classic one we used to have in Dota 2 was always, if you killed a guy 20 times, he's probably not worth killing 21, right? And it's kind of like in AoE4, the comparison is, if you've killed a person down to 15 villagers, should you be diving their TC anymore? And the answer is no, right? So I think with that in mind, with how big MSN's lead is, you know, if you're not going to play the feudal, just going to rush the castle, Regnitz just makes way too much sense. Like, your opponent can't be present. Not with this horrible opening. The scout just revealed that berry gathering, so we already have the horseman being queued up, which was already going to count the archers, but now it's going to block Raken from being able to get into his mercenaries.
I do want to like just add a little bit of, oh yeah, but it delays MSN's cost.
That's true. He did delay himself 120 resources on this 40% gathering speed buff. Can you imagine the extra 5 seconds?
I can if we see like a relic being like snagged under his nose. Anyways, Regnitz is going to be the option. We do have a back Aachen as well. We haven't really talked about that. He got the gold. He moved the sheep, so he got all 3 resources. And this means that he will have a very, very strong farm transition if it gets to that point. But honestly, you should just move out to resources, right? We already saw that Arkan did go for the archers, which means that he has a slow-moving army. He will eventually scout that there is Limitane. And he should know, by the amount of berries that has been gathered here, that there's no option ever to actually go for mercs. He is researching western.
No, I wish that was western. That is eastern.
That was cancelled, no? Oh, it wasn't.
Like, you know, he went with eastern, but the reality is this one is going far hard south. Like that. Yep. That is not the contract you want to be going into when your opponent is fast castling. It's crazy as well because Raken was actually saving up for castle play as well, right? Like, I would have been fine with what he's doing now if he'd done it originally, which is building units to play a little bit of pressure and try at least. But like, he basically tried to mirror castle from a bad position. So now MSN, he's already got the tech up. He can queue up the prelates easy peasy. Knights are already on the way. And because Raken doesn't actually have a real comp of units available, he can't even look to block a single relic.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to, you know, put a couple of Limitane on one of the relics, but honestly, like, that's not going to do anything.
No, I mean, you've got 2 of them, right? Like, they do have more health than standard spears, but like a knight is going to have a field day of them. So he's going to march out to block 1, but you're pretty much at this point just rouletting, right? Gambling on which one your opponent comes for. And of course, those prelates, they're cheaper than other civs, only 100 gold each, right? So MSN is already just shoving them out of the door as soon as they reach the age of 16. Just get them out in the streets making some money.
Yeah, so we do actually see him, Arakan actually he is moving out. So he will try to block. He is going for Sister, not for Ciel. The main issue for me with this one is with what sustained food.
The food is going to reclaim when those Gulper boys take out that outpost. We figured it out. Strategy has been revealed.
Okay, so Gulp Keshiks.
I mean, there are worse ways to die, but there's definitely many better ways. Such as not dying, right? Like,
such as not dying.
Yeah. And you can't go Ghoulems either because your opponent has knights, right? And even if he didn't have knights, he'd have heavy maces into Ghoulems. This is pretty brutal. I mean, the positive is Raken doesn't have... Oh, wait, he might have to relive this experience. It's only around 64.
Maybe. It is single elim, though, so he can
play it tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, imagine if you're just like, I'm feeling good about number 2, and then you just get MSN and you get, like, PTSD moments about this game. Because this was rough, man. Like, he's going to be cursing the sky that he did not scout that outpost rush.
Yeah, it's really rough. It's really, really rough. And we did see that now Arkan has been forced out. He didn't lose a villager because, well, he knew that there was units on the way. The problem for me is he doesn't have a lot of home, and he just ran out of sheep as well, right? So he only has 3, I think maybe 4 farms at this point, and that's not a lot of food that you can realistically go. There's no pro scout. Look at the amount of villagers that's just moving around right now.
Wait, is he gonna burn the tower? I think he's he's
No,
legit.
he didn't
Oh
pop
wait,
Ari. No,
he's
no,
got
no,
Akadoy.
no, no,
No,
no,
no, no,
no.
no, no, we don't.
No,
It's
Raken.
okay. Don't worry. We sharpened our spears. They are strong.
Oh, so for those who don't know, when you pop Accuratory Defense, you don't get the torch damage. However, that is a lot of damage, actually. I'm very impressed by the fact that I even went down that quickly. That's impressive, actually. So he does unlock his front berries now. Does he have the tower? Does he have the resources to actually secure it, is the question for me.
You know what I'm thinking here? I never checked this. Can you actually gulp villagers?
No.
See, there's the problem. All right, that's the buff the Byzantines need. If Raken could have gulped his villagers, he would not have lost a single one there. And then we'd have a competitive game. Instead, we have one where MSN is already 10 villages ahead. He is an army ahead.
I think he lost. So he lost one on the villager, or sorry, on the knight in the back, and then I think he lost 3 on the.
Yes, on this dive, and then he lost 1 at the beginning of the game. The rest came down to a housing situation, which is why he's already over 10 villages behind. And we are looking like we're getting a 5 relic game here. It's one of those awkward situations where if this was a best of 3, Raken would have already just thrown in the towel and went next. But he's basically carved out the entire day. If he loses here, the day is literally already over half an hour in.
And this is a solid window to actually just go Imperial.
You mean that for HRE, right?
For HRE, yes. I said that in that there was no option to go for Byzantine, and doesn't even need to. Raken throws in the towel. MSN goes on to the round of 32.
Yeah, not often you get an outpost rush so critical, so damning in 2025 that it just ends a player in AoE4 in competitive at this point. But kind of a blast from the past and a reminder of how quick Age of Empires could be in its early days here. So MSN was really expected to move on here. Raken is just going to be facepalming, man. Like that. I mean, the Spearman opening is, you should kind of expect it. It's on the table. It's definitely a possibility for HRE. The fact he didn't look for the outpost was concerning to me, because we mentioned already in the pregame is like the spin rush on its own is kind of redundant. It doesn't matter because Byzantines just need the olive oil, so if they get that skewer, it's fine, right? And then they can build an outpost to skewer it. So you have to be expecting an outpost rush if you see those spears coming. Otherwise, the play doesn't make that much sense for MSN.
Yeah, and we saw him here, right? He straight up just beelined.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much moving them after the first spearman reached halfway, right? Like, that's how confident he was. It was going to be worth it.
And the thing is as well, right? Even if that outpost didn't go exactly up where it was, it could have potentially had like a better, in quotation mark, outpost, right? The best placement he could have had was between the gold and the berries, and that would have denied 2 resources.
Yeah.
But the reason he went for the outpost that it did go for is that it was out of vision.
Yeah, and
that is a key ingredient to this.
It is. There's also other interesting ingredients in that little hot pot you're making there, right? So one of them is actually to do with the fact that if you put an outpost that is too damn good, if you make a deal that is so good that you can't resist it, your hand's going to get shook off, right? What I mean by that is if you drop that outpost between the 2 resources, 100% he's always pulling all the villagers to burn it down, right? I think Mr. He talked about this like 2+ years ago. It was a really cool series between the Spanish pros where a Mongol outpost rush was coming. He talked about the art of outpost rushing, as if you take too much from your opponent, if you don't leave them any options, they're going to do something drastic that screws with your strategy and your idea of the game. Now, you can theoretically still get an edge back from that, but you're potentially sacrificing the smooth transition to your next phase by needing them react to their overreaction. So that's one detail. And the other hilarious detail is, why do you care if Byzantines get gold there? What they're going to do with it? Get a worse castle age timing, right? Like, they can't get their berries. So, yeah, it's just really smart by MSN. There's other players that would have been too greedy, taking both resources, and got punished for it. But this is fun. We are already in the round of 32. We're already switching up. It is the return of the legend Numan. Has been a little bit AWOL for a while. He comes and goes, and when he comes, people praise him. We've heard top players in the past say about the potential he has. And we're going to see that here. We've got draft live right now. Best of 3, Borderland, Dry Arabia, and Cliffside. And we are going to be opening up with Cliffside. And I don't know how I feel about... Well, actually, I know how I feel about this cow. I don't know how you feel about it. I'd usually hate to see this. Basically, 2 Chinese picks, but this one usually resolves quite quickly. Usually, maybe.
Okay. I want to talk about something else though. Okay.
Okay.
Like, lean back in your chair and close your eyes.
Mhm.
I need you to do this. Okay.
Okay.
There's a ban. What is the 4 civs that's been banned in the first round?
HRE, Byzantine, English. Oh, sorry. Do you mean like the 2 per player?
In general.
Yeah, it's gonna be HRE, Byzantine, English, Chinese. They're like, and maybe Delhi, depending on the map pool. Like, those are top.
I
Right?
am just so confused about the English ban.
Why?
I just don't see it being prior pick that hard.
On Cliffside? And maybe Borderland?
Cliffside maybe a little bit. I just don't. I feel like there's other things to be banned instead.
I think the bigger concern I take with it is, I think the bigger issue I take is that the English and Delhi bans are the way it came out there. Like, it's interesting that Starlock banned got the Delhi banned away from him, right? But then Numan bans the English in response. Like, that would have been one of your big concerns. Like, Delhi versus English is a nightmare for English. Most of the other matchups they're pretty cozy with. But, like, the interesting part to me has been how Zhuji has become a higher priority, right? We're actually seeing Zhuji a lot more frequently, a lot earlier in draft now. They have been climbing up the rankings. I think it's fair to say that they are a solid A tier civ at this point.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but does Numan have access to HRE?
He does, but looking at the maps, he's got 1 pick left, right?
Yes, he's got 1 pick. I would I wouldn't mind seeing HRE just picked because of the threat of it. Because the thing is, like, okay, now you pick HRE. Now you pick HRE because if you get HRE versus Ottomans, you have the freest win of your life.
I mean, yeah, like, but the Ottoman pick, I mean, stuff like this. I've talked about Ottomans variably as a pick. It's not bad. We do get Ivans instead. I can kind of see the logic there with French and Jean already being picked. Like, IU can do quite well in those matchups.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right?
We're just clarifying. So yeah, it's worth clarifying because I've talked about this before. That it's very confusing because in AoE2 drafting menu, it's the other way around. So just to clarify, Numan has
it is Starflight Cruise banned away HRE English, so Numan can't pick that. That makes it even weirder that Starflight didn't pick HRE.
With his draft though, China for what, like Borderland, French for Dry Arabia. Yeah, HRE could have made sense for Cliffside. The thing I'm wondering is if the Zhuji is seen as a big threat to him. I think Cliffside can actually be like a pretty good map for Zhuji against HRE. We've actually been seeing that like the Zhuji HRE matchup is quite peculiar because you can't just fast castle as HRE at all. If you do that, they are going to beat you there with Baldy Boys, which are more threatening. So with that in mind, like if you play a longer feudal map like Cliffside, I think maybe leans on Zhug feeling a bit better because obviously Cliffside, you have that short ramp, that easy access. But I get where you come from. Like HRE overall just feels like a really solid pick. I would agree that it probably makes a lot more sense than the Ottoman pick. I have to wonder if there's an element of comfort here from Starlock, which is also interesting because if we're talking comfort, one of the civs I see him frequently tend to is the Abbasids, which got snatched away from him by Numan.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever seen Starflight play HRE on land.
That's a good question, actually, because we had him in the midweek musters, and I think, honestly, the most played civ for him there is Abbasids, by far, right?
Yep.
He's very comfortable with that civ. I'm trying to think what the other big ones are. Of course, I think he quite often likes having the Roost, but, like, there's no way that was getting let through. The irony of, like, how when Roost got nerfed, everyone thought they were dead civ, and now we just find them literally being completely ban-worthy again is quite hilarious to me. But
So I'm just quickly scrolling through Starflark's
mhm.
AoE4 world here. I am currently on page 5, and the only thing I can resemble HRE is an Order of the Dragon pick. This is not including custom games, by the way.
Is that just because he assumes it's going to get banned all the time?
Maybe.
Because like the problem with that thought process is it's kind of semi-smart until you realize that people can check your data and see that you haven't practiced it, so then they can save a ban.
Yeah. So we are in a really interesting position, right? Because this is, I want to say it's an unorthodox draft. And this is a really good matchup for Starflark to start this off with, though, because JD on Cliffside as a beginning, you have a really short distance, which makes actually one of the options that JD has, which is JD Tower Rush, an option. And it's also against Byzantines, and JD against Byzantines is a fantastic option in my opinion.
So the cool thing about JD versus Byzantines is if you starve their vision on the map, you can trick them, right? Like basically the expectation is Jean is going to build a lot of knights, so you have to build a lot of Libertane, maybe javelins too. Well, the cool thing you can do with Jean there is just actually go archer spears, right, and then flood your opponent. Castle's also a possibility. Like the reality is that the Byzantines should be reluctant to come out on the map, and you can leverage that to try and tech ahead. There's an argument like the 9-minute window we talked about before, where Byzantines have this really strong push time. If you had the list civs they don't necessarily want to do that against, Jean is a high one, right? Because it comes with a much higher risk. And although you have a big advantage on count at like 9 minutes, it's not to the point you instantly kill Jean, which is just now threatening XP. So yeah, quite interesting. We might see that outpost rush you talked about. It's definitely a short enough distance. I do think that play involves an element of gamble. If your opponent gets the forward gold but the back berries, they should be able to gather enough gold to not care about that and then go for the berries, right? So it's always a gamble in that way. I think that's why we've seen a lot of people maybe leaning away from it. Unless they can get a second layer of play. I know in particular in transhumans, we start to see players going for the cross map dock drop into racks, into like a whole base and outpost rush, right? So like if there was more you could do here, I'm just not sure I see a world in which Jean would want to walk forward, build a racks, and then build an outpost, if that makes sense.
That's a lot.
Yeah. But like if you don't have the racks, right? And you get seen building the outpost. Like Jean is not going to die to villages, right? Let's just be real about that, because it's 150 HP village.
Yeah, that's not happening.
But the outpost.
The outpost, yes. I definitely think the outpost can be an option. Of course, very depending on spawn, right? If it's a forward berry and gold, absolutely go for the outpost. If it's a back one, yeah, maybe think about it a little bit. One of the things that we haven't seen a lot, though, in KPMM or on ladder, mostly because JD just has never been picked realistically. I have tried this on Hill and Dale. I cannot figure out a good Chamber of Commerce build or a good Pro Scout build.
That's because
there was a two-part answer there. Don't worry, you do not want to go Chamber of Commerce or Cliffside.
Yeah.
But
so
still,
when do you want them to go Chamber of Commerce here?
No. It was a
call to action from everyone in the chat. Can you please send your build order to Cap?
Please send them in my DMs. It's the same one that's my Discord is the same as down below. But no, it was more it was more into the Pro Scout, right?
Yeah.
It's very hard, right? Because one of the things that JD does is that she loses a villager when she ages up.
True.
She doesn't actually have the best starting resources, and she also doesn't have the French eco bonus of drop-off buildings or eco buildings. So a mill, a lumber camp, and a mining camp being cheaper. So that means that, for example, normal things you would do as French, which is like you would start off with both a mining camp and a mill, get wheelbarrow because it's cheaper. You suddenly have now burned through all of your wood, which means that you can't even get wheelbarrow without gathering wood anymore as JD. So it really locks her down into this kind of school of cavalry civ that French is necessarily.
It's so the thing about Jean is the extreme version of French from the outskill your opponent to build an advantage, right? Like you have to kill economy. And if you do that, you know, you get doubly rewarded because you snowball Jean, you then force them to have to like react more defensively because they don't want to play out into the map further. I do agree, like there's this weird thing with Jean right now where I don't know if I want to say there's not enough mid-map objectives. Maybe there's not enough for them to aim for, right? We talk about diversity of like options. I think Jean in the early game, you hit it on the head. Like it has to be knights, right? Every time it's like, oh yeah, knights just make sense. Unless you're throwing a giant jabet like we talked about in this one, where you're expecting mass limitane. So if you go archers, you can shock and awe and kill your opponent. But it does feel like this civ sometimes has to work a lot harder to pull off that leg over than other civs, if that makes sense.
So Jade is Sanctity?
I don't think we want to go down this avenue because I can already see the death threats from gold level players in my DMs. Why have you done this? Why is I had this at the deli, now I had to have Jean too? Oh, but no, it's definitely a weird one. I think when Jean first came out, there was an immediate reaction of she's OP, and then obviously it was nerfed, but people adjusted. You know, I don't think it's a doom and gloom though. I think that this is the right type of map where you can make this happen. It also throws a wrench in the works for Numadan's draft down the line, right? You've still got things like Chinese and French, which are very, very powerful picks. Like that is an S and an A tier pick civ combo. And there are matchups where they could still be viable. But before we get to that, we have to hop into Cliffside. Game number 1, ready to get underway between Numadan and Starlock.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We'll see what option. I don't think anything Dark Age shenanigans is gonna happen. And the first thing we noticed, Numadan's Berry Patch. That is prime Tower Rush territory.
It is begging for it. The gold, definitely not. The other thing that's going to be annoying is like, is good Starlock isn't going to be going for an outpost rush, because if you look at just a tiny bit north, you'd see that he has the berries there as well. Like, I actually think Numu, if this was against someone like a Mongol civ, this would be a really sucky spawn. But against Jean, it's one that you can work with because he also got those resources spawning towards the tree clusters behind his base. Like, if you check the back of Purple's base, you'll see that he's got the berries, the deer, double gold, and then north of that, you've got all these tiny tree clusters that make it a little bit viable to protect when you need to expand.
Yeah. I mean, so Numadan has really defensive base, right? He has the deer pretty much straight on top of his gold, so it means it's really easy to actually move out on those, secure 2 resources with 1. And his wood line is pretty okay as well, right? I don't think we'll see anything out of the ordinary. So far, from what I've seen of Starlock and what I played against him, he's not...
He's an orderly player.
He is not the very creative player. Like, he will not do a lot of shenanigans. Which I'm a little bit sad about, because I always like seeing shenanigans. But he does it to great effect, right? He does it really well.
I'm glad you followed up with that, because, like, you know, for a moment that was sounding really... He's not creative at all, right? Like, you know, this is teacher-parent conference. You're like, he's really bad at art, but he's getting solid Bs in maths.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the things that is worth noting, by the way, is that one of the people that actually lurks in Starlock's Twitch chat a lot is actually Vortex.
Oh yeah.
So... And Vortex actually types a little bit, so, you know, they seem to be pretty good friends, and Starlock actually getting a little bit of help from Vortex certainly does help a little bit, so potentially you might see a little bit of that coming through.
I'm pretty sure Starlock is also the highest ranked South American player, right?
Now I regret adding just country on AOE4 World and not region.
There you go, man. Like, yeah, you could have flexed him even wider. I mean, it's kind of, I really always am rooting for people like Starlock to come through, because I just, I'm kind of tired of Europe dominating. And I say that as, okay, I know Brexit happened. I think I'm allowed to say I'm still European. I kind of get sick of how we dominate a lot of it. I'm so glad that we've got the Canadians now clashing. I'm so glad we've got the rise of China. I'd love to see some South American reps starting to go deep in these tournaments.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind that either, right? Any new player is good in my book. And yeah, but I think I'm just scrolling through quickly. I'm not doing all of the countries, but yeah, it seems to be the high. Pretty decent margin actually. Now, Numan did go for a really early tower, and Starflake is actually floating a lot of gold here, which actually kind of indicates to me that it still wants to
It's
go
pro
for Pro
scouts.
Scouts.
Yeah,
And
so
about those Pro Scouts build, I'm gonna get my notebook real quick, so just yap for a second.
is this the notebook of your win losses with the pro scouts or like people in general?
No, build orders. Build orders.
Oh, okay. Well, it's coming in very early. I like this approach, by the way. I think I've commented about this before with French or Jean. If you want to do pro scouts, you should not sacrifice that first night. That
Yes,
first night is
100%.
so impactful. We have got an outpost up, so Numadan has made the appropriate reaction. Interestingly enough, we used to see a quick wall in the center of the map here before Season 9. Even though it's a small distance, it's still substantially longer to wall that off. So I think the reason why you're not seeing Numadan attempt that wall is he would get intercepted just before he completes it by this first night.
Yeah, the first night, right? It's gonna have. It usually has a lot of impact. However, Numadan, instead of getting that second cistern, he's actually going to be just going with a tower, upgrading it using his stone that he gets for free. Upgrade it, get arrow slits, and then he's gonna get more stone for free and still get a cistern.
Yay. The systems are just so obnoxious in this matchup. Like, in most, they feel great, right? But we mentioned already, because that sacrifice is Jean, it's just going to make you feel even worse. Like, normally French versus Byzantines, you feel a little bit better because you do ramp and eco vines to at least kind of balance things out. But Western plus the Limitane is just very smart here. You want the Western because it gives you a way of sniping Jean no matter the form. That's why it's better than Javs this one. Because, like, naturally, what Numadan has assumed is that Starflock can't go ranged. Because, like, if you think about the worst things to choose range Jean against, it's anything that can build javelins. Even if it's just the potential to build javelins, because you invite it. So,
Even longbows.
yeah, right? But the thing about Lombos is they will still kill either form of Jean. It's just Jabs will do it much quicker against range form, right? And that's why we saw, ironically, you know, even if you look across history, we're taking to the extremes here. Of like every time Jean runs into the English, it feels like a bad day for her because the Lombos just get a free snipe.
Yeah, the classic. Now, ooh, okay. Getting a nice charge there, taking a little bit of damage in return, though. So, looks like Starflag, he decided to go up to 4 scouts, which I think it's a good number when you have locked in your opponent. You want to go 4 or 5. Could be potentially greedy with even 6 if you really, really want to contest your opponent. But if you really look at how the deer is for Numadan all the way in the back, good luck, buddy, taking that without having to micro each individual scout every single time, because that your scout will just path right straight through the enemy space. Now you're just griefing yourself, and you might even potentially be looking at a little bit of fine for boosting your opponent.
It's interesting actually because like while Pro Scouts is good, sometimes I just feel like in these situations you have to ask the question whether you felt like you needed it. There's clearly something in Starflock's mind that Numadan's going to attack him soon, right? Because like, you know, if you didn't think you would be attacked, you just play Classico French, which is walk out, gather on these different locations. But you did mention someone earlier that makes it a bit harder for Jean, is that you don't get those cheaper mills, so like it can add up quite quickly over time. The deer at the back, he can leave actually, doesn't need them in a rush, because the reality is Numadan just wants berries. Berries are his priority. Now, what's interesting is actually, right now I think Starflock is using all 4 scouts to gather. One thing that I have been noticing with this Pro Scouts meta that is an exploitable negative is that people don't scout anymore, right? So, like, the reason that's important here isn't because you don't know what your opponent's doing, it's because you want a heads up on when your knights are about to run into Limitane. So instead of having one scout here, which could give those early warnings, there's now a risk that Starflock could just start hemorrhaging knights when he tries to aggro.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the things that I've been personally working on as well, right? It's just like having a scout always. And it's hard. It's hard to keep track of because you just like I want all the food.
Yeah.
But look at this though. Like Numadan is going for a very standard play here. It's actually going for longbows and it's getting +1 range damage. Starflark a little bit delayed on his archers here. So he can't really fight this heads on, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. Because he will not have any food to fall back on. Because his deer will be contested underneath the TC just because of how longbows interact with anything. And they don't interact with anything because they just have that long over range.
So to that point, Starlock actually made the right move to block that problem. He has got the deer on the north side, right? But the gold is a bigger problem. You know, you're a civ that really relies on his ability to build knights, and now you're not going to be able to do so. First blood drawn, 2 villages going down. Numan just picking up some freebies. Undermesh is immediately prioritized by Starlock, makes a lot of sense, but the problem is you're up against Mass Limitana. You actually need Stilled Arrow just as quickly here. These are all very expensive things for a guy who theoretically shouldn't be allowed to touch gold.
Could even potentially look for a pretty decent flank here, though. It's a good charge as well, though. I would not be the saddest about potentially trading a knight if you could get all 5 of them. Instead,
no, the Lombos are getting a double kill.
Yeah,
that is vile.
Oh, it's 3 knights. What was a good trade turned into a really sour one. Still takes down a little bit of the longbows, but you know, there's another batch of longbows on the way, right? And I don't know too much about how much XP JD got, but I think she got a little bit. Maybe
8, 16. She really wasn't here for much, but there you go. The cleave's going to come through. Jean de Cleave getting the 18 there. So Lombo's are dead, sure, but I mean, the Limitana count is high, and here's the interesting thing about Jean de Cleave. You think it's really good against spears until you realize how many cleaves you need to kill spearmen. And these Limitane have more health than standard spears. So stuff like needs to be really careful, because if he just slightly oversteps, you're just going to see the Limitane turn around, move in on top of her, and then she will die.
Yeah, and it's really, really tough, right? Because now, Byzantines, when they play feud like this, plays a little bit like Delhi, where it's like you take one good fight and it just snowballs. But the problem with Byzantines is you take one bad fight, and then they still just have more than you because their production is just so insane. Their ability to remass is crazy with the cisterns, right? With the buff.
Yeah, the fundamental issue is like if you're not attacking their economy in that trade, then they just get the next wave, right? Like that's always been the pain of this civ.
So what I would like to see here from Starlock is a little bit hard, and I enjoy doing this very much. 3 knights of groups. Sorry, three knights of groups. 3 groups of knights. Sorry. Second language.
Are you sure it's not 3 gikes of noobs?
No.
Okay.
3 groups of knights, just spread them around, see if you can find something. Because you have a window here, right? Now the first berry patch has run out, so there's no point in attacking the front of the base. You see this moving out, so obviously something is happening. And your next kind of step is like, okay, yeah, he was moving out to the next berry patch, so it's either on the north side or the south side. But what we also see in addition here is Numan has taken a good fight as Byzantine. He can just age up now, and Starflyer can't really do anything about this because he needs to be investing in a couple of knights, which won't do anything against the Limitane. And in the long run, when Numan gets up to maybe 20 longbows into 2 more batches of longbows, knights won't do anything against longbows either.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, if you're 2 delaying your upgrades coming through, these lombos all of a sudden start shooting you like you're wearing plastic armor. And I think Starflyer, the other problem is just adding so many archers at this phase, at a point in the game where they're about to become moot and irrelevant. Jean attempting a dive in and learning very quickly why the English do not like her. Those English longbows almost just sniper her now. In fact, doesn't quite get enough in range. Wait, what? No! Oh, the pathing there. Starflyer opting to just keep running north and then go around, but jumps the gun, loses Jean, has to immediately buy a back, which is going to slow down his own tech up timing. And now we have Numan adding in the cataphracts.
So this is one of the few times and one of the few situations where I just go like, should have gone ranged, should have gone to Specsavers.
I mean, what you mean ranged for Starlock?
Yes.
So here's the thing, I'll defend it from the logic of like Numan actually boldly chose Western, I think, before even seeing the choice on Jean, if I'm not mistaken.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, longbows will deal with Jean. Like, she will deal with them so well.
Well, no. But the point is, if you are range on, you can actually skirt the fight better, right? But the catch that I'm getting to here is if your opponent sees that you go range on, they just choose javelins, you die, right? So like,
yeah.
that's the logic. Is Lombo versus Jean is a huge movement speed difference to make up for the range gap, so you can at least skirt the fights. That's why, like, I've seen people go Jean ranged against this, but as I said, every time they do that, their opponent is just waiting on the Merc House, and they go Javelins afterwards, at which point it looks like the worst choice. Like, great. It's the type of choice that makes a Conk player look like a Bronze. It doesn't feel good to play into Javelins. So, like, in some ways, I respect what Starlock done. The problem really came down to an early point, which is that he didn't go for these raids, and now he finds himself trying to delay in the center here, allows the Guildhall tech up to come through. He's going to have 8 Knights to upgrade, but we're already going to be talking about 4 Cataphracts in response for Numan.
Yeah, and French and JD in return actually can deal okay-ish with the Cataphracts, as long as they're not in mass. Like, if you're outmassed, obviously, like, Cataphracts just win. But JD with the healing and also the bonus charge damage actually allows you to deal with them pretty okay. And by heal, I mean, like, the JD, just AoE heal, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if that is true for melee Jean, because I never play melee Jean. I just play ranged melee Jean.
So here's the bigger issue, is, like, no matter the form, if your position is slightly off, what the Cataphracts can do is just block your retreat and surround you, right? Like,
100%.
That's where Trample is useful. So we've got a push coming in here. A mid-arm switch from Starlock is furious. He needed Arbalest, but I think he understands the amount of Arbalest he needs to defend this is just not feasible. Flash coming in. John,
and
she's dead.
Well, I was about to say 2 volleys, but she got 3 mainly because she was able to heal. And well, this fight now, buyback immediately comes through. Knight's going to be tanking on the front line here.
All right, 3 more volleys. Let's go.
Limit Holly number is going down. She managed to get maybe, I think, 18 XP there, and we're starting to realize why JD is not that strong against English anymore.
JD basically got a participation ribbon in this game. Let's call it what it was, Cal. She was not able to really have any substance, any relevance in these engagements. Lombo's being thinned out a little bit, but the Cataphract count is still looking good. The Knight count is shrinking. And with Starlock pivoting more and more into men-at-arms, this is the cries of a man who just doesn't have the resource efficiency to justify mass Knights, right? I don't think you want to be going men-at-arms here. Ideally, you want to be going Knights now that Limitane have started to be wiped out. But at this point, also, we have to keep in mind, if you look at Starlock's vision, you know, he has no scouts. He has no idea what's coming. So he's just assuming that it's going to be more spears. When hilariously, we can just see Numan is on pause, right? He's waiting to see what Starlock does next first.
And what is a really, really dominant... Oh my god, it was good. I mean, that's from Golden Tower. Yeah, I don't think he's been producing those. But
no, those are free.
What looks and usually is a really good matchup for JD, Numan has managed to turn on its head. With that early tower and with just like being able to play so defensive, able to mass up with longbows, he has turned this matchup on his head and has shown exactly why Numan is such a strong player. This player has, for Numan, he's been gone for, I want to say, 6 months. Not played competitive at all. I think he's played 2 KPMMs. Yeah. And he shows up and he just has such a great understanding and such a dominating performance against this.
You know, I'm starting to wonder that you say he's been gone for 6 months. That sounds like a certain farmer right now. I don't know if he's maybe a Swedish farmer. I don't really know what you'd farm in Sweden, probably ice cubes. But either way, I mean, Numan, someone keeps him busy, but when he comes back for this love for AoE 4, he loves to win, and this is looking dominant. What he's done in this game is essentially put the opportunity for control in Starlock's hand and says, prove you can break me. Right now, like an ice cube melting too quick, Starlock is the one that cracks. Game 1 will be going to Numan, but folks, don't worry, we are into the round of 32. There's at least 1 more to come. And Starlock still has a competent draft to fall back on, but this one can't be inspiring confidence for him. Numan gave an opportunity for Starlock to show that he can out-mic or out-skill, and Numan made it look trivial.
Yeah. So, yeah, this game kind of done and dusted. Starlock, he he looked really, really, really good. I think there was just like translating the Knight and maybe potentially, I'm not sure. I would have to try it out a little bit myself, but it feels like maybe the Pro Scout was a little bit of it delayed him a little bit too much, mainly considering the Archer Mass that you need. Because usually what you do in this matchup, this was before Pro Scout meta, is you kind of just go triple archer range. And then you just like spam and then you just run it down and then you just dive. Um,
Starlock makes a lot of sense, but the problem is you're
So
up
yeah,
against Master Matana. You actually need
we
steel
do see
arrows
some
just as
highlights
quickly.
here, though.
These
I mean,
are
this
all very
started off as a
expensive things
really
for a
nice
guy
catch.
who theoretically shouldn't be
To
allowed
be
to touch
fair.
gold.
The problem is just,
Nice
again, right, the
potentially
Archer
look for
Masters,
a
3
really
archers
decent
on the
flank
map
here,
right
though.
now,
That's
Starflag,
good.
and only one of them is there, and he's not even fighting. So what looks to be a really nice flank there, again, with like the longbows being charged. Yeah, so JD didn't even get any XP for that. So I think already there, you're kind of putting yourself in a much more rougher position than you ever needs to.
I mean, I think in general, Starlock, he took 2 conflicting approaches here. That fight there was him saying, I need to take a direct engagement, but around this has always been this idea of him trying to be fragmented and raidy. And I feel like after that fight, after that mistake got made, we never got to that raidy element. You mentioned the idea of branching off, having multiple nights going. It comes back to that. Starlock was torn on the strategy after what happened in that early game. Numan at that point just had a cruise mode activated. So, if there's any clear advice to give for Starlock that isn't Civ specific or build order specific, it's whatever your strategy is that you lean into, commit to it, or make sure that whatever you are switching to, you switch to wholly and it's worth it. Because I think there was just a little bit of indecisiveness that came in after that fight near the boar in the south side that never really went away for Starlock. And a player like Numan of his caliber is going to punish you the moment that indecisiveness arrives.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think it was just straight up indecisiveness. I think it was maybe just speed and just like, I don't want to say execution because I think it was executed really well, but maybe it's just like strategy, right? And again, Numan just straight up just like played this super back. He just played normal Byzantines, popped out. Anyways, next game, I wanted to talk about this.
Yeah.
But now I just look like I'm just repeating what's on screen. Boltland has to be Sushi versus China.
Yeah. I mean,
and it is Sushi versus China. So
this was an expectation, right? I think I said like at the start of the draft when we saw China and Juji come out, it's the matchup that you kind of don't want to see. It's basically a mirror, but the interesting one about this, I think it plays quite aggressively fast. Juji have been looking fairly favored in this matchup, to my understanding, in recent times, right? Which is kind of great to see. I mean, China has been looking dominant for a very long time, but Juji has been shaking the ship. They've been rising through the ranks. We've gone from this time last year usually having 1 viable build to them having 4 viable builds. That's incredible to see. But it might not be incredible for Starlock, considering he's already 1 down. And it's going to be Numan with the Juji. So it looks like Borderland is ready to beckon us in. I hope you guys like scouts, because you're going to be seeing a lot of them.
I mean, you should be on the lookout for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they'd see me first, because we are in a map that has quite a lot of deer. Welcome, my dears, to 30 deer on the map and 2 civs that are amongst the best at going pro scouts. Game number 2. Numan, of course, will have the Juji. Starlock, a few different reasons why China could feel a little bit of a disadvantage here. China definitely getting some advantages on their economy early with the Imperial Academy, but it comes at a cost. If there's Zhuge Nu involved, Juji will have a quicker timing. If there's Fast Castle involved, Juji will have a quicker timing due to Tang Dynasty. These type of things can be a stinger. And if you're on a map where the gods have blessed you, like I think Numan potentially might have been, then Meditation Garden will also favor you as Juji. Are the berries in range of each other on that south side? Okay, no, it's just far enough away. He could probably get 48 food in total, plus the gold.
I think you just...
I think you go for the food and gold, right?
Yeah,
like that,
you just
or
go
that,
for that. That was the one I wanted. Thank you for the call.
Yep.
That's definitely the one you want to go for. Now,
the
can
48 food, 22 wood, 25 gold. Yeah.
Nah, 22 wood is way too much. You gotta be way too much to left. So yeah, Numan, no, sorry, Starflag, my bad. IOLS opening, kind of just chilling. Right, there's no IO. Oh, there's no.
No, the Imperial Academy build, you just don't go IO.
Yeah.
So you rush feudal age, and then you just start pumping the IOs out cheaper. I mean, I know Kraken is going to be somewhere. He's going to be like actually pushing his glasses up his nose. pointing out about how like you can't understand, it doesn't feel efficient, but like players don't seem to feel like they lose anything out in the grand scheme, which means in the grand scheme of things, you end up with one villager extra, right? So I think we went from like a divided community on whether you should go IO or not to everyone just not bothering with the Imperial official.
So the thing about the Imperial official, he just wants it safe. He just wants it safe.
Can we check
He gets
vision?
stone and gold. He gets stone and gold.
Yeah, but check vision. No, there's your bigger problem. I had a feeling it was going to happen. Because you don't come to your back corner first, right? Like that just sounds silly. You want to get to the center resources that are contested. So yeah, unfortunately, Numan is eventually going to discover that there was quite a healthy and safe option just behind the base.
So, I mean, this is still it's still a really good it's still a really good meditation garden. Like, I'm assuming this based on the fact that, like, with his placement, he has to have gotten both gold, stone, and the full berry pack. He doesn't get wood that much, which is a little bit of an issue on this map. Like, you can run out of it.
Yeah.
And you're forced to mow out. Actually, this
Yeah, why not
this
just
might
there?
be the first time. Yeah, why not there?
Let's
This actually might be the first time I've actually seen Borderlands spawn with a hole in the big woods.
No, dude, I've seen it so many times. I still don't know what causes it. I don't know if it's biome related that makes it more likely, but whether you're a Roost player or a GG player, there's just so many times where I'm like, I mean, it might be one tree too thin, but it kind of feels like it's worth exploring, you know? Okay, hear me out. What you do is you do the meditation garden, then Jiangnan, and then every minute, like, you're pretty much just having a building paid for.
No.
You don't want to Jiangnan it up?
No.
Oh, I guess you like winning games.
I do like winning games.
Such a tryhard.
Indeed. So, we'll have to see, though. I mean, Pro Scouts obviously coming through. It's coming through as quickly as you possibly can, supervising that one up, so just making sure that that one's coming through as well. Dropping that stable to produce some extra scouts, and we'll have to see what the response is from Numan as to say that there's barracks and some spears in queue.
Which is quite surprising, actually. Numan, how many sheep did he get? Because he's going to need a lot to justify this. Okay, so 16 is pretty decent. Numu, what you can do is you can send the spears down to the center to try and block deer, and then fast castle. But okay, he's actually going for. I'm a bit confused over the spear choice. Like, this is a gamble, right? Like, you don't know where those scouts are gonna go. Oh, but
Do you though?
But like, China sees you doing this, right? Sees you seeing him, so now you just dodge.
It's the mind game. So. This is the interesting thing, though, right? I know a lot of people like complain about Pro Scouts, how it's just terrible. For the meta, it just like feels so boring every single game. Everything just looks the same. We are still seeing a lot of things as a response, because what I normally would have gone as a response and thought of as a response is you could have gone for Horseman, right? You already have the stable. You can already just supervise it, and he's just like,
oh, I think
this is mine now.
And I think I see the picture through the forest. Because now Starlock sees this, he's going to want to react archers, right? But if you react archers, you're going to face Jugnu. You see the conundrum now?
I'm starting to see it.
This is the crafty thing. Like, there's been a lot of situations historically where Juji has been criticized because they can't build archers, and it sucks. But if you can bait and switch your opponent correctly, it's actually a big advantage. The funny part is Starlock may be aware of that and doesn't want to play into it. He's opening a Horseman now instead. The problem is you've just seen your opponent has Spearmen.
Just scout your opponents. You have so many of them.
I mean, we do, but also everyone's really hungry. You know, they could have a nice doner kebab, but they really, really, really want venison tonight. Now, I could tell them that they need to just shut up and eat what they're given, as I should, being a dad of two. But I feel like I want to spoil them. And apparently, Pro Scout players feel the same way, which is why they always just don't scout.
So, we do now see that Numan has started to make some horsemen, and we do have what you expected, right? There is going to be a couple of archers that is going to be spotted. So where do we go from here, right? Do we just end up having spear horseman versus horseman archer?
I mean, this is, you know where this is going.
Shugunus.
There's going to be Jugunu. And the Starlock doesn't have Barbican. So, not such a happy day for him, right? Like, if this turns into a long feudal, Numan should have the edge. Starlock, he's 1-1-1 now, so we got Rax added in. Like, this is the point that Numu should have been waiting for. I mean, you got two choices, right? You crap or get off the pot. And I feel he's going to sit on the... I think he's actually going to, like, you know, just crap out of Castle Age here. Judging by his resources, he doesn't care about this.
Yeah, what I wanted to say before you said it, just let Starflark overinvest and go castle.
Yeah. Well, because, you know, what is the threat now? Oh, wow, you have a handful of archers. Well, guess what? I have racks, I have stables. Now, what buildings do I need in Castle Age to build armored units, Cal?
Well, that's a trick question, because Numan can already build armored units.
And he could start building those as he's teching up.
Yeah. I mean,
this is...
I'm getting us some good, decent traits there, actually.
Yeah, Numu, I think, was getting a bit ambitious. There's enough data to go around. I think he got slightly more sheep as well in the opening. It's just all about timing now, right? Like, you know, just don't throw away your units, because if you do, then Starflark is going to try to move towards your base and block out all the deer being returned.
Yeah, Mount Blue Academy coming in.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to be seeing
we're going to be seeing a lot of palace guards.
This is cool. Now, could Numadon be the first player that I've cast to do this build right? Because
I've yelled at him. Numadon is in the list of people I've yelled at to do this.
There has been multiple players, I think, like even very talented ones, right? Like shout out to Anatan. I've seen him do this build 3 times, and every time he gets the unique tech in the Mount Blue Academy that doubles supervision speed, he forgets to stop supervising the racks to get the increased production speed. So a little tip for people with that. If you want that Zerg effect, once the tech completes, which is right there, it's the one to the right there, the regional inspection. If you want regional inspection to work, once it completes, you need to stop supervising and re-supervise. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, fun little tidbit there, and some janky coding, but it's all good. Barbican coming up now as well. So, gonna be securing himself. So, here's a little thing. I would not have minded that Barbican more backwards into his base, so it would have covered his TC.
Yeah. His bigger issue here is he's going to need a lot of people on gold. He's going to need someone, some way they can be protected, right? It's the Barbican's a garrison slot.
Yes.
I kind of get where he's coming from, right?
Yeah, yeah, but like my point is, like, if he moves it further away so that his TC is also under Barbican, it means that he will have a bigger area that villagers can work in, and I'm trying my best to ignore this.
Yeah, this should be censored. This is not child friendly. Did he kill one? I think he killed a horseman and a spearman and lost everything else there.
Yep.
So Starlock is in a really bad position here, because by the time he techs up, we should be looking at 10 pass guard, probably 6 lancers coming towards him.
Yeah, he's not even like supervising this. I don't even think he got the attack right. No, he did.
No. Can we check his IO count? Usually at this point you have 3 with the Shuji build. He might be on 2. No, he's on 3. Okay. Interesting. So he's what? Supervising the food, wood, and stables?
Potentially, or one collecting.
He's just taxing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he's prioritizing the tax.
Yeah. So yeah, not all of the dare has been picked up just yet. So still some pro scout going behind this, but it's not really that important. Astronomical clock tower now coming through, and my fear right now is that his castle is actually going to just kill him. Like, I understand him. He needs to go castle, right? Because he needs to be able to get a lot of... He needs to be getting crossbows out, right? Because of the man-at-arms squad. The main thing for me is actually, why didn't you go Imperial Palace here? If you went Imperial Palace, you can see a little bit. You get more vision. You can actually use that vision a little bit more, right, to actually position yourself. Because Less Obese is not going to be doing anything realistically against Mass Palace Guard. Like, that is the counter, right? So if you are able to get vision and position your crossbows accordingly, you can have a better defense.
But hear me out, Cal. He could build Springles.
Go away, B.
Maybe he's inspired. B, he won the tournament last week. Well, just the other day, actually, by doing that. Mass Springles, guys. It's a way of life. I don't think I'm saying anyone.
No, you're not. But Clockwork Nessus. Clockwork Springles.
There you go. Now you've convinced me, Cal.
Yeah, that I didn't expect that to be very hard.
Well, I am a flexibly minded person, right? We do have regional inspection coming in now, by the way. He also got his hands on the whip reform, so we have the movement speed. And Jiangnan as well. So Numu, I mean, he's prepping for the necessity to eventually go into farms. I don't even think the game necessarily needs to go that deep. One thing I really like, by the way, about this type of build compared to the Shaolin Monastery is because you built units in the feudal age, you don't really need monks to protect themselves, right? It'd be much better just to have the army you built protect the monks and spend half the resources on a monk instead. Or right, not half, but 75%. Which you can also supervise to get them out expediently quick. So, what's Starflux's win condition now? We're probably going to be looking at a game where he won't be able to contest relics. He needs to get the crossbow mount to survive and then look for a farm transition. The awkward part is, like, we're approaching a point in the game where even with pro scouts, with the way you're resourcing the food, you're going to need to do 2 TC while also going farms. That's a big ask.
You can, though.
I mean, that's true. You can do
get
anything
so much.
now.
You get so much free resources, right? The biggest problem is it going to kill you?
Yeah, like I can eat 12 kilos of chocolate a day, but it will probably kill me. I think Starflock has his own chocolatey conundrum here. I mean, the other worry I have is this attack.
So
He's gonna get Doe first.
Starflock is just a little bit ahead of me. Like, what I wanted to say is, like, Starflock's way to actually get a little bit of damage here and get some room for himself is splitting up Palace Guards in groups of, like,
Yeah,
2,
but
3.
this is the problem, right? Like, the timing wasn't right for that. Numan was already circling the base like sharks. Look at the mini-map. He was waiting for this moment. So Starflock, while the idea is good, the timing is just not there. Willow's coming out to protect. There is a dive on the south side as well, but that's being mirrored, and these Lancers already mopping up several more kills. The defense army is already in position to deal with Starflock's raiders.
Yeah, and this is so rough as well, right? Because you already have so much production at home, because Sushi just does that. And you don't even need that much production because we have the regional inspection here, so 300% boost on these productions as well. I think it's, what are we up to, 6 seconds on the Palace Guard? And yeah, he sees the two relics, 5 relics in the back.
He sees 2 relics, he sees 2 CCs, he says there is no hope, no way. So a 2-0 victory for Numan. Really dominant on the draft, really dominant on the execution, and a big reminder to kick off 2025 for people. You know, China, I've talked a lot about how they're an S-tier civ at this point, it feels like. But it's usually really not far behind them, and in this specific matchup, actually favored.
Yeah, and Meditation Garden difference?
I mean, by that logic, if he found the one in the corner, this would have been over at 10 minutes.
Could have been.
Possibly. I mean, it's not to say that China can't play their way out, and I don't want to discredit like what Numan done here. He executed really cleanly, but you know, we talked through a few of the other options. Like Zhu could have came into the picture, or the fast castle. Either one feels really damning for the Chinese. It feels like a matchup where if you don't get the opening advantage, you're going to be in trouble. But you know what? I'm looking forward to a series where we're not quite sure who's in trouble because up next, it looks like we have got seed 16 versus seed 17. Lash versus Dragan, a series that should promise scoring on both sides.
This is very interesting. So I just saw the names in our chat here. I did not see the seeding.
Yeah. It's interesting as well because Dragan got his IU that he loves to pick. Lash also got his Malians. I think Lash plays more Malians in competitive than any other Civ. But you know, looking at their drafts overall, French, Byzantines, Mongols, opening game on Himiyama with Mongols usually as well. This matchup on Himiyama, there is a kind of cool play you can make as Mongols where you're expected to open racks, so instead of just opening racks, you go for a dock.
And
right?
Dragan will go for a dock. Like
Yeah.
that is like he would do that 100%. And we have seen Anatan do this sushi build as well, where a Mongol tower rush would do, for the lack of a better word, Jack.
As you know, we wish it would do Jack Snow, considering it's like winter. They never do. But we'll have to see if it's going to do it. It looks like we've been beckoned in. Lash vs Dragan has just kicked off. Another round of 32 game here, folks. The Mongols, always there, Lumen. Not a pick that we'll see on the ladder much, but when we get into tournaments, should be respected.
So, yeah, the sushi build that I was talking a little bit about is not doing that. We're already 2 minutes 30. The thing I was talking about is where you basically you cheat on your taxes by saying you had a lot of income. Wait, actually, you had a lot of income, but then you got taxed the same amount, but you had no income, and that somebody needs to somebody needs to figure out how the tax system for China and sushi actually work, because it doesn't make sense that. Yeah, but then if you cook the books, then you wouldn't actually be getting the resources.
Well, no, because like, see, what you don't understand is that this is a provincial government versus a countrywide government. So the provincials usually are cooking their books, meaning they're getting tax rebates from the overarching government. That's why China and Juji get more resources. It's because their income is being supplemented by the central government. There you go, Cal. Sorted for you, mate. If people would like me to invest their money, I won't, but I'll happily take donations.
So, meditation garden spot, actually pretty decent here. It's a little bit far out. Should have gotten a gold, though.
I don't think he got the gold. Okay, no. The map is so deceptive. Yeah, it's because we've got the hill situation that messes with it as well. So he has got the gold clipped. So 25 gold, 25 stone, 36 food, just a pretty normy one that you'd usually see. But other side of it, like looking at Dragan spawn, that is about as comfortable as you can ask for as a Mongol player. Tree line, gold, secondary tree line. Berry's not too far away. I think he's got a nice start here, but we aren't seeing the expected opening that quite often happens on Himiyama, and I think this is in response to how quick Juji's tech is. Dragan didn't go for the fishing.
Yeah, he ended up just going for pasture instead, right? Which, you know, it's all fine, I think. The bigger problem for me, actually, is I can't remember when Dragan played Mongols last.
I mean, that's because you can't remember when Dragan didn't play a Middle Eastern Civ.
I can.
Oh, English. Sorry.
This feels like... So, I actually think... Let's talk a little bit about Volta Esports, actually, for a little bit of a second here, while we do have some downtime.
Is this like an advertisement campaign by you for Volta?
Shoot! So, for those who don't know, and for those of you who might have seen during Outback Octagon 3 as well, is that Matisse actually got the VES tag as well. And for those who don't know, and for those of you unaware, is that Volta Esports, or VES, is a team that has League of Legends, and they do have Counter-Strike as well, if I remember correctly. That's in the northern-ish parts of Norway. And they've actually done a little bit of an investment into AoE.
Whoa.
Whoa. So they actually supported a lot through King of the North, so they've been a big part of that as well. And what they've done now is that MSN, Ramen, and Dragan, and Muhudo, which I think I saw in chat earlier, is now players for VES, and Matisse is actually their coach. So we actually have maybe one of the first like full-blown AoE 4 teams there is with a dedicated coach.
Now, hold on.
players.
Are you telling me we have a pro team that has a full roster and staff in AoE 4Cal?
We actually do.
And they are a Norwegian organization.
Not biased at all.
Wow.
So I think maybe this Mongol pick is something that Matisse and Dragan has been working on a little bit. Because one of the things that we had a little bit of problem with when me, Ramen, and Dragan actually played our team tournament is that none of us played Mongols. And Mongols is a pretty versatile civ, and it's a good civ to actually expand your civ roster with. So, you know, adding Mongols to your civ roster is not necessarily that bad, and I actually quite like it, especially considering what Dragan is going for right now.
I mean, I think it's a solid thing to start prepping for, right? Is like, I've been vocal about this with, you know, Dragan, MSN. I think that it applies to the Vest boys quite nicely. Is they have, I want to say 3 or 4 civs that they are really solid and really comfortable. And it's not that the other civs are terrible. It's just, if you match them up against like the top 10 players in the game, that's where they're going to lose, right? Is the lack of civ diversity will sting them. Like, it's critical, you know? Like, we're not StarCraft. We're not a game where you can play 3 heroes and be a pro, right? Or 3 civs and be a pro. You need to have that robustness, because although there are some civs that will never get picked, Order the Dragon, there is, you know, on average at least 12 that feel viable in any civs.
Yeah. And we've had tournaments where you could just repeat civ. Wasn't the most enjoyable to watch. So
I done a poll the other day where I was like, who wants mirror civs back? Nobody wanted mirror civs back.
I think it's actually a hot topic, and it's a hot take. I actually didn't mind GG. I didn't actually mind Red Bull's drafting system where the first pick could be a mirror.
Yeah, I was fine with that too. I said at the time, I kind of like, I don't mind it because it's so rare and specific. And also, it doesn't fully fix the issue of first pick or second pick being advantageous. But like this, that issue in itself isn't an issue specific to AoE4. That's an issue that has haunted many a game. Right, just like these villages right now being haunted by giant sticks through the gut. What is going on from Dragan?
He snipes the horsemen so he can run away from the spears as he's fighting the spears.
But spears charge, so...
And he does a wheelbarrow.
And now also your retreat pattern has been blocked by spears. This is catastrophic. I mean, he's at least got the tech up come behind this, but look at Lash's economy, and remember how quickly he's usually build their age up. So this isn't really gonna lead to Lash feeling punished for this, being a tiny bit slower on teching up, but getting 4 worker kills in return.
Look. Step redoubt gives you... Okay, so actually, first things first, what does the step redoubt do, actually? Because we have not seen this landmark in a while, it feels like. It acts as a GUR, but gold that is dropped off at this building also returned 50% extra gold. So if you do the math, and I am just going to say I'm right on this without doing any calculation, the 4 villagers that Dragan has lost is made up by the step redoubt.
Yeah, as long as you have enough people in gold. Remember, technically, the...
Nobody check my work on this one. Nobody check my work.
So remember, you can actually gain up to 100 villages extra worth of gathering on the step redoubt. Statistically true.
Statistically true. Efficiency, however. Let's not talk about that.
You just need to get, like, maybe French Pass to come back or play King of the Hill. So this is a
Or
bit
a good
rough.
Hill and Dale spawn.
True. Well, I mean, I don't know if good is the word I'd use, but yeah, those pub ladder Hill and Dale spawns will probably get you what you're talking about there. We have more troopers coming in. He's literally losing this game to spears right now, and not that many of them.
Yeah. So this dare pack has costed him dearly. Pun intended. And it's going to cost him more as well, because Lash is pro scouting it now. And that is a relic snag. And if you pan up a little bit, Vodka, can you pan up a little bit from where that relic was? Where it spawned.
Right. It means that you're trying to address the fact that it's right next to his base, right?
Yeah, it's right next to his base, and there's also right next to a prayer tent.
But yeah, but you have to.
So.
Oh man. Like, after that Spearman play, honestly, Dragan kind of looked like a deer in headlights. I think he's been scrambling so much to secure the north side that he forgot there's more areas to this map. Lash is just kind of outclassing on that detail, because although the UI might say that no one has got relics yet, we have 3 relics that are easily achievable for Lash, right? We have 4 guys who can pick them up. I think this is a 4-1 relic split.
Yeah, I think maybe just the composition choice of Dragan as well right now is a little bit rough. Like, maybe he's taken the complaints that we have had from pro players that man-at-arms and just heavy units is a little bit
But they're
broken.
OP.
He's maybe taking a little bit too much too hard.
Wait, I think Lash is just going to rush you on. We made it though.
Oh, okay. Well, that's actually might be working very well in his favor if his... Oh, okay, never mind.
Why didn't you just shut your dirty mouth and let that monk live?
So so one of the things though with Pro Scout that actually ends up happening a little bit is you end up having the same problem as Mongols, where you just like have everything in one spot. So it's very easy to dive and idle out economy, and that is a way for Dragan back in this game. It is not throwing away units like this, because they're slow man-at-arms that has no bonus. Also, Bold Man says, give me back my shiny thingy, smacks him with a stick, and
Me
takes back his
be
golden
ahead
thingy.
till you give shiny.
Never mind. He's still gonna die though.
Me beat you too. Me if he was full HP actually.
I actually genuinely don't know who wins this. Okay, maybe now. Now I know.
Full HP. I think the Keshik might win with like 10
Yeah,
HP
but
left.
the problem is like we don't know if it's a knight or a bold man with a stick and a religious unit that's gonna win a 1v1.
But that bald man has trained his entire life with that stick.
I fear not the man who's practiced 1,000 punches once. I fear the man who practiced 1 punch 1,000 times, or whatever they're saying for that is.
Just stick the one punch anime theme tune at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, Lash is in a really comfortable position right now. I think he might still be a little bit uncomfortable, because there's one thing that has been lacking just
Is it feeding his people?
So no, well, yeah, but also I think, and I wonder if Lash still has maybe just like the slightest like I'm not sure about trade.
Huh? Oh, you think he thinks Dragonman's trading?
Maybe.
No, he'd
Just
know because
maybe.
the Yam on the outpost, right? Like, and there's no way like you'd set up organic trade. What you would do if you have a look at Dragonman's base is build more TCs. Now, the interesting part is that Lash, I thought we'd just get Yuan into Song, and but he's just done Song literally straight into Yuan.
He wanted granaries?
He really, yeah, he really, I think he just wants to press all the buttons. Like, okay,
I mean, to
what
be
is
fair,
the
like,
probability that in the next
Lash-
minute he goes Imperial?
A little bit lower because he's no longer tank.
I mean, but like he has the gold income, right? And he has the food income to literally just go Imperial in a minute.
So,
you know when you're trying to like give a serious commentary, Cal, and then it just feels, I don't want to say that Lash is memeing, but it really feels like he's on a vibe right now, you know?
it is on his best vibe. So
It's just, he must be so confidently far ahead in his mind, right? Like, you could argue maybe he's missed macro, sure, but what, like, the case in point is that he's sitting on 3,000 food, 3,000 resources rather, not being used, and he's still a mile ahead of Dragan.
yeah, and I do think at some point as well, like, sorry, Lash was even up at like 3,000 food there for a second, where it was just like, let me just age up. The better option, the better way to do this would have gone Imperial and then Song and then Juan.
Yeah, because the whole logic is that Yuan Dynasty only gives you a small discount on unit production. Now, you could argue that Lash intentionally done this, right? He wanted to get the efficiency of pumping a lot of units at this point. But then there would have been no reason to do Xiangnan now, right? Like, you would have done Yuan, got your discount on all units, got your pagodas, and then saved Song for when you need to build granaries.
So, yeah, that is fair. One of the things that I would have said if this was a ladder game, there would be supervision of the pagodas, and then there would be Boltman.
But because it's not a ladder game, we couldn't recommend that to the guy who constantly has 2,000 food in reserve.
Because this is a serious game and he actually doesn't want to throw it, we're luckily not going to see that. Actually, no, sorry, let me rephrase that. We're unfortunately not going to see that.
I mean, you say this, but literally in the weeklies, in a competitive series, Dumu did exactly that to Lash. So I wouldn't really write it off as impossible at this stage.
Maybe. But yeah, right now Dragan, he's just kind of just dragging this one out. Dali Horse is coming through as well. He sees this, he knows what is up. He's kind of just dragging this one out. Dragan must have picked up something from Kiljardia, King of the North, because he is one player who does not surrender easily, even though he is very much 6 feet in the ground at this point when it comes to Mongols. He can pack up his things and...
Well, it's also Dragan is kind of like a Norwegian Donati, right? He doesn't like going past feudal age, right? We're already at the point in the game where Dragan's like, I kind of want to kill him by now. So at this stage, really, Lash just needs to either push or just age up. Either one should just be convincing to Dragan that this is quite over.
Old man fighting again with sticks, and I mean, so this is one thing Dragan is pretty decent at, though, which is kind of just like spread out on the map and just take everything, like in terms of army. Not that much with eco, because as we see, he usually goes to end up a little bit greedy, throws a couple of villagers away for nothing, and ends up with that. Now, though, I think we're kind of just waiting for Lash to kind of just figure out what's going on. And just deciding, all right, let's end.
Yeah, I think at this point he's like, oh, 2TC? Wow, I didn't expect this. And oh, wow, mass Springolds. Gonna have to punish that. I mean, you know you're scraping the barrel when these things come out. He doesn't really even have that much of a front line, right? 6 men arms in total is not what I call grand here. The backstab is coming around here, so the Horseman Spearman reaching in. Trying to kite away, but it means the crossbows are now being sacrificed because all his micro is going on the Springolds. You want to be stepping away from this, unable to do so. Lash, now with a dominant military lead, this should just be the point where Dragan waves the white flag. This game has been over for probably about 8 minutes. Now it's becoming apparent to the player who doesn't have goal vision.
Yeah.
Right?
Lash could not finish this off due to the fact that so much of his army is just behind. He added a second TC.
I mean, at this point, Lash just really needs to go Imperial. Because if he goes Imperial, he immediately gets the Imp speed. and then you can just dive into the back of the base, right, and clear the step read out. It's like, you know, I think he's done having his fun playing with his food. He reduced Dragan to a non-existent army. Like, this is very simply... Oh, for God's sake. Or we could just build to 200 pop. That is also technically an option, Cal.
So, yeah, I mean, this is one of the things I struggle with as well, right? So, I recognize the issue, and I'm always just unsure as to how to fix it. It is, and that the problem and the struggle is recognizing how ahead you are.
Yeah. But if we look at Lash's vision, you can see part of the conundrum, right? Because, like, he hasn't built any scouts. I think this is a recurring piece of...
But he went pro scouts.
Right? Like, but there's no more deer, so who cares, right? There's like maybe 2 left up north. The point is, though, just build 1 scout, right? It's not much. It's 70 food. And you know everything about your opponent. You knew how dead they already are, so you can just make a choice. Instead, to your point, Lash is playing paranoia that he needs to blob, right? Because of the risk that Dragan might suddenly have another army. Now, the picture's revealed, right? Like, these type of dives should make everything apparent to Lash.
Yeah, and you even see this, right? He's spreading out, like, on the northern side there as well. He's just spreading out everywhere, just making sure that, like, he's not out on any pocket resources. He's not sneaking anything, right? So it's like,
yeah,
this is insurance for Lash that, like, okay, he's in his base, he's locked in. Everything I see is what he has. And there's a lot of static defenses, right, for Dragan at least. So, but it's the hesitation of Lash that's kind of...
No, it's also because of this choice to dive and dive again and the way he's done it, right? Like, now the game just actually gets delayed from its finish point because he has to add in farms, right? It's like, if you look, his food income has looked really pathetic for the last minute and a half. 300, 350. Farms coming in now. Once that happens, Lash will reach 200 very rapidly and then be able to tech as well. So, like, this game, bar Lash making really, really poor fights back to back and then to back again, should just simply be over. Dragan is going for the miracle Hail Mary of Mass Ringolds. We have seen this work about...
once?
Yeah, I feel like if you were in a salami slicing accident and lost all of your digits and only have your thumbs left, you actually have the appropriate amount of expansions on your hand still left to count how many times Mass Springles has worked, which is once or twice.
Once or twice. We did see Lash there. He did buy a little bit of food, so he might want to go for Imperial soon enough.
Said that for the last several minutes, though.
This time, I believe it.
I mean, you sure? Because he could still just build another 50 units.
This time, I believe it, and I believe it.
Because he just queued up another 18 units.
This time, I believe it.
How about you just wait until it is at 190 pop and then say this time, I believe.
Any day now. So yeah, Lash is kind of just rolling up the way. Oh my.
I mean, I'm like trying to figure out if this is a layer of respect, or maybe the other element is he just thinks this is going to get to Dragan more this way, right? Like, because if you're Lash, you're just having a good time in this game, right? Dragan could not be having a fun time in this game at all.
What is that song from the meme where it's like this guy is just singing, and then you just like have his teammates who's just like drenched in sweat?
Oh, I can't remember the song. I know the meme gif you told me. Yeah. You got like the guy who's having a good time, and then you got the one that's like thumping the table and sweating, and yeah. So I get exactly where you're going. Like Lash at this point is probably just like singing along to Dragastay or something, having a really good vibe.
Yes, payphone. Thank you, vodka. Yeah. Okay, I started that way too high.
It's okay.
I started that way too high.
I mean, like, you might as well keep singing, right? Like, we finally... Why do people do this?
This time, I believe it.
Okay, but I've got the bone to pick. It's usually live read. How long do you think before Lash will queue up a tech out of that thing?
2 minutes?
And in 2 minutes, would you have enough resources to just go Imperial again?
Yes.
So, I'm once again asking, why do we keep opening with library? Y'all are gamers. You don't like books. That's very clear to me. You prefer your media to be more video-oriented. He could have had the movement speed, man, for the raids. He could have had the pivot for, like, max Nesta Beast, potentially. Which is funny because he's now actually going into Nesta Beast at a point where the Divine Defense from the Temple of the Sun would have been useful. Oh, dear.
Okay, so... I don't want to sound like I'm coping, but I do see an avenue for Dragan to somehow come back from this game. Because his 2 TCs at this point has started to make a really good investment.
Every time we look at those Springles, I think B, and then all I can hear is like, did you play like Call of Duty World at War? When the Russians would win and the victory anthem came on. All I can hear in my head right now. If he wins with this, oh my god, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. I mean, it's 20 Spriggles. So, it's too many.
Quick question: what did more damage to that gate, the Keshik or the Spriggles?
Hey, those Spriggles only need 1,250 shots to kill that wall cow. Come on.
All things considered, that's not too much.
Not with their attack speed buff, right?
Yeah, 10,000 bolts has come through though, so we are at about 2 minutes.
That's what Springles are missing. We need to give them an imp tech that gives them a second bolt.
So, for those who don't know, there was a bug on the pop when the siege rework was coming through. Yeah. That Mongols, the old tech for improved tech, the math was wrong. So instead of being additive, so it was 30% plus 30%, it was 30% times 30%.
There we go.
So Spriggles just went brrr.
So they were good. Damn, we were so close. We have Kargan at Palace now on the way for Dragavan. And then we can see the improved shot triggers. I mean, it's cheaper than buying an elite tech for a bio army, right?
True.
Oh my god, these guys are filibustering the show. You know when you're at the point where, like, you know, you've had like the talent pageant and people were showing off the talents on stage. The person gets a round of cheers and like, oh wow, I'm gonna do it again. And then someone in the crowd goes, get off the stage! This game should have been over several minutes ago. How is it not? Horseman Raid now coming in. The village is doing Dragavan things. This guy's obsessed with proxy lumber camp lines. Unfortunately for him, that's a massacre.
Yeah, now the mass. Separate out, kind of just separate out, starting to look like a curl tie.
Okay, we can do worse than this landmark. Can we click on the Jushi's library and see how many techs got picked out of it?
He's only got one, I think, now.
It's the north side. I think it's on the tree line he built it. So if we go to Jushi library, hey, he got one tech. He did get one. Okay, I kind of respect that.
He did get 10,000 bolts, and he does have 31 crossbows. He has a lot of shooters.
He does, right?
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Okay. So in fairness, Lash actually justified it for once, but like 95% of games, that's usually library is AFK.
But hear me out. This is actually a really decent fight because of all the choke points.
Yeah.
Look at the Springles. They're actually unironically they're doing work now, and I'm loving it.
But hear me out. Lash just builds Nesta Bees now. Like he has to know, right? The easy way of mopping this up. I mean, he's going Mass Horseman, that can work too, but Nesta Bees also does it. There's no way this works, right? I'm just going to keep saying it because I like to believe Cast the Curse works. Nah, it's not going to work.
Nah.
How long it takes to kill one boss. Okay, so you know how usually trickling troops in is a really bad thing to do? This is where it's good, because if you trickle in, the penetration doesn't matter. And like, if you kill one for one horse... Okay, look at this, is just pressing now. All that, we took all this time, built it to 20 plus Spriggles, for them to die like that!
You built 20 Spriggles to die like this? Should be the next taunt in the game. Honestly, I don't care. That was beautiful to watch.
Mate, we're in winter. It's going to be spring by the time Springles actually prove to be viable. That it's a reminder that this unit is still absolutely gutted. No hope there. Dragan now finds himself facing elimination if he drops another game. And Lash, gotta be feeling quite confident about that. That was chill mode for about half of the 30 minutes. Maybe actually 2/3 of the 30 minutes in this game. He's trying to find someone good to say about Springles. They're cheap, you know, like
they're cheap. They don't require setup.
yeah, they're cheap, like a salad from McDonald's compared to like a deli. I mean, the trade-off is it's going to taste like ass, but it's cheap. I think the interesting thing though is I'm already seeing comments where people are like, oh man, yeah, clearly like this wasn't tested out. Why weren't Springles made viable? I'm fine that Springles suck. Am I the only one there? And I'm like, this unit has been viable, has been a core part of the meta of AoE4 for over 3 years. I'm kind of okay if it just has to take a little timey outie while it gets recalibrated. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing.
20 mangonels instead.
I still feel like that is better than building 20 Springolds and not even doing it to kill other units, but doing it to kill other Springolds. You know? Like, at least when 20 mangoes attack 20 mangoes, there's an explosion. Right?
Kaboom.
Right, yeah? Like at least I get to Michael Bay it up. I don't think I'm alone in this. The Springold meta was not fun. And the mango meta has its own issues. But at least we're progressing somewhere better long term. But for now, we're going to progress to somewhere worse. I know how you all feel about water maps. It's time to dunk in the pond, but don't worry, there's not too many fishies to play around here. English versus French on Lakeside. Was that meant to be? Do you want to twirl your moustache a little bit more as you do that again? We are heading to the Lakeside for a showdown against rivals the English, who are waiting on the other side of the English Channel. Who will Normandy who in game number 2?
So, French on this map is actually really, really good. So French in general on these sort of hybrid maps has taken a very, it's taken a 180 turn, to say the least, with the dock, right? So, Dragan, hopefully he hasn't built a house. Thank you. Where's this? Is he missing bills? Sir.
What? No. Why do you think he's missing Vills? Because he's not ahead. It takes 2.66 minutes to get.
No.
Well, not 2.6, but like, yeah, 2.6.
Sir,
so...
there's only 5 vills under his TC.
Oh,
Sir.
Wait. Go back.
Wait, zoom in, vodka.
Wait. Oh, it's the perfect camouflage! There we go. You never realized it until you kind of on them. There you go. Secret French buffs. Their town center pads these sides perfectly. What is happening? Okay, Dragan, how many sheep do you now have, sir? Because if we just, I don't think he has many.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, but is that but those ones are selected as well. So I just want you to be prepared.
No.
But those 3, you need to minus them from the 10. Grand old start for Dragan here. Now, he does at least have fishing, right? But the sheep is going to matter because you only get 1 deep water fish on your side and lakeside. So you max out at like 4 to 5 fishing boats.
So one thing I actually wouldn't mind seeing here.
Pro Scout to pick up a sheep.
Transport ship over, pick up the sheep, and take them back home. Or
we could just pick up the drastic amount of deer first. Right, that might be...
No. You take what is yours, and then you fight.
So you don't think that we should pick up the 32 deer on this map before those 3 sheep? I think it's 30.
Correct.
I'm fine with that, actually, yeah. Screw deer. Well, don't. I mean, they've clearly been breeding too much in this map. There's so many of them.
I mean, you don't want this. You don't want the sheep to spoil, right?
I think there's more. I actually think there's more deer on this map than there are sheep.
Yes, there is. But yeah, so Abbey of Kings going through for Lash. Abbey of Kings.
Is he going 2TC?
No.
He wouldn't do that,
Nope.
right? That would be, that'd be a little bit silly.
So the big question for me actually coming through and going forward in this game is how much are we fighting over water right now?
That's the tricky part. And I've seen, like, this is interesting, because French sometimes on this map try to make it about water because they can get their first boat out quicker than most civs because it's cheaper, right? They save 35 food. The problem is the English save more, right? Or I think it's actually exactly the same because they get a 10% discount as well. So I think if you're Dragan, you can open a boat, but the intent isn't to play water. The intent is to distract so that you can get knights onto land.
Yep. And one of the things we haven't really talked about, we have talked about the deer on this map, but Vodka, if you quickly can click on a TC. The thing that is worth noting about this map is that the gold always spawns forward, and you always have a gold in the back, but look at the range at which the gold is. It is very nice and snug under your TC.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is actually how defendable your corner is. All you have to do is build a wall on the back side of the tree line, and there's no easy dive, because you mentioned it covers the gold. What it also does is covers the short route near the cliff. Yeah, I remember we entered this into the midweek musters. After watching for a week, my thought was like, this map seems to be a lot more defensively favorable than was intended.
Yeah. I think one of the main issues is actually just the cliff is too big.
Yeah, it most definitely is, right? Like, if you made it so that it didn't have anything but, like, the thinnest crust of cliff to stop dot placements, I think you'd have a map where aggro play was more rewarding.
For sure. And we can see now Lash, he's done a really tiny wall, by the way. So he can't really get raided. And he is actually going to go into a stable play here. So we're going to King Horseman.
Yeah, My Little Pony fantasy here, right? Because you have the extra movement speed to disengage from the knights. And then you just hold the choke points. And you can even add in spears on a delay. The other cool thing is this keeps your opponent off of archers. So, like, Horseman spears eventually is just really good for the English.
Yeah. We do have knights, though, so we actually do have a little bit of investment in Dragan. Maybe a little bit more than it needs to.
The interesting part is both play. Yeah, he's doing 2TC on the deer. I've seen this from Dragan before. He's a believer, but against English King is the worst thing to do. Oh no! It's like, do we just run to the knights? Is that where safety lies? It's not going to be quick. I mean, you don't want to pinch the king either, right? Like, he kills too fast. So Dragonman's at least buying time for the knights to come and protect him. But remember, this king can just beat the crap out of you while you build that TC and then run away afterwards.
Oh!
As long as Lash remembers to put his spectacles on. It's okay. He's navigating his way through the forest of Braille at this point. Does find his way to the other side. That's going to be at least 2 worker kills. Pinch comes in, though. Lash is over panicking. He needs to just get the kill. Get the kill, get out. Waits way too long there. That's unfortunate. Well played by Dragan.
That was beautiful. I was 100% sure that was just straight up kills, but now we're actually having a water fight as well. So that was... I mean, that's the problem, right? We saw for a quick second there, Lash actually had shift-clicked all of the villagers. Oh no. Lash has actually shift-clicked all of the villagers with his kill, which means that when he lost vision of it, he lost any form of actual attack, right? Yeah, so that means he just completely lost track of them. But now we're just still struggling. The villager lead that Dragan has right now is just going to be going to 0.
Well, the interesting thing is Lash intentionally pulled the knights away with his scout, right? So the horseman didn't have to contest this at all. Oh, this is Volga.
No, it's Volda.
There we go. I was waiting for it. Oh, it's looking like it's going to get Volga for Volda right now because Lash is ahead on economy and ahead on water. He gets the sinker. He moves in. The fishing boats are now in trouble. He has way too many of them to actually garrison his side. So Dragan losing on both water and land currently in this game.
So
God, please bring more villagers. Just he doesn't have wheelbarrow though.
he needs to leave his knights here, and that really, really hurts because he wants to be putting some form of aggression. So the good news is it's French, right? So their villager count isn't actually that bad, even though he's lost 7. He's going to be having 2 TC now, but Lash has such a clear target to attack. And you talked about the Spearman Horseman earlier. It's exactly what we're going to be having, right? And French, especially when he's lost this many... Has he lost knights? Did he never make knights?
Well, I mean, went to TC, right? So he's focused on the TC, and then you have to remember that, like, yes, he got the resource he needed for that for a while ago, but think about all the villagers that weren't gathering because they were running around like headless chickens in the stealth forest to build a TC. That's why he doesn't have many knights. Especially when you add in, I think it was like, what, 2 more cogs at bare minimum and a demo ship to protect himself. So yeah, costs you quite a pretty penny. As a result, Lash, I mean, you may notice he doesn't have a king. This is fine. You just want to try to pad your spear count first, and then you can add the king back in.
Yeah, wheelbarrow forestry coming through now. So, yeah, how much does he have to defend his TC? And how much does he have to defend water?
Oh my god.
The answer to water question is none, because he's just going to be losing his entire water equal right now.
Yeah, this is like when historically France just sold their navy. They couldn't afford it anymore. Just give up on it, right? The more you spend on this, the worse it's going to get. So Dragan is now a land civ, but I've seen him use this type of strategy in the weeklies on Lakeside. The whole logic is that he distracts you long enough on water that he gets advantage out the 2 TC. I've seen it work for him. This doesn't feel like a game where it's working. He hasn't realized the substantial lead. He's only 4 villages ahead. Actually, it'd be probably 7, right?
It should have been a lot more than what it is. He has started adding in his archers now. He needs to protect them at least, though. Gonna get a pretty decent fight there, I think. He's even going for the 1-1-1 here. So this fight should be pretty good for him, all things considered. Does lose the knight, though, which is not the most optimal thing. But this fight, all things considered, not that bad for Dragan. And Lash might have been skipping a little bit on production here, because Dragan's production and his military on land right now, not the worst.
Yeah, Lash, the issue with this is, like, you know, you just got food access, full on water, right? But unlike your standard kind of contested water map, you can't leverage it on Lakeside is the thing. You deny your opponent, but you don't get that double of snowball, which is why, like, Lakeside in theory is a better designed water map, is that it gives you something to fight for in water, but it doesn't make it a definitive advantage that ends the game. That's why you're not seeing Lash to take full control. And now that he sees the knight count, sees the layering of units, your choices are play the age or tech up. I think from here, tech up makes a lot more sense.
Look at what Lash has in Q, though. He has +1 range damage, so that could potentially be a bit of longbows.
But that micro leaves many questions to be answered, right? Like, he just got completely outplayed by that one knight at the end. And longbows are coming, so we're going to see Lash commit to this age. By the time he's ready to come out, surely the second TC's paid off.
Yeah, the longer this goes for Dragan, the better. Alright. He needs time to build his eco lead. And if he's able to actually be building that eco lead... and also you gotta remember this as well, like Dragan, even though he's lost a couple of vills, he's on deer, he's on extra resources out on the map, right? So he can pretty safely take this, and Dragan should probably be even doing, like, he should do one push, put the army back, and honestly just put up a wham wall across half the map. Yeah,
so Lash's win condition with this type of play is an attack point on the deer that blocks food gathering, right? Because the way this can work for Lash is, like, the price he's paying is he has to add in farms. That's cheap for English, but it's still expensive, right? Compared to just gathering deer. So if he gets his timing right here, and doesn't have to worry about looking back at his base due to mass knights diving, it can still work out very well here for Lash. But the window is small to make that play happen, and you never know what you're riding into here, courtesy of all these stealth forests on the south side. Wait, he's trying to trap the knights?
I think so.
Interesting. It's a little bit difficult until you got, I'd say, about like 13, 14 horsemen. Right, because the pincher, you might be able to get 1, but you won't be able to get 2. Drag getting that info for free. Looks like he's going to be just doubling down on adding in the fuel age. So Lash is going to be committing. We have siege engineering now coming. The question now is whether this is a little bit too early. I mean, you're going to need at least 2 rams to break this, right? Like, 1 is going to bait attention. I don't think you want that. I think you just want the kill. If you go anything less than 2, you won't be able to break through before the French have a bigger army.
Oh, that tower as well coming up. So one thing that's worth noting, by the way, is that the numbers on top is a little bit inflated. Like, Lash has 2 military ships.
Yeah.
So it's looking a little bit better for Dragan. And again, the longer this goes, the better. It's going to take a little bit of time before he has all of the wood he actually can. One ram is not going to be enough to actually be able to push this. He has done such a big farm transition as we hovered over for a little bit. He has 2 full sets of farm. He's starting to add on a 3rd even. And that's a lot of wood investment. That could have been units. That could have been anything else. And it's just like the reluctancy and the, I almost want to say, allergy of an English player. Look at the amount of deer on the bottom side. There's so much free food there, and instead we're opting into farms.
The problem is you're against French Knights, right? Like, if there's a, if you had a list of civs that you don't want to play pocket economy against, French is in the top 3 on everyone's ranking. It's just so dangerous, even when it's a funneled area. So I kind of get where Lash is coming from, but this feudal push into the TC doesn't make that much sense to me. I would have understood a few defensive units, I would have understood farms, and then castle age. And then you just try to come out with stronger units. Instead, these clashes in the feudal age, they're only going to get worse for him from here on out.
Yeah,
trying to retreat away from this.
We can see the pop efficiency of the Knights just doing so well as well, right? Lash not having a lot of spears here anymore. Anything that he has is all the way in the back, so that's a lot of longbows that's going down, and the second TC stays alive without any further villager kills either. And, well, right now, the Knights is just going to have free reign onto the front line, onto the Horsemen, which is exactly what they need. However, the backside, these few Horsemen actually doing pretty well against these Archers. Going to be losing a couple of those, but Lash is looking like he might actually be going down here. He doesn't have too much left of him. And this actually could potentially be looking really good for Dragan, despite losing water.
Yeah, stick a fork in him. He's forked. Yeah, this game is looking pretty done. Lash is behind by almost 20 eco at this stage. Deep water fish is at least going to be eternal. The farms are going to be eternal, but Dragan just has so much map to work with that he can just eat off of. He could easily be in castle age before Lash at this rate. Lash, seeing him get close to that castle trigger being pulled, I think I could kill him here. I think he's waited too long. A white tower rush up, if Dragan just burns the wall, will not work.
Yeah, Lash is going to be going up with the white tower. He needs to be going up with it. I feel he is going to go for the King's Palace, though, 99% sure, because of that second TC. Because he needs to be extending his eco. He's going to be dropping it all the way in the back, I feel like, in the corner, which does secure him.
On the gold, I think, right? It's too long of a walk now. Like, you've got the resources.
Maybe. Royal Institute is going to be going up, though, as well. So this is going to be going in those pseudo-Imperial Knights, and that is still an effective way.
You have to. So I would defend this to the end of the earth, Lash. It feels terrible, but if you do not build a white tower, this Royal Institute playing to Royal Bloodlines kills you. There's no surviving it, right? Like, so actually, it's a necessity for Lash to do this. It means he's in a really bad position in Hellscape. He does actually need to consider 2 TC behind this because he can't get relics either. But like, this is the correct step. To survive later in this game, this is what Lash has to do because the choices he made earlier on were so bad, right? Like, the fight he took was tragic. And I think this is something that I'd say to any player, if they want to improve, you have to accept this, that, like, RTSs and the way that the game flows, it's not a balanced take of, like, oh, I lost this fight and now I can still do the optimal thing. Sometimes you have to do the thing that would seem suboptimal simply to still exist. That's what this white tower is.
It's an existence. It's a...
It's I get a
it's
shot.
It's a panic.
Minutes, you know?
It's a panic, right? The big thing for me as well, by the way, is like we talked about the cliff and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't cover your right side. It only covers the entrance, and it doesn't actually cover your farms at all. It only covers a small portion of the most optimal way of going in. But
Agreed.
look at what the resources that Dragan is stacking up right now. He didn't press Royal Bloodlines just yet, which, in my opinion, this is a hot take, but I think it's the correct one. You don't care that much about veterancy until you have Royal Bloodlines. At least in Q.
Yeah, in queue, because the time it takes is like less than half for veterancy.
Yeah.
So I agree from that standpoint, for sure. I like that he's getting canceled saddles. I've seen recently a lot of French players just kind of skipping on it. It's just such valuable tech, right? It increases your DPS in a fight at the start from 9 to 30.
As a
Right.
French main, I forget the tech exists.
It's so good, man. You gotta get on that, right? Like, yes, you already hit very hard, but if you think about the percentile increase, you're actually increasing the damage of your melee attacks in the first 5 seconds of the engagement by about 40%.
It's a really, really cracked. And yeah, we see Royal Bloodlines now in queue as well. Actually, Dragan is going to be... He is just hitting all of the buttons. I think the only unit he's missing right now is Horseman. And then he has everything, except Siege, of course.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, like, I'm trying to think. Well, you could get some boats again. Nah, there's no point going on the water. I think the water on this map is overrated past its feudal age. This is what players are learning quickly.
Yep.
It's only one deep water fish. And the trade is poo-poo.
Yeah, that is something I'm kind of sad we actually didn't see any more of. Which was the initial reaction for a lot of players, which was like, okay, let's just water trade boom on this map.
It's not good. It's like 25 wood, 25 gold each way. Like,
yes,
it's okay, but like it's so expensive to invest in initially.
But say the roles have flipped for Lash and Dragan right now, right? In terms of water, actually having a little bit of passive trade, especially when you're like English or French, someone who is very wood and gold heavy, it's not that bad.
To me, the way that trade operates on this map is how it should operate, which is that it's something you look at when gold isn't available elsewhere. Swallow though.
Please target this one down. Thank you.
It's got. I think Lash, an ambitious step up. He was stockpiling for Imperial. You may end up regretting not spending. Does get back behind the wall. The White Tower's going to protect him. But here's the funny thing, guys. Dragan is not that far off of a tech up himself. And if I had to choose between a Berkshire or Red Palace, vive la France every day.
Red Palace drop versus Berkshire drop.
Yeah, it's kind of like bolt action sniper rifle versus fully automatic shotgun. You know, like if you're far enough away, the bolty sounds pretty good. But
yeah, but okay, so this is actually really good for Lash because there's a lot of things just being thrown into just like it's kind of just being thrown
this fight
at.
is pointless. Yeah.
Yeah, it's thrown at the wall, right? And Dragan now, he was floating up to Imperial, and now he's not. He's reinvesting. But again, with the farms, with the play, what it comes down to a lot in this game is the fact that Dragan has been on these deer. You can kind of just see like there's like a blob on every single step, pretty much. He's going like, okay, finish with this one, going to the next one. Finish with this one, going to the next one. If Lash had almost like met him in the middle, at least like drop the tower or something to at least secure one dare pack, that's a lot of food. And French's weak spot is when they need to be going for that farm transition. Now, one of the things that Dragan actually has been doing a little bit, which I'm sad didn't really catch on, is that you start your build as French with a farm, because you can afford it.
I think
and also, sorry, can we talk about this? Like, English is going up to Imperial, and there's initial gold win isn't done.
I mean, I've seen this so many times. I don't think we need to talk about it, Cal. Like this is English. Do you not know this is how England works?
I mean, to be fair, he has taken the gold in the back, but like, come on.
I mean, but that gold isn't gone either. So.
Yeah, but still, come on.
Okay, I'm starting to think this is less Royal Britannia and more Brexit. Take Up comes out, but I mean, this is like all the people are starving in the streets, and you bought all of the cabinet of the government nice Nikes. Like, yeah, it's cool. It looks really flashy, but the reality is, what is the strategy to get this country back on track? Lash is behind by 40 villages. He is teched up with a small, teensy tiny advantage, and now Dragan can mirror that with Red Pass himself. He can also just go traps. Honestly, I'm surprised Dragan didn't do this sooner. This, if he'd just gone Trebs instead of that dive into the White Tower in the first place, that landmark would already be gone. He'd be pushing into the base, game would be over. Because the weird thing is, although Imperial was good for Dragan, we have to remember he built the Institute, which means he was already kind of Imperial Age.
Yeah. And the thing as well, right, is due to how the Berkshire works and how the White Tower works as well, they shoot double the amount of arrows. And I don't want to highlight it because it's so absurd. Can we quickly click on the red palace and show the range? No, sorry, Berkshire.
Oh, the bar. No,
The
dude,
Berkshire,
yeah.
Berkshire.
We want to see our sniper rifle, yeah.
It is literally impossible for a cannon, or a royal cannon, or bombard, or culverin, to actually be working on this. It is barely possible on a red palace, it is barely possible on a white tower, and that is without considering height difference.
So the best way to kind of consider Berkshire, I like to just say, if you would just quickly center the camera on Berkshire, just get it right in the middle, like, you know, select it and then actually like press H or whatever it is to follow units, vodka. Because the thing is, when you look at Berkshire, center bound, and then click it for the range, that's when it becomes apparent how stupid it is. It's the entire screen.
I am not sure if... I think it barely doesn't cover the fish.
You need to put a little bit further up.
Barely doesn't cover the fish. And that's like the absurdity. So, yeah, what Dragan does need to do right now is he needs to just be... He needs to be... I don't want to say
he needs to just capture the sacred site. I'm just going to say it.
Like, sacred site as a timer,
for 5
as
plus
a start.
minutes.
But geometry is in the queue now. And geometry now actually works as intended. So if you hover over it, what it used to do, it used to increase the damage of trebuchets by 20% or 30%. That was the base damage. And if you click on the trebuchet,
damage, baby.
If we click on the trebuchet, 20% of 40 is kind of just 8. And
hey, that's a 20% increase, okay? If I could get that out of my stock portfolio, I'd be very happy.
But what it does now, for those who don't know, if we click on the trebuchet and hover over it as it is geometry is going through, it is actually percentage increase on damage versus buildings. So that means it goes up to 420. And now these trebuchets, plus 8 by the way, so it's more like 30%. Now we're actually starting to get to a pretty decent spot where multiple trebuchets working on these landmarks, working on these buildings, actually is a really, really good option. And I favor it over going for royal cannons.
And here's the thing, right? Like, I think this change, in conjunction with the spring will change. Like, that's what was needed, right? Because we just had a game that showed that spring will suck. And now I'm showing you why it's good that spring will suck. Because Dragan can build trebs to end this game, whereas normally, Lash could have built a few Springolds and stopped you from doing that. I think that's a good thing. That now defensive play can actually be punished by trebs in a way that it previously could. That's the positive that we get out of these siege changes in Season 9. Sure, Springolds are still on a journey to discover themselves. They're in a midlife crisis. Buy a Lamborghini. Date a blonde half your age. Take the time and figure out what you need to do next, Mr. Springald, because you'll get there. But once again, in the meantime, for the first time in a long time, trebuchets actually feel good to build.
100%. And well, one landmark down, Sacred Site now starting. The fight's going to be happening. These knights are fully upgraded. And as well, I mean, these man-at-arms just thrown away. You don't really need them. You need a pop chase. Arbitrary is now fully upgraded as well with incendiaros, with the +3 damage against these horsemen. The crazy thing is you don't really care that it's horsemen. It could be knight for all that matters. Arbitria is the late game king when it comes to French. You think it might be the royal knights, but honestly, nah, this Arbitria, they slap, they hurt, and now we're even fighting here. This trebuchet is still working, 2 landmarks down, White Tower not being here to help. Berkshire barely helping out, but there's so much ranged armor. I don't think a lot can be garrisoned inside of this inside of this Berkshire either, because you need all of the food, you need all of the gold, you need all of the income that you could possibly get from all of these farms. And Lash, he is simply just dead at this point.
He's so cooked, he's actually burnt. Like, this is pretty much done. Yeah, if you have to keep remembering about the Arbalest play as well, the crossbows defensively don't have any advantage at all. The Arbal trade with the crossbow stirrups basically mirror out your attack speed buffer. So you're equaling out on that trade and completely losing Knights versus Horsemen. You know, Lash, game one, dragging out, favored him morale booster. Dragan comes in and kind of just does the same with this one for an emphatic defeat in the late game, guaranteeing us a decider, one game between these two.
And last map, we are going to Dry Arabia. Without any doubt, where people like to duke it out the most. And yeah, look at this, economy count.
I think this.
So
let's just
so
call
going back, yeah. So
was.
going back to the King's Palace.
Yeah, I'd go back even earlier. That this game was on a decided outcome collision point when Lash went for an all-in feudal play that done nothing. Right? He even preemptively prepped siege engineering. He was so confident that he had the timing. He prepped that before he even got anywhere near the TC. And it backfired hard, right? Like, I think if you want to make that play work that Lash is going for, 1-1-1 is too expensive. I know Dragan went 1-1-1, but I think when you're behind already, if you really want to justify that play, it has to be like 2 units, choose 2 units and commit to them. Probably longbow spears.
Oh, sorry,
just
it's
go for
Bold Land, not Dry Arabia. Oof.
And yeah, Bold Land. Yeah. It's, well, I mean, it's like it's a dry Arabia, I guess, in a way. You know, not as many fat tree lines initially. And we are going to get the red-yellow flag. So we've got Malians, which is a comfort pick for Lash. It's probably his most played civ at this point in competitive. Iobid's on the other side. Dragan, kind of interesting. He didn't want to do the Byzantines. Didn't favor that into, probably Rus? Because it's quite interesting, actually, as Byzantines are pretty damn effective against Malians due to the Chirosiphon early aggro play.
Yeah.
Because the Chirosiphon, I can't think of a single civ that Chirosiphon is more effective against than Malians with the pit mine houses.
Yeah. You can even, like, I think if you get the position right on the Chirosiphon, you can even attack 2 buildings at once, right? So
sometimes 3.
Sometimes 3, right? And considering the houses are weaker, it's a really, really, really bad one. And honestly, for me, I think Byzantines in Somalia is kind of just a BIS-free win, right? Because of that play, because of the tempo, because of the units. But instead, we are going to be having Iobid versus Mali, Lash's comfort pick, Dragan's the closest he can get to home with his Abbasid being banned out. Let's get into game.
Exactly what you want to see. You head into a best-of-1 barn burner, and both sides have chosen full comfort here. Lash.
Wait. What did you call it?
Best-of-1 barn burner. So, well, when your best of 3 goes to the third game, it becomes a best-of-1 barn burner.
Language, please.
What?
Christ. Barn burner.
Barn burner? What's wrong with barn burner?
That's kind of offensive to me.
What? Because the weather makes it impossible for you guys to keep fires alive up there? Why is that offensive?
No. A barn burner? What would you rather let me call it a house burner?
I didn't realize that you all live in barns up there.
I'm a cow. Of course I live in a barn.
No, you live in a ranch. At least you will in this game. So we have got the Donzo opening, which is actually catastrophic for Lash. This is exactly what you don't want to have to do in the Dark Age. A matchup that should have favored Malians has gone a little bit weird because Dragan went for, presumably, an outpost rush beginning.
So, yeah, I mean, this is spicy, to say the least. So that's 2 villagers.
Really
that's 2 villagers.
Bad. Yeah, this is really bad for Lash because the Donzo javelins take way too long to recharge. He needs to do melee damage. Dragan he made a mistake there though. He overextended. Like that spinman going down is a big womp. Remember, these Donzos, not only do they have the ability to attack from range, they also have the melee armor.
He has to cancel it and he has to pull back. He does. Oh no.
He misplayed it. He 100% misplayed it. Like Dragan, I think if you want to do this, you have to build even more spears. The way you make this play work, the reason why Mongols destroy Malians with this play, by the way, is because a Malian player can mathematically not keep up with the production rates. Normal spearmen, 20 wood. Those Donzos, 30 wood each.
This is looking brutal. At least the only thing that's like kind of helping is that he should be able to get one villager out, but Wolf is helping. Donsos are getting the wraparound and the micro here from Lash. Mwah. Magnifique.
Yeah, so we were just saying how this could maybe be IU favored with the opening. We just arrived back at the Malian favored opening here. Spearmen just get mopped up, man. It's just absolutely brutal. The beautiful part is Lash has all these injured spears, right, potentially. That's not a bad thing, because that's a hybrid range unit. So it doesn't turn into something that just dies at the beginning of a fight. It turns into something that you just keep back and keep poking with.
And now, Dragan. He has gone for the cheap rage up, the culture rage up advancements. So,
oh god, we're doing pro scouts, aren't we? I mean, he has to because of Malians. This is something that Dragan and MSN in particular I know are very big fans of, is the advancement wing into fast pro scouts. Now, the interesting thing about this one, Cal, is I wouldn't exactly call it fast pro scouts. We're past the 5-minute mark. The aggro kind of skewed things in a weird way for Dragan's strategy here. This feels almost more recovery arc than intentional.
I think you're just fast castle.
What, Ibit?
Yes.
Advancement into growth wing. Honestly, sounds like you read the build order in the wrong order.
I think I did. But I don't think you can... No, you need to stay in feudal. You need to stay in feudal and fight this. You need to keep on the pressure.
You're going to be that person, aren't you? We're breaking up. Tomorrow, I love you. We're breaking up the next... I love you. It's like, it's understandable. That opening just kind of frags your brain, right? It's very unorthodox what Lash done. Like, Malians don't usually want to do that. And hilariously enough, it could have just fallen apart if Dragan had just kept ramping additional units. But, I mean, this type of position, right? Like, we have pro scouts on the way already for Lash. Dragan isn't mirroring. Oh my god, dude, he's proxy basing, for God's sake. Well, if you're going to go out, you might as well go out doing what you love and do literally every other game. So, I'm going to explain why this is good. Do you want to get the vodka ready? Not our observer, just actually get the alcohol ready. You need to be a few drinks in for it to make sense. So, if there was ever any meta where Dragan could level up to the next point as a player with his strategies, this is the meta. Do you know why? Because pro scouts makes you not scout. And how do proxy bases work, Cal?
They work by not being scouted.
Boom. So there you go. Now, this is 100% a gamble for Dragan, because he's done it on a map that is freaking terrible for proxy bases, because there's too much deer everywhere. But the logic is on, say, a Dry Arabia, if you scout the map and see where the deer are and move your proxy base to where the deer are not, it should never get scouted before you have a big enough army to win.
So, but yeah, like back to the initial play that Dragan was trying to do, by the way. It was this, right? He wanted to just get the tower up so he can garrison inside of it, get a Dark Age ram, because remember, IU-bits can do that.
Yep.
So he would just be able to get a Dark Age ram, start hammering on this, so even more, start hammering on the pit mine, and just prevent so much from Lash. Because I wonder, even, like, maybe the timing, because you have, like, 3 houses, does the ram and the spears take out the pit mine fast enough as to the point where you don't have enough gold?
No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Because you start with 100, right? So, like, you don't actually need it that long, and the ram's really slow.
Well, I mean, we tried the tower.
Well, I mean, he, you know, like, he killed some houses, right? That's some homeless bum Malians on the streets tonight. So, morale victory?
I mean, so the good news here is that Lash doesn't have a pit mine anymore. He only has his Mounts the Quarry. And Dragan is also up in... He's up in villagers, right?
Yeah.
So the thing that's
Wait,
also
what?
worth noting... No, sorry. Up in military, my bad.
Dude, I was like, have I been reading this game wrong?
He was
Yeah.
for a tiny second.
The worker kills flipped it, yeah.
Yes. So the thing here is that Lash's Lash's defensive advantage is kinda evened out by the proxy base here. And we're just going to keep on hammering at this one for a while. And Lash is so scared, and he needs to be playing so tightly in his base because of the aggression that Dragan is putting on, that he isn't able to fall back into the safe gold that he has in the back.
Uh-oh. Well, that gold ain't safe either. Check this. Donzo's raiding on the other side of the map. Dragan being found on the jackpot. Lash, what a move as well. You know, when you get too far away, he's going to have those hybrid attacks to finish off. Won't even need him by the looks of it. 5 stabs come in, and that is another 2 worker deaths. Lash now ahead by 4. Starting to reach the eco advantage where he could just start to blob up mass archers to get out of here.
Archer mass, I mean, and this is also a problem, right? Like Lash, he wants to be building jabs right now, but a really good way to actually be countering Malians is just spamming spears. And by spamming spears, you don't have a lot of archers. And
Kobe.
that guy just... Okay, that's cheating.
He
that's
literally
cheating.
set fire to his javelin and threw it. That's not cheating,
I mean,
that's just smart fighting, okay?
I mean...
Who's going to fight back better, the guy who's impaled or the guy who's impaled and being cooked?
I mean, if we have poison archers and incendiary arrows, might as well have...
I don't know why we don't have that.
Incendiary arrows should work on Donzos. At least the first one.
I mean, like, here's another idea. Why don't we just have why don't we have an ability to, with the Byzantines, just chuck their own oil over them, and then Incendiary Arrows does 50% more damage.
I mean, they have Greek fire, right?
Yeah.
But we actually have a pretty decent fight here now for Lash. I mean, the javelins here is able to take a pretty decent fight.
Oh my god.
Going to be taking any damage from those spears at all because
the spears
there's
are
a
chasing
sofa.
the wrong thing. Like, this is ridiculous. He has to prioritize the sofa, but there's no movement speed. You can't catch them at all. So instead of this being an advantageous play with a bigger blob, he just got Mr. Blobby. 6 javelins takes down the entire mass just through kiting. And at this stage, Dragan, he did get a few worker kills. It looks like there might have been some idle time or housing issue for Lash because it should be a bigger worker lead. But the counter-offensive is on now. You have invited Lash to play the Age. You have actually opened up the map for him to just come to your base now and stay there until the end of time.
Yeah, this... What is the switch that we need to do here for Dragan now is my question, right?
Well, not Desert Raiders, because this is literally the worst civ to do that against. So anything else, and that means you're basically playing a poor man's Abbassids, right? So for Dragan to potentially win this, you would legit just have to blob spears. But Lash is already aware. He's building archers. And this horseman reaction.
I mean, okay, so this works. This works.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
But this is like blind punting and guessing right? Like, Dragan doesn't know that Lash has stopped building Donzos. He's just assumed.
Yeah, but it works. It works, and that's the most important part. This is a way for him to get back into the game. Like, he still has his berries. I'm not sure on the sheep count. I wouldn't be surprised if Dragan has ever or even dropped some farms. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
So do you want the comical element here? Start this game talking about how people, you know, the scouting meta and how people don't scout. Lash isn't scouting.
No, he must have passed.
He hasn't scouted the horseman transition, right? Like, he has 4 scouts. He's so busy eating, he's not actually seeing, right? And if he saw, he could simply Donzo archers win the game. So actually, Dragan has an opportunity to stick Lash's head in the dirt. We do have Donzos getting queued up again. Lash might have got a glimpse of one of the horsemen there with the javelin. which would feel like a bit of a blunder because Dragan hasn't been using those horsemen. So if you're not going to use them, make sure you don't reveal them.
Yeah, this could work really, really well. He even made a scout, right? He made a scout. That's the key part. That's the key part. He lost a scout and then he's made it. And now he's going to be getting this beautiful surround here. Lash does not have any blacksmith upgrades. These should just be taken out in one instance. And the military lead that Lash has instantly flipped over because of the fact that he didn't scout.
Yeah, and Lash is really struggling with these worker production issues, right? Like, this is not the first series I've seen him do this. He's been skimping. He should be ahead by 3 villages. He's ahead by, I think, about 1.5. Right? So Dragon's been very clean on constant production, but Lash has been having these little gaps seeping through. And I think it's because Lash usually gets a little bit too focused on what's happening in the mid-map, microing his groups, forgets to just make that instinctual muscle memory to toggle back, click up, toggle back, click up. So yeah, definitely feels like Lash is given Dragan more of an opening because of that, right? Because if you had a 4+ worker lead like all the time, I mean, that did have for quite a while, the lead for Malians would just be absurd. You'd be able to add in ranches at this point.
Yeah, and speaking of ranches, I think just like the first couple of cows are just coming up. No, sir.
None.
Sir.
No, we eat those. We eat those. Cow, get on the table, lay on the plate, we're hungry, okay?
I was going to say something, but I want to remain professional.
Not you, we don't want you on the plate, okay? We need you to eat some more grass first, okay? These cow, we are gonna munch down upon. Lash, starting to blow up with the Donzos. I would love to see him adding in a few Sofa, but at this point it's too late. Dragan is already on his way to Castle Age.
Yeah, Growthwing is a really, really nice option. Dervish is too. But I am afraid that if you click on the House of Wisdom right now...
Gamblewing. Oh my god, I knew it!
Look,
right,
so what is a
guys.
good counter to javelins? Well, like, he's been playing AoE too. What is a good counter to skirmishers?
I mean, this is like...
More skirmishers.
So, here's the problem. Skirmishers get bonus damage against light, right? Light infantry, but the javelin's going to counter them in return anyway.
Yeah.
You're just going to lose the javelin. So, you need to get double Bedouin swordsman. That's the only way this makes any sense. And this is the thing. Dragan, he's in a competitive series, in a qualifier for a tournament. So there are some people that enter the casino and they play poker. They understand the strategy. There's an element of gambling, but it's theoreticals and skill. And then there's some people, Cal, that walk immediately over to the roulette table. Dragan is a professional roulette player.
And he's not even 18, so I'm not even sure how that one works.
He's lanky. Maybe, I don't know, just wear a fake mustache. It might be able to pass. There's going to be a really important detail coming up. We're going to want to glance exactly what that first push of units is going to be. If it is not double Bedouin, I think he's dead.
Javelins could work too. Or sorry, skirmishers, my bad. It's just
sort of.
something that needs to be careful of. And also the fact that like Dragan is proxy base in this situation when Lash is deciding to push here is going to be working against him a little bit because of the fact that it's a proxy base. He doesn't have it at home to actually be defending against him. He's taking the fight a little bit too early.
He gets caught. He doesn't feel like he run away there. So bad clash. He did at least get the Bedouins. But losing a lot of army here is unacceptable. Lash already has double the military force and he's getting ready for his own tech up. Likely going to be looking at Farimba here with the pro scouts with a lack of any ranches at all. It will give him the option to go into Mansa Musafadi, which will be the counter to this Lancer play.
You think Freeman?
I mean,
Freeborn.
He could go Freeborn as well, right? Like, because he's got enough Donzos to block the Lancers. It's either Mansa Musafadi or Freeborn. I'd say it's about 65, 70% likelihood of Freeborn here. If he loses too many Donzos, Mansa's just going to make too much sense.
But now, though, I mean, this is really... I think this is a decent fight for Dragan if he commits to it.
I mean, is it against this many range
okay,
units?
never
The
mind.
Bedouin? I think
expected
you're
them to take
believing
less
too...
damage. I'm
Okay, so
believing.
here's the thing, Cal. Cal, you right there, watching those Bedouin swordsmen walking in, that was the Indiana Jones movie. You're like, wow, this guy's got some moves. But you forgot, gun, or range in this case, beat swords. Dragan sent packing back into the back of his base.
I feel like this is one where it's just like, did you know that that scene was made because
Oh no, I've already
Harrison
played that so
Ford
many
was,
times.
he was sick and whatever.
He was sick. He had food poisoning. You can see it when you go back and watch it. You can see it in his face. I imagine if we had Dragon's camera right now, you'd see a similar look on his face. This is pretty brutal. Gulam's getting added in. This should have been Mansa Musafadi. After that fight, Lash should be getting Mansa, and if he does, it's just a win. Oh boy. And what the f... Oh no.
So yeah, he's gonna fight back with these. He's gonna drop off.
This is
and then
game.
he's gonna fight back.
The losses here just simply unacceptable. He doesn't even realize.
So he's gonna be trying his best to raid back here, right? So Lash actually hasn't had two pit mines working this entire game, which is an eco advantage. Freeborn is going to be coming in now as well. And the mobility and almost using this as a bait. And remember as well, like one of the things that we haven't really talked about from Gamba Wing, which is not unreasonable, is literally being able to get yourself a second TC in an instant.
I feel like if you second TC, he died for him below. He needs to actually get military advantage. Like, villagers are being raided.
This is a lot of eco-builds though. A lot of idle time, getting a lot of villager kills here now. Gonna be using these camel lancers, and the villager lead is just equalized.
And Lash, he just made a blunder there. Like, instead of going towards the enemy base, he came back. I can't believe that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is what Dragan needs to do. He needs to raid himself back. And this is why I was talking about that second TC. If he gets 2 ticks of stone, mine 50 stone, get back home, drop a second TC, start securing up some food resources, and see, as Vodka talked about, he has 0 food income. He doesn't have a villager in queue. He has dervishes at least, but that's still not going to be helping him. So he needs to figure out something really, really quick. If that is getting some good food trades from the Gamba Wing, or just buying himself some food right now, because he needs something. And he's even out of wood. He needs to be moving out. This is such a critical time for Lash, and he's using that timing exactly as he needs to.
And here's why I said that berry raid is game, right? It's almost like you see the checkboard ahead, right? It's a simple 1-2 move. Dragan done great to get the counter-offensive, but it cost him lancers he can't afford to lose. Lash's army is stationed outside of his base, substantially larger and capable of swinging its way around. A lot of gold is needed for Trade Wing to work. So right now, Lash's prio should be blocking out the veins. He's going to move in, see no gathering here. That's suspicious as all hell. Why would an IBID player in Castle Age that when Trade Wing not be on a vein? There is only one logical outcome. Lash needs to be checking north.
Maybe the hesitant. I mean, no, he's not even hesitating. I think it's just he knows he's smelling it. But look at this though. Dragan bought stone, used some of it for a sprinkle line placement. He's buying another set, dropping a second TC. It is a way for him. It is a way, but he needs time. Yeah,
and this comes down to the scouting game we talked about. Lash has got 2 warrior scouts. Practically all the deer. Well, actually, no, there's loads of deer left, right? Like, so not everything has been like exhausted as options here. I think Lash just needs to pump probably about 5 more scouts, send 2 of them to actually check on what your opponent's doing, send the rest to pick up the food so you can keep the freeborn pump going. To me, Lash is being a little bit too casual, right? Like, this is reminiscent of game 1, but the difference is in game 1, he was really, really far ahead, and you couldn't see a way that Dragan could come back. And while this is still looking pretty dire, the RNG of Trade Wing in conjunction with 2TC does offer up slightly more viability for recovery for Dragan. Now, I'm still half on the hoping with it.
Ooh. Wait, that Springle shot might have actually given him away. Okay, never mind. Okay, he doesn't sense it just yet. But he's still out on it. He's dropped the market.
See it now. Yeah. Surely. He's going to get hit in a sec. The Sofas are marching over. He's going north side. That's it. Dragan Gold is about to be starved out in a game where he also is already starved out on food. 20 food income. Let's just stop denying it. Call a spade, and take that spade and bury a hole 6 feet deep and stick this Norwegian in it.
This is not a good day for me, is it? First is he cow slaughtered, and then is he a Norwegian slaughtered.
And then something Volta Esports are great. Should we check in an MSS to see if things are going? I mean, it's a bit of a rough one. I think, you know, there's some crafty play about what Dragan done here. I think I go back to the draft options. Like, he had Byzantines. The other option for Lash, we said he had, what was that? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Rus. Yeah, I think you can play Byzantines into Rus. Like, it's a bit tricky because of Horse Archer Fast Castle for sure. And, you know, Pro Scouts, like, Byzantines sucks against the Pro Scouts meta. You can't really go for it, but you have your own timings in mind. This was a cool idea, but the punt failed. And I think what Dragan will take away from this isn't that you need to get Byzantines, even though I think it probably would have been a better choice. Just knowing his player on the other side loves Malian so much. What we'll take away from this is he did not micro those initial spears well enough. Like, losing that first one on the gold was unacceptable. That is exactly where it snowballed, because you mentioned it. He was clearly intending a ram after the outpost. He's thinking 2 steps ahead instead of 1. You begin that game, you begin that play by flooding spears.
Yeah, for sure. If there was more spares, right? He stopped at 4, right? And Lash kind of kept on going. He lost 1, so he had that, and then he kind of just lost 2 vills that early, which is really, really, really bad at that stage of the game. It's bad enough that you kind of just have to cancel your tower and walk back home, but even losing those villagers is such a big thing at that stage of the game, right? But do we have a bracket is my question.
No. No, kid.
We do have a bracket. So this is qualifier 1. And so we do see that round of 16, that's B versus Lash that's coming up next. Demer versus Numan in a 1-1. And spoiler, I'm gonna leak some internal chats here. Numan asked in a private chat, how do I beat him? How do I beat them?
Shave your head.
And then Lash, or sorry, Kiljardi linked to a VOD of a specific series.
Oh.
So, but this is really interesting though. Demu versus Numan, we have that 1-1. Cat versus Scatterbrained, 1-1. Kiljardi versus Mokomi, interesting I would like to see that one. Valdemar versus Myriad. Corvinus versus Miomaika 2-0. Scarlet Devil versus Sass. A little bit scared for Sass there, and CSO versus Eliona to round it all out.
No,
by going clockwise. These are good series.
It's interesting you say a little scared for Sass, because I'm trying to remember. I think Sass might have met up against Scarlet Devil last week, and just double checking back actually. Oh no, sorry, no. It was a previous matchup. So I think Scarlet Devil can be somewhat threatening, but one thing I'll highlight about Scarlet is he hasn't been actually playing as many 1v1s recently, at least not publicly. He's been playing actually a lot of team games, so I think his attention has been drawn maybe in the wrong way. So I wouldn't write Sass off there at all. Corvinus versus Miomaika might be surprising as a 2-0, but there's an interesting element to that. Miomaika, someone I've highlighted about him before, is he's a very talented player, but he's very linear. He's very predictable. Yep. Like, if you are going to watch a Miomaika series, like, I already know what the draft's going to be without seeing it. You'll see a Juji pick, you'll see a Jean pick, and you'll see a Mongol pick. He almost exclusively always drafts these civs as the baseline and then comes in with someone like Japan as well. He's been playing a lot of Japanese, actually. And as we know, Japanese suck right now. The other 3 civs can be decent. Juji in particular can be phenomenal, but like when you're that linear with your draft, your opponent can prep against it. So I think, for me, the next step for Mio to really get in and make deep runs in these tournaments, I think he's got the micro, he's got the capability. He just needs to expand his civ diversity, and that is where you'll see him level up. But outside of that, Voldy versus Myriad going to be an interesting one. I think Voldemar is favored there. Myriad in the current meta, I think he's always liked mid game, late game, maybe a little bit too much. In the current meta, that can be punishable by aggressive players. Voldemar has been practicing a lot of his earlier mid game openings, so I'd give him a slight edge there. Kiljardi versus Mokomi. Do you want to cheer your boy Mokomi? Do you want to take this one?
Mokomi.
Okay, there we go. So Cal is definitely going to clear that bottle of vodka before that series ends when he sees the result. I think it's fair to say that might be the theoretical most one-sided matchup we have here. But elsewhere, Cat versus Scatterbrained, I got to give it to Scatterbrained. Golf clappers, man, that guy has been leveling up. Cat,
he is,
is no pushover.
These two, it almost feels rude saying these two kids has been leveling up super hard. They've been playing for a while, right? Cat is not that young. I think Scatterbrain
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a
I was
bit
about to
younger,
say,
but
like Cat may look young because he's got the Zac Efron High School Musical hairdo going on, but like he's pretty sure Cat is like 27, 28.
really? Oh wow. Well, at least still, newcomers. I want to say in terms of their top rating, right? Leveling up, they have been both doing. But we'll see what we do next, though. As we are going to be heading into a short break, we are going to be having a look at a series. I'm not sure which one just yet, but we're going to be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will have more action coming up right for you.
everyone always asks for the casters to fight each other, so this is about as close as we're going to get in these qualifiers. Welcome back to EGC Masters Winter Qualifier number 1, folks. We've got the duo, Voldemar and Myriad. No longer frenzies, Cal. Now enemies.
No longer friends. This caster duo turned rivals at this point in time. We're starting off with a spicy one already. China versus HRE.
Ooh. Now, this one is quite interesting, actually. The dynamics of play, we're in a Pro Scouts meta. China's favored because of that. China's just favored over practically any Civ because Pro Scouts is so damn good. Rare exceptions being probably Shuji, which do all the things that China does to do Pro Scouts well. So, knowing that there's going to be Pro Scouts, the meta logic is if one player does it, the other one has to. HRE can, but you don't want to rush the play. So, likely what we're going to see out of Myriad here, you could go for a Spearman Dark Age Rush. I'm not totally crazy about that against China, just because Imp Academy means they don't care as much, and it would only delay the Pro Scouts timing. Most likely, Myriad should be looking to play into the Feudal, open with Stables, poke at the collection of deer, and then, after he's got a few horsemen out to harass his opponent, go for Pro Scouts. So yeah, it's a delayed time for HRE, but it tends to have more success than just mirroring the play with no units on the field.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we talked about this earlier in the day, where it's like there's been a lot of different responses to Pro Scouts, so we'll see which one we go for here. I would not actually be surprised by Myriad going with Dark Age Spears. Again, it's Gorge. We have seen it earlier when you doubted me. But let's figure it out. Let's load into the game already.
I mean, it would slow the Pro Scouts timing. Let's get into game number 1. Former friends, now destined to kill each other. Gorge to open this series, Myriad of the HRE, Voldemar on the Chinese. And it does look like Myriad is building a structure at home. The Rax Rush is coming. So, let's dissect this. For a start, he actually got the perfect spawn to do it against. It's a 4 gold for Voldemar. This will not stop Voldemar getting his tech up. What it can do is stop him from rushing Pro Scouts.
Yes. That is the main goal, right? And this actually hurts a little bit more than you normally would think, because this is an IO-less opening as well, right? So that means that you do not get any text gold. Which means then in turn, well, you're going to be struggling a little bit in the early game when you have that food, or sorry, that gold denied. But one option that we have seen Voldemar actually be using quite a bit is actually he likes this Archer China play.
Oh yeah. It's dirty as all hell. So the Archer strategy, a few players done this quite well. Anno's another one who does it frequently. Puppy Paw is quite good at it as well. The logic is that you just accrue so much gold off of taxation. I've seen games at 16 minutes where without touching a gold vein, someone's sitting on 1,300 gold. It's ridiculous how much you can get out of the taxes. So, and the thing is, on this opening, all he really needs is 135 gold gathered off of that vein, and he's fine. Like, if we check the vein right now, like, this is the point. Like, you need to stop your opponent before 135 is removed from that.
Sir.
This is not a good start.
Sir. Sir.
You know how you're like, oh, yeah, he needs to do, like, Dark Age Rax opening, and that's how he beats Voldemar. Would you like to refund this build? I'll give you 20% of what you spent back. Oh, wait, Voldemar? No.
Look,
no. What?
We're trying to be nice here, guys.
Okay,
but
here's
that
the thing.
is nothing short of a mistake from Myriad.
But it also it feels like a mistake from Voldemar. 3 on the Imperial Academy, he could have had 2 and had another worker out here. That would have given him the gold for a taxman. Because as much as we talk about how, you know, China likes to cook the books and they lie about the numbers they have, because the book cooker knows that the numbers are lied about, he requires hard-ass cash up front. 35 gold to be specific. Voldemar is short of the required quantity. He has no taxmen. This is what I believe the kids call cringe, Cal.
We need, and can we click on the mine real quick? The lumber Sorry, the mining camp. Yeah, that's 10 gold. Okay, so it's not that much.
No, but he doesn't have a tax back. Like,
Sir, Myriad!
but legit, if you select all of Voldemar's units, he doesn't have an IO. No taxman!
What a...
And he just built an Imperial Academy.
So it's fine. Look, it is okay.
Is this like my dog died or my nan died and you're comforting me okay?
No, it's actually okay. Like Myriad didn't actually have any follow-up to this. He threw away one of the spearmen because God knows what they were thinking and what they were doing. But he's still going to be able to get the gold to get taxmen. And when he's able to do that, then his all his problems are solved. And as we talked about earlier, there is the archer play.
Wait, did he actually get enough? I think he's short.
Yeah, it did.
No,
It's
no,
30.
Is it 34 or 35?
Oh, no. But click on the Imperial Academy, please.
Pretty sure
It's 35. It's 35.
yeah, it's 35. Alright, so. I still think he doesn't have enough. He didn't drop it off. Alright, so this seems very nitpicky, but it's detail to get your build right in the opening minutes. He's going to go off the mining camp, he'll eventually have it. I honestly think that the double spear opening has paid off for Myriad. Sorry, triple spear opening.
Absolutely gotten all of the value that you could ever want out of this.
And he got it exactly the way you're expected to with this build. You know, that is definitely how, if you guys go and play an H3 versus Chinese game and do this exact opening the way Myriad done, where he walked over the gold and then walked away from the gold and then walked back to the gold. And this is exactly how it will pay out in your Chinese versus H3 games too. We just collectively decreased everyone's elo by 200.
This is so absurd how we got to this stage.
Right? And we're only 5 minutes into this game.
This series.
Which makes you wonder what's going to happen next. I mean, it's not like Voldemar and Myriad are incompetent players, noobs who just turned up in a qualifier, right? These are two very capable lads. Voldemar, I think, hasn't been able to put as many hours in at the moment because I think he's been busy with studies because he's got upcoming exams.
Yep.
But, you know, Myriad, I think he's quit smoking. I'm trying to come up for a sponsor.
Yes, he did that too, so
both of them are, like, they've got distractions, man.
So, at least, like, Voldemar is slowly starting to get to a pretty okay position here, right? He's gotten IOs now, he's gotten his gold. He isn't necessarily going to go for any sort of song play. I think he just wants to kind of just dent Myriad in. And Myriad actually the one going with the pro scouts.
Now, part of me can't help but feel that this is because he's expecting Voldemar to do it. But if Voldemar does do it, he's sort of far behind. But this is the dynamic we talked about that makes pro scouts so stupid. Is if one player does it, the other one has to do it, right? Like this is 100%. Timmy at school has got the latest Pokemon cards. Dad, I want the Pokemon cards, right? So expect the moment that Voldemar sees him picking up deer, for Voldemar to also go do it as well. In fact, is that 4 out on the gold? We might already be at that point. Yeah. That's pro scouts.
For sure. So yeah, this is just base defense. He canceled a tower. So do you just... The problem I have with Voldemar's idea right now, which is kind of just seems like Tang just one TC God. Just all in,
I mean,
is... Oh, there it is.
Like you say all in, he's just standing there.
It's the best word I can have to describe it, right? But the best thing I can think about here is like, why would you do this? Right? Why would you go for this option? Like, HRE is going to be out-ecoing you anyways, because they've had this Aachen, they've had this boosted economy for so long. You're not even on Song Dynasty. Yes, you have IOs, which actually does contribute very, very much to your eco. But I'm starting to think that Mirad is playing this similar to how you play versus Delhi, which is just mass man-at-arms. And there's no Shuganu to counter this.
No, I mean, but Shiganu would struggle, right? Like, you need to get the Barbican, you're already behind. You know, the reality is he has to get units out on the field, because if you don't, your opponent fast castles Regnus anyway. And my worry is... Oh, God, no.
Why is he out on stone?
I mean, this is death, right? Because this is the Burgrave build. Myriad went Pro Scout, so he can Burgrave. There won't be a second TC value. Now, we do have to question someone here. How many Imperial officials is he up to?
He's 4. He's
okay.
3.
Okay, yeah, so we didn't see any weird idle time or anything.
Okay,
no, he is at 4. Okay. So, it's looking good there. A lot of taxation to work with. Voldemar is going to mirror the fast castle play. Now, funny thing is, Myriad, he's already got a few men-at-arms. They'll be worth vetting up, adding in a few. The cool play here is you men-at-arms, and after you build about, like, 7 from the Burgrave, you switch mass spears. You basically set the foundation for Voldemar to be hoisted on his own petard, because the moment he sees MAA opening, he's going to want to start pumping lances.
Yeah, this is strange. It's the best word it's the best word I have.
This is a pristine example of how the opening minutes of the game can completely evolve the rest of the state of the game, right? Like, there was so many weird things that happened in that first 3.5 minutes that this is where we're at now. And it is going to be Regnants.
He has the production set up. I think he has 2 barracks, right? So, yeah.
One, right?
I mean, this is...
Now, yeah.
This is Burgrave at home.
Yeah, this is like, you could have went and had like a Five Guys burger, or you could have just like got one of those, you know, those microwavable ones that are like $1 at your local supermarket. You know, it'll fill.
Just needs to be careful not to throw this away, though. If he's able to get these upgraded... I mean, Archer's not the fastest. At least a little bit faster than Shuganu, but... Horseman going to be getting away. This is just a good distraction as well, right? Because there's... You know this is happening, and that means that you're completely safe. I wouldn't mind, actually, Myriad now having... I think that's even a Scholar might be moving out. Probably still in the Aachen.
So, but... that right there, by the way...
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is my thing for today. If one of those scouts that's pro scouting had just walked over, he would have been able to like snipe the men-arms.
Yep.
That Stealth Forest screwed him hard.
For sure. But now here it comes. Here's the pseudo Burger Palace. A lot of investment into those barracks. It's going to be paying him off pretty well, but he's going to be spotted a mile away because, well, Imperial Palace.
We'll see. But we do have all the upgrades already in, and Voldemar is divesting. He's going into the crossbows, lances, and the monks. That's a lot of things to compete on. And it worries me because like the crossbows won't be able to come out into the mid-map, right? So men-at-arms with heavy maces should be able to contest the lances and the monks. Because men-at-arms already have their upgrades. Already getting into a good fight up against the feudal age army.
So here's the thing, right? Like, these men-at-arms are more efficient than they normally would be against China because of the lack of sugar. There's no Song Dynasty, we've said this before, so January transition even is just not something that's reasonable. But not that we need to do one right away because we have this pro scout, but this fight is a lot of time that Valdemar is buying. It's not a good fight for him, but it's time that he's buying. He's trading army for time right now. Actually, he's winning the fight, never mind.
Yeah, no, Myriad overstayed his welcome 100%. The moment the 2 crossbows arrived, he needed to walk away. But he's so fixated on this relic. And I think he just had a prelate walk out and walk back.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, no, it's just the men-at-arms.
Okay.
But all that effort? And you aren't even going to get it. The Lancer's already blocking the other side. I can't believe this. Voldemar is blocking almost every objective Myriad's targeting. He's only got 1 relic coming home.
Yeah, and this is something that Valdemar is really, really good at. Just, you know, understanding what's important, what's the next objective. What is the next on the checklist for my opponent? And he's doing that really well. Obviously, HRE, it's a little bit easier to do because, well, Relic's pretty high up on that list, but it's also understanding where is the next objective as well, right? You saw that Lancer on the Relic, just kind of camping it, making sure that he's not being able to bring that home. Myriad only bringing 2 home so far, while Valdemar is going to be pumping 1, despite being HRE, and despite we're almost being 3 minutes into Costly at this point.
Looks like it is going to be free soon for Myriad, though. Good strike on the east side. Lancer, that was a nuisance last time, won't be able to remain so. So, Voldemar, he's trying to mobilize to the south side at this point. But the worry here is whether he's going to be quick enough. You have to remember that marching drills difference. This crossbow mass, I don't know what to call it that, only 7, isn't exactly fast.
Yeah, so now it depends a lot on how OP our man-at-arms, right? How long can we actually sustain this? How long can we actually hold this before China just kind of takes over?
Oh.
Right, we have these taxes that's kind of just stacking up, and now we actually have this man-at-arms.
I mean, they're not being started away quick enough. Voldemar hung around a little bit too long there. So he's getting a good fight here, but there's a bigger problem behind this cow. It's that relic. Myriad is trading out here while getting the real win condition.
Is indeed a man-at-arms. They're doing pretty well now on these crossbows. They can't be kiting. It is HRE man-at-arms, remember. It is ye old reliable marching drills, and as vodka, there's no way you can't be going Imperial with this.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Voldemar, like, so this is a perfect situation because all Voldemar has is crossbows. You can't dive a TC with just a small group of crossbows, right? It's like, this is the classic issue of like, yes, there's upsides to getting crossbow mass, but it doesn't give you a dive kill point the way you'd intend. And the cool thing about Palace of Swabia is like, yeah, you might lose 10 villages to that dive. Who cares? Just replace them, you know? Like we were saying earlier about your puppy dying, just get a new one. That's what Palace of Swabia is that friend that just tells you they're really cheap.
This is, I'm not 100% convinced. There's so much investment that Myriad needs to do, and he's soon going to be running out of gold as well, right? Right?
Sure, yep. He's going to be dirt poor. Yep. Oliver Twist. Please, sir, please. Definitely not going to have a ridiculous amount of passive gold for the next ever.
So, yeah, I'm still not 100% convinced on this one. It might potentially kill him. Like, what Voldemar is doing well, right? He's turtling up. He has a second TC that has been going for quite a while. Like we saw him try to move out on that stone earlier when it was caught out.
Wait, is he doing what I think he's doing? We've got a Barbican to siege play.
So I'm expecting Valdemar to be uploading a video soon on his YouTube, youtube.com/Valdemar1902. 16-minute Barbican drop build order.
On the enemy stones that you can gather what you need for a second TC, right? Oh wait, sorry, third TC.
Third TC.
Of course. It's just an organic build for the Chinese, really. Crackety will be the first to repost it, of course.
This is absurd. I like it though. I mean, he's going Song after going to TC, which is the good thing here. Myriad has hit the Imperial Age. He's collecting a lot of stone, trying to wall up. Going to be getting a lot of these defenses. I'm fully expecting... Check vision?
I don't think Voldemar knows about the corner route. No.
Oh.
So Myriad could technically snake all the way into that corner because Voldemar, like, he isn't doing it because he's assuming Voldemar picked up the east corner relic. So yeah, Voldemar just kind of missing out on the easiest relic in the game to pick up.
He is full walling, right? And yeah, here's what I was fully expecting. That's the cannon emplacements that's coming through as well.
Hey, so wow, look at that Song Dynasty effect.
Aye. And
wasn't it a 20 villager lead like a minute ago?
No.
I think it's close to.
Maybe.
That Love Hotel, man.
So Trebs are now going to be start working. Obviously, this is just kind of... It's on the same realm as putting a timer, right? It's just going to be annoying to have to deal with, right? Constantly checking back. Okay, which building is being attacked? Which one do I need to emergency repair? Which one do I need to replace potentially, right? If it didn't emergency repair. Obviously, emergency repairing an archer range. It's not the best thing unless it's the one to the north of it, which is actually having the crossbow. No,
it's another one. This is one further away.
That would potentially be very annoying, right? But what Myriad has done here is used emergency repair on the building. Voldemar switch targets. We're going to be seeing this over and over again until that treb is taken down effectively.
Yeah, but the problem is it's only one treb, and Voldemar's feeling on this is not good, right? Like, he got more relics than me, and he has Palace of Swabia. He hasn't scoured the Palace of Swabia, but he knows. There's no realm in which one TC H3 aren't going to do it. So this has really put Voldy on the clock, and that's why you're not seeing him just fall back, build farms, go for Imperial himself. He needs to oppress the HRE. Oh,
and it's tough. It's a really tough thing. You can see him now, like, he's shelling up. And this is something I've heard so much from him when he's coaching. Just make onions. Make onions. And that's the main thing, right? We see onions now starting to come up. Myriad is trying to wall himself out. Himself in, sorry. He's moving out, and he's now even dropping a market, which obviously means that, like, he kind of needs to do something. And the military count is kind of starting to be non-existent for Myriad. And none of this is actually really on the southern side. All of it's on the eastern side, up to where his ego is. So it gives Voldemar so much time to do whatever he pleases at the moment.
Yeah, we've actually got Myriad going Elite Horseman, which is ballsy. I mean, you know, you're talking about a guy who has, I think, maybe 10, 12 farms, right? That's not enough to flood Horseman non-stop. So he has like one punch in this. And we're talking about Myriad, right? Like, he's around the Ark, and I think he's got about 12 farms. Yeah, that's 16, still not enough, right? You want to be up to 30 farms, or you want to get this bloat going. So a little bit tricky. Voldemar definitely has a window. He's really trying to be balanced about his approach here and getting Nestabees plus the trebs, right, to deal with the crossbow mass. I think the bigger, more important thing is to glance the possibility of stables here. He does have the vision from the bar, because if we check, I'm pretty sure he should be seeing these horsemen coming out. Yeah, but it's like, you need to look instantly or not see it.
This is going to be a long one.
Sparta? Oh, okay.
We have Myriad wisely placing all of his stuff in the back, right behind the static defenses. The thing that Voldemar, I don't know if the Barbican really sees any of this. He hasn't, like, he doesn't see any of the walls, he just expects it. Oh my gosh, this is the audio players, isn't it?
Oh, kind sir, I see you forgot to wall your base. Let me help you with that.
But yeah, one of the things that Voldemar is really hesitant on right now, and he's not using to the fullest effect, is actually like moving out and seeing any of the pocket resources in the corner. Because if he's able to shut those down, a lot of the eco for Myriad is actually shut down. Like, if you could just check how many builds he has on gold in that northern, or sorry, eastern.
It's about
Western.
17. We're talking about Myriad.
I'm sorry.
26 now. Bloody
cardinal directions in English is not something my brain works on.
Yeah, Vodka, if you could just check every single pocket resource, it'll be great. I mean, you know, we pay you to do your job. Come on. No, I mean, the bigger problem here, right? The reason why he's not facing those flank resources is it'll weaken his hold at the center of the base. Voldemar has like an all-in condition. If he goes flank raiding, he changes the dynamics of the game entirely. Until he's in Imperial Age, he can't really afford to do that.
Yeah, and this is spotted out too, actually, now. And that, as Vodka highlighted, that tower doesn't actually have any upgrades as well. So now we're just really at this awkward position. And look at the walls that Voldemar... If you're walling in your opponent, it's not an onion, it's
I mean, it's... You know what it is? It's a cake that has a file in the middle of it. And Myriad is that file.
Okay, interesting. So we're gonna be having some full-on fights now. These horsemen taken down super quickly now as well. I feels like these Nesta Bees are holding so well that siege. I mean,
the problem is the crossbows usually don't like fighting the spears, but there's so many of them. Voldemar is just getting wiped on the siege. Myriad
needs to pull back these trebs. He needs to save the trebs for as long as possible.
It feels like it doesn't matter.
The only good thing right here for Voldemar is the fact that he can't really break through the walls as quickly. He has to culverins, but it takes a little bit of time for him to walk back.
He is, however, flooding horsemen with almost 2,000 food income now, which isn't all entirely reliable. He's got 8 on the board, about 9 on the berries, but the farm transition will continue behind this. So Voldemort, he has got the tech up coming. That is going to protect his farmlands on the backside. And the other good news about this for Voldemort, he leaned his farms to where the 8k gold is. So not dead yet, but Myriad very much alive.
Yeah. Fortunately for Voldemort, taking down one of the landmarks is does not remove Song Dynasty. That actually would be a pretty nice nerf to Chinese offense concerned. Anyways, so Sacred Side victory 5 minutes away. I don't think that's realistically going to be anything. I don't think there's any piece of static defenses anywhere on the Sacred Side, so that means that Mirror can now very effectively just break out. Little small note, by the way, Voldemort actually picked up that relic.
He did, yeah. He moved over there for, I believe, is it berries? Might have been the 4K. Yeah, I think he moved with 4K. Berries in the 4K, yeah. And then the outpost actually gave him the vision. Which means that the gold, we do have Mirror moving out for his 8K vein now. Pressure is ready to be applied here. Voldemort doesn't have any Nestor Bees for defense now. He just has worse crossbows.
Yeah, Tight Barnes going through. I'm not 100% sure what switch Voldemort does. I want to say hand cannon is just because he was China, right?
Yeah, and he does have the 8k in the corner. So, like, you don't rush hand cannoniers. Voldemort will know that if he just switches hand cannoniers right now, like, you're doing it into mass horsemen to begin with, but it's also, you can't even get the units out quick enough. So, spears, crossbows, fight, gradually use crossbows, replace with hand cannoniers. And the cool thing is, because he's got the 8k, he's got the 4k secure, he does have the gold to do that with. What's scary is what happens, say, 20 minutes down the line when there's no gold left on the map.
Yeah, Mira did manage to secure the AK gold vein in the south as well, so... Now, what I actually would like to see a lot here... Talked about this yesterday when we were crossing KPMM. So, no, it was Thursday.
Yep.
Inspired warriors.
It's always awkward to slot in, right? Because, like, it's a game of quantity at this stage, not quality. That's the problem when you're, like, massing horsemen like this. And also, Myriad has now got 133 eco, so, like, he'd have to build a big reserve, kill some of it, and then he could afford to have prelates buffing. It's always been the issue with Inspired Warriors. That's why it's so good on Order the Dragon and feels so bad on HRE. So maybe down the line, you know, I'm that person who's keeping you, like, in case I want you as backup jar. You know, maybe in the future we'll do it.
Maybe in the future. All right, yeah. At least there's hope. At least there's hope.
So you're not saying never.
It's the most important part. So now we're at the point where Myriad needs to do a little bit of a switch. We do see biology coming in as well, so he wants to stick to those horsemen. Could potentially go into a couple of knights here and there, just to be running into Voldemar's eco. And we are adding in a lot more production. I just am a little bit unsure if Myriad can flip the script effectively and actually be starting a Sacred Side timer himself, because these onion walls that Voldemar has built when he was essentially just buying himself time with that Barbican, because I think he knows that that Trebuchet play would never work, right? I don't think he ever was like thinking like, oh, this is my death push, because it didn't feel like a death push.
I think at first he thought this will never work, but when he started to add more of them, I almost feel like he began to believe, you know? Like, one Trebuchet is like, come on, do something. But he went 3 Trebuchets, which is more like, oh, he's just giving me all these free kills. So yeah, I think Voldemort, the hilarity is I'm looking at these walls, and I was just thinking, if you shoot this minimap to someone, and you gave them 3 guesses, they would guess the player.
Wham, Avely, Voldemort.
No. What? Wham, Louis, Voldemort.
Wham, Louis, okay. I mean,
yeah.
Avely is number 4 then.
Yeah, definitely.
So, but
and
yeah,
if
this
Cal
is...
comes back.
And if Cal comes back. That is very true as well. But yeah, this feels very, very weird. I mean, right now, Myriad as well, actually, one small detail. He is actually going Incendiary as well, doing a hand cannoneer switch.
Which is crazy, like, Myriad being the first one to do this, and remember, his are worse. And the even weirder part is that he's queued up incendiary arrows while also switching handgun gears.
Yeah, like, exactly that, right? And he just needs more static defenses right now. He just needs to be able to secure up the resources, his base, anything. He just needs to have these static defenses. His entire face is just completely open, right? There is walls in the front of his base, yes. That's not his walls.
No, the Horsemen are coming back home to defend here. Now, keep in mind, Voldemar doesn't have that many spears, so this is going to be a mop up the crossbows. And he stopped just shy of actually reaching the economy that mattered most. So, Myriad, we're going to mop up a big chunk of that crossbow mass. Voldemar is still not switching into the hand cannoneers. Myriad is getting that breathing room to now grow that number.
So, big question for me now as well is who will start the siege massing first, right? Myriad, he has to go for the mangonel upgrade. It's a very, very expensive tech as well. China, they have their upgrade as well. Don't remember exactly what it's called, but it's a really, really good tech.
The barrels, right?
Additional barrels, yeah.
Yeah, additional barrels. It's nowhere near as good as adjustable crossbars, though, right?
It isn't, right? But it's still an upgrade, and you need siege to break
look
the
at
other.
that. We have siege.
But my point is, you need siege now, right? This is the entire point of the siege update. You need siege now to actually be able to break your opponent, hold a little bit. If you get adjustable crossbars, as Myriad actually possibly can do because he has that relic and Regnitz, it's possible. One thing I do want to mention, though, I think that for Valdemar, he put himself a little bit on more of a timer than he actually was because he had never scouted that fourth or final relic, right? So when he was able to pick up that relic, he kind of just went, oh, okay, it's only on 3 relics, so it's not as bad as I think it is.
The interesting part here is that we have Mangonels getting masked up, but Myriad lacks the gold, right? He's tapping his final 4K vein. Like, I feel as if the hand cannon choice may have cost him more than he gained. And this is ugly. Horseman just getting massacred trying to get through a palisade. No ideal. Voldemar's Onion Wall is just paying dividends here. The final gold is not going to last long, right? So, like, at this stage, Myriad cannot add any more hand cannoneers. And we're at the stage where Voldemar can begin.
One Dynasty now. Wonder if Pagodas has been put up, and look at this: 20 Palace Guards, 12 hand cannoneers. We are we are zooming, and oh my gosh, that's actually open.
Huh?
Oh no! What killed him? Why is that not finished?
I mean, I don't see a wolf.
I don't see a wolf either, but now adjustable crossbars on its way in, get some good shots, but they're gonna be missed and dodged away, but still not upgraded here. Now Voldemar is taking his fight, buying himself a little bit more time.
Yeah, but he knows where this is going. When you see 3 Mangonels this deep in the game, there's no doubt in your mind your opponent's going adjustable crossbars. This is a struggle. Voldemar has to rely heavily on men-at-arms to now win the game. Like, you can't go Nested Bees. It's a terrible idea against adjustable crossbars. I've seen it multiple times, and it never works, because the range disadvantage just kills you before the fight begins.
Okay.
Just making sure it's definitely dead cow, okay?
I mean,
really,
so,
I saw a rock moving there, okay?
So it's actually not as bad as you think it is from Myriad to do actually, if he did that on purpose or accident. Barbican, if you only tap it once with a hammer after it's been destroyed, it still gives vision.
So better safe than sorry, because I have seen players snake that before. It's bloody crafty. Flash coming in. Now, right now, Voldemar is making Myriad look like a dumb old man. You're like, oh, wow, look at these dodges. You can't hit a single thing. But now, instead of hurling rocks, we are hurling giant explosive grenades. Adjustable crossbars is it.
There's a small part of me that's like Grenadiers.
Please.
They suck, but you know, still exist. On another serious note, though, I would not mind a small group of fire lasers.
Could potentially work. I think Myriad needs to start getting the men-at-arms pump going a little bit faster here. And I got caught at a weird point in the transition. Voldemar, the reason why he's not just getting flattened like a pancake is that Yuan Dynasty is giving him that kite. He's on point with the micro, buying enough time, so the man goes, forced to retreat here. What Voldemort really needs, he needs to hit something other than the army. Trade is running into his face though. Perfect.
And that was one of the first couple of traders as well, right?
Yeah.
That was one of the crucial things I wanted to point out earlier, but the problem is Myriad was actually able to secure it. I wanted to point out earlier, Myriad has zero access to trade because it's behind those walls, but no, one of them is in fact open just a little bit. But I'm not sure if it matters. Look at Myriad's supply right now, it's at 150. Voldemar's at almost 200, and he has plenty of resources in the bank, both of them. Myriad just doesn't have the production for some reason. He just does not have enough in queue, he doesn't have enough. Voldemar just pumping. And this kind of just feels like he can just keep on going with this, and there's nothing Myriad can do about it.
Yeah, the interesting part as well is I was kind of surprised Myriad even tried for the trade with the wall still being up, because it would have got scoured either way, right? But this is desperation mode, man. And he can't afford to replace the man without that being lost. Producing them out of here, the worst case situation. I think the hand cannoneers, more than anything, might have just cost Myriad the game. Just so slow, so expensive. And not something he's willing to invest in long term. I mean, I was shocked he even tried it in the first place against Pyrotechnics. And Voldy doesn't even need that many HCs. It's just all about the PG.
It's all about it. And the problem is as well, look at Myriad's bank right now. He queued up so much, but most of it, like one of the things he was massing earlier, which is not doing anything of right now, it is those horsemen, right? If he had a couple here, at least it would be able to soak up a little bit of damage. And now we just have a keep drop straight in his face. There will be more keep drops, by the way, because look at Voldemar's bank. He's 200 pop. He has so much food coming in. It's not even going to be finished. It's a doubt keep, but the best kind of it. Game number 1 goes to Voldemar after what looks like an absolutely failure of an opening.
He tried to end it with a signature move with the Barbican, and truly does end it in his most comfortable way. Voldemar is just renowned for these keep drops. He does them so often. It's just pretty much a get the hell out of my game maneuver at the end. But, you know, Myriad, the shaky ground, it looked like there was an opening. I think Voldemar left kind of a gap for him to potentially play through, but you mentioned it, like the walls just bought so much additional time. Had they not been there, very different looking game. It's interesting that Myriad went for the classic Imperial Age rush. Like it almost felt like he got baited by it. It seemed like it was going to work well for him, but the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, if you don't have any counter push play immediately, which is what the will stop happening, HRE isn't better in Imperial than China, right? HRE's advantage is I will get Imperial Age a lot quicker than you. China's advantage is more prolonged upon that period. As we saw the Pyrotechnics coming through, as we saw the movement speed, Yuan Dynasty in itself pretty much just relegates HRE, removing the one perk they have around their military force, and actually just outdoing them because marching drills only affects infantry, while Yuan affects all. A great opening game, and something we should expect out of Voldemar. After all, that right there is what I still, like, you know, a lot of people say China's his signature pick. I still think Abbas's is that. We still potentially have that for game number 3, but Roos seems more like the king of the hill. Before we get to that, Cal, it's an Ottoman pick. A classic comfort for Myriad.
Interesting.
Okay, let it out. Just let it all out.
Interesting, that's the word I'll use. Out of everything that I expected on this map, this is not even remotely close.
I think it makes more sense than Delhi, but yes, French would have seemed logical. I think he was correctly worried about the Ibids, because, like, IU feels pretty damn good against French, right? Like, there's not much you can do against that Desert Raid opening, especially with Dervish play, because you're a Civ that just wants to build Knights. So I think Myriad made the right choice based on his draft options. The question mark is whether there should have been something drafted instead. But you know what? Let's see if you can prove us wrong. It's time for game number 2. Voldemar with the opening win. We head into Lakeside to see if we're getting a 2-0 or a third game.
In we go. So, let's see what we get here. I would have been very surprised if it wasn't actually a dock opening from Ottomans.
It's the value, right? Because that's the thing that they get cheaper.
Yes.
But Ibids do them one better. You pay 100 wood, I pay 75.
Ye old reliable. Okay, so yeah, there won't be any military school shenanigans. Industry wing.
This has to be. I don't think industry necessarily. It's not the right type of map for what I think you're thinking of here.
Yeah.
You need to be able to actually dock drop your opponent. More likely, Voldemar's thinking fast castle. For Myriad, he needs a long feudal. If you can make it a long feudal, Sipahi feel pretty damn good here against Desert Raiders. Because they just wipe them so fast. And with the extra range, they can even like chase and very quickly kill a Dervish. So like Voldemar like might simply play it safe like growth advancement wing. The temptation of the Dervishes is very high these days though. So we might be seeing Dervish opening with a Desert Raider to poke into growth wing castle.
The problem is though Janissaries.
Yeah, but that's why you play Gulam.
Yeah.
I think Gulam has been slept on way too long with this super fast castle. Like Camel Lances is cute, right? But Gulams are eternal.
Yeah, I mean Gulams has kind of just been like falling off. I almost feel like for Abbasid as well, right? People are just like realized, especially with other game mechanics, that Camel Archers is pretty strong and just kind of been chilling, right? And we've kind of been moving more and more into just like movement speed gameplay, it feels like, right?
It's the best stat in the game. Like, you know,
Yeah.
if you see a unit that beats you, you can avoid it. And then you can chase down units that you're favored against, right? Like even Horsemen, you know, it still feels like a unit that I hear people regularly complaining about and they want to see a buff here or there. Still has viability though, right? Just not dominant everywhere, sure, but I don't think people would want it to be a dominant pick in every single game.
Yeah. And, well, we do kind of keep on chilling. I think Valdemar went up with more fishing ships. Like, why is he 3 ahead?
That's because Ottomans have a weird and fun bug. I know.
Yes,
Another
because that one doesn't count, does it?
No, because I believe the reason was that Ottomans got copy and pasted at some point with their identity compared to Delhi, just without the attack on the boats. And if you remember, for a while, Delhi boats, the fishing boats, were counting as military vessels, not as eco, which is why, if you look at Myriad's military count right now, for some weird reason, this noob has built 5 scouts or something that just isn't showing on the UI. I don't know what it could be, Cal.
Don't know what it could be. Anyways, Sultani Trade Network coming through as well. So normally I would have gone with Twin Minaret Madras, just because it's such a good option. However, I think a little bit of the option, or like a little bit of the power of the TMM, is kind of just like doesn't feel as impactful because you have fishing, right? You already have like very, very good food income, so you might as well just have very good gold income as well. But as we highlighted earlier, Voldemar is actually going with the dervishes, so that still doesn't tell us too much. If he wants to be playing a long feudal, or if you just want a fast castle.
You want to force a reaction, right? Like if you play a long feudal, it's going to be Sipahi. I wouldn't really favor Ayu there. It's a really struggle matchup, like when it gets going, because what an Ottoman player can do is a long feudal gives them vizier points. It gives them the meta with the melee armor, which means that sure, I don't hit as hard with the Sipahi against non-desert ready units, but I also have a lot of junkiness to myself. So like the horsemen feel like they're wielding classic swords. So yeah, like for Voldy, you're probably going to be seeing stables into a desert raider opening, build 1 or 2 maximum, poke the front resources. He might even decide not to now that he's scouted the lack of a madrasa, right? Because like the logic in why the desert raider is good is idling the gold. But if your opponent's passively genning gold, it kind of loses its flavor.
Yeah, so stable. Myriad is actually full on investing into water here as well.
So this will bait Voldemar to do the same.
It'll still favor Voldemar, I think, though, just because of the...
But what do you think about what you get out of this as Myriad? There's that nice little unique mechanic to the Ottomans that the more units I build, the more things I get.
That is very true. The villager barely escaping as well, right? So now it just depends, right? Voldemar he's not even queuing military ships anymore. He's just queuing desert raiders. He's kind of just been like, okay, cool, whatever. I didn't invest that much into water anyways, and I've just let you invest a lot. So he's gotten 1-1-1 in terms of military ships. I think Voldemar is kind of just doing the thumbs up meme right now and kind of just going, cool, I'll go castle.
Yeah, which is what we wanted to do, right? If you want Ibis to win anyway, like it just makes sense. You don't benefit from a long feudal. There are certain civs in the game that, like at different ages, get what I call age plus, right? So, for example, Royal Institute French, that's castle age plus, right? Kurotai for Mongols gives a castle age plus because you get damage buff bigger than what you should be able to get. For Ottomans, the Vizier points create an interesting, consistent dynamic through feudal castle, which is the plus ages of Vizier. So, like, actually just getting ahead of your opponent in age up protects you against that advantage. And we should be seeing just a very healthy growth wing here. He could go spicy if he wants to. Trade wing would be a bit RNG, but I mean, we've seen it once today already.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be growth wing. I don't see anything else being reasonably added. Again, industry wing. This is Dragan.
Yeah, I haven't seen Voldemar do.
Yeah.
I have not seen Voldemar do the Tower of the Sultan yet. So
Yeah.
if we click on it, we can find out.
Yeah, it was growth
Oh,
wing. Like
yeah, growth. Yeah,
it wasn't clicked, but you know there was a wing that
be.
was anything else just wouldn't make sense. So yeah, this is really good for him. Like Sipahi here is going to be able to actually be dealing pretty decently well with the Desert Raiders, right? We can see here now the fight here. It's dealing pretty well.
Nice heal.
Forgetting about the heal, by the way.
It's so dented. You need free Sipahi. So this is the point where Murad could actually kill him, but you need to target the Desert Raider. Like, if Voldemar... Yeah, if he just micros this right, and this is the thing, if he hadn't taken that fight earlier, he'd have free Sipahi to finish this off. Instead, it's just one.
One more.
He can't. He didn't activate Fortitude.
One more. Just one more. That's all you need.
Oh my god.
Oh
he
my
didn't
god.
activate Fortitude.
He even popped the Imam point.
We've got a heal off. Oh no. But the thing is, I think the issue you have here is like the Imams could actually get killed by the Desert Raider. Bit of a miss micro there. Voldemar hanging around too long. But he's got to be happy with this, right? Murad is nowhere near an age up. Voldemar's is already past half complete. He's got more Desert Raiders queued up as well. Murad actually needs another Vizier point. He needs the meta.
Oh my god, this is so dumb. I love it. I love it so much. And the problem as well, problem here as well is that dervishes heal while they're moving. Imams don't. Well, they do, but like they're not targeted. But
it's more a case they can't kite, right?
Yeah,
so like you can dance around the mid-map these. If he brings the Imams out, they're just gonna feed, right? But like the real frustration here is like in the opening play, Myriad panic rush to protect himself. If he just waited for the first Sipahi, easy peasy kill.
This is so chaotic. Well, Egypt is coming through now, and he's able to hover up those relics pretty effectively, right? He's going to be losing a couple of Desert Raiders for it, but he has so many Camel Lancers in queue right now even. So, this Imam point, unless he's going to be able to secure one relic, but the Imam point kind of feels a little bit like a waste. And Voldemar looks like he wants to be going for a second TC here.
And speaking of waste, that landmark for the Ottomans right there. I'm just calling it. I think Imperial Armory's dead.
Mass Pringles, though.
I didn't realize B was in this series too. No, I think you just gotta go for the palace now. The extra Vizier points are so valuable, especially in a game like this where you went for the Imam point. That means your scalability later in the game is even worse now. Malone coming out. No, we never try that.
No.
Hey look, a unit that has more health, heals itself, and also debuffs cavalry that would try to kill it. I see no problems here.
I see no problems. And outruns the counter while carrying a relic.
So the funny thing about this matchup is because they both went for the Healy boys, it makes you realize that Ottomans is just a poor man's Ivans. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you just do the same build worse. Because the imams can't play in the map. It's so infuriating. You know, low health, low movement speed. Like, it's just all negatives for you. I think in this game, what Myriad should have just been looking to do, if you really want to commit, like Sapahi need to be scaling earlier for the pressure point, or you just ignore it. The good news for Myriad is Voldemar has probably chosen the worst thing to build here right now. Going into mass lancers only against Ottomans. Janissary is already queued.
Balls. Second TC has been dropped by Valdemar, and it almost looks like a third TC is on the way. Lancers targeting down the Sipahi. Not losing any. Need to be careful how I phrase that one, to not cost a curse it. But yeah, it looks like a third TC is even on the way for Valdemar here. Unless he's doing some stonewalling shenanigans, which, considering last game, not out of the question actually. Now, however, how do we deal with these Janissaries? That is my question, right? Do you go archers? Do you go crossbow? Do you go Gulam?
Archers makes the most sense. Like, now that he's chosen camel lancers, realistically, Gulam plus archers would have been even better, right? It's more cost efficient, and it gives you the mass movement, it gives you the counters to everything your opponent's doing. But the other way you could try and play this is mangoes gradually. Like, Manchniques are pretty good because they can't be dodged, right? So you know your opponent's blobbing a lot of Janissaries. Janissaries are very squishy on the 80 HP. So if you just have like 4 incendiary bangos, they can wipe that backline quite quickly in a fight.
Yeah, you need to be able to build up to that point though. As a counter to that though, imams. If you get a decent number of imams, their AoE healing does, I would say, pretty well against effectively poke damage. I almost want to call it with the Manjanique fire, right? You need to be able to target fire them, and then you can sidestep them easier. But he is going to be going for archers to see that upgrade in queue right now. He doesn't have that much food either as income, so it is the best choice here when you are this kind of starved on food, it feels like.
Yeah, one thing I have right now is, you know, there's a little bit of worry is whether he can actually posture to defend himself on those deer if it turns into a static fight. Like, Voldemar's comp right now is I need to kill and raid. And that kind of sucks because you lost water, right? Like, if he actually had water right now, we get that transport ship play with the Camelots in the back. Myriad would be in a really tough position here. Instead, you've basically built Lancers to defend, which I can't think of any cavalry unit that feels good to build because you're defending.
Well, dervishes, technically.
I mean, technically, right? Like, is there any? Maybe
warrior monks.
Yeah, but like I'm talking about like real units. I'm gonna build 50 of these. Are you gonna build 50 warrior monks?
Real units?
That's true. People are noobs. They need to start building the monastery.
I mean, have you never seen the Congate Palace?
True. I'm telling you, like the meta, we're gonna switch. High Trade House is gonna get nerfed. Then everyone's gonna build Abbey of Trinity. And remember, that discount now applies to all monasteries. So what you then do in the late game, as a Roos player, you ready for this? You build 50 monasteries, and it is the Roos's version of the Bald Monk strategy. And anyone who uses that owes me 20% of their earnings.
Yeah, so you're not getting anything because I don't think anybody's going to do it. That's right.
I mean,
now,
there's probably at least one psychopath who's going to go do it now.
Probably. So now we actually have a really good raid coming in here for Voldemar, and this just kind of extends his eco lead, right? We have seen he has dropped that third TC, right? I can't actually see properly on the minimap. Okay, so he must have spent it on.
He got emplacements.
Yeah. So he's on 2 TC, which means his eco lead is going to grow. Myriad, yes, he has water, and it isn't shown, but honestly, those 4 fishing ships that he has right now, nothing compared to the scaling, which is the key word here, scaling 2 TCs from Voldemar.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is, like, why he didn't go 3 TC? It's way too greedy. He just doesn't have the long-term food. He needs to prioritize army. I was kind of expecting a key drop towards the center, just so that he can cut the map, so that Myriad doesn't have mobility on his side, right? Like, he has to go too wide. But yeah, for now, Sabahi, at least just trying to keep the Lancers away. The problem is Janissary is just so immobile. Voldemar, a bit of a weird choice here. because Janissaries no longer function the same. They used to get countered by anything ranged. Now it's a specific tag, which archers would give you. For some reason, Voldemar has mass crossbows.
I think it's just that he wants the base damage against the Sipahi, right? It's the only logical thing I can think about.
I think he's just playing on the idea that crossbows is love, crossbows is life, which in the current meta is 100% true. Like, crossbows is the best unit to be able to scale, right? But it could have been a lot more cost efficient with the archers.
Trying to get some more Pro Scouts back home, though, it's not going to be an option. Lancers taking a little bit of a fight. Hasn't been adding more Lancers, by the way. He's been stuck on 9 for quite a while now.
I think he's farm transitioning behind. We've got about double farm cluster, maybe third coming in.
Yeah,
so.
third should be being added now. We saw that on minimap. Wheelbarrow coming in for Myriad. Need to be asking for that 17-minute wheelbarrow build order.
It's
But now-
Ottomans, so yeah, at this point, we're pretty much just trying anything.
True, that's fair. So we are up to 2 mangoes. Third mango is on the way shortly. And actually, unironically, I wouldn't mind seeing a switch over to Springles. But unironically, on the other hand, when we are in this kind of stalemated position, Trebs.
What, for Myriad to break in, yeah. So I don't think he actively wants to produce them. He'll know the economy is not on his side. It's probably a better investment. Instead of on Trebs, just focus on your win condition. Keep drops could make a lot more sense here. Right, we're down to 8 minutes on the clock. He's gathering a lot of stone. Probably adding in an extra military school, but just keep the stone gathering going, get a keep or 2 in here. And there you go, there's the first one. So yeah, Myriad firmly agreeing. He set his win condition in mind. Now, if at any point that decap comes in, this game is essentially moot. Voldemar will have the full advantage. For now, it's him who's going to have to react to this play.
Yeah. I look at Myriad's macro as well right now. It's a very gold heavy, which is a little bit concerning, but he does have that Sultani trade network, right? And weirdly enough, like one of the few units in the game that actually costs infantry units that actually cost a lot of gold more than food is actually Janissaries. So his eco actually is pretty well set up for massing Janissaries. The big problem for me is the fact that there is these 4 Manjanique out on the field. And if we get one good shot, and Myriad's not paying attention because we are in the stealth forest, Voldemar has added another scout here so we can actually see what is going on. One shot, it is incredibly scary, and you can even see Myriad is like preemptively is just spreading out.
Yeah,
he
hasn't
does
got a
not know what the heck is going on in his force.
He just queued it up, so Scout's finally going to be on the way. But like, that's why he's playing so reluctant, understandably. He won intercept opportunity here. Voldemar just hiding in the stealth forest. Does see that Spahi rotation. We'll soon discover that castle drop on the sacred site. Myriad, I don't think he can directly fight this. He needs to get some eco damage done and then get a snipe on the Manjanique line.
Yeah. Just needs to be paying time.
Oh, damn Spahi.
Oh, we talked about it. We've never seen this being done by Voldemar, and here it is. Taking up from the best Iabid players there's out there. The 2 kids, MSN and Dragan, and now the other kid, the original kid. Is learning from the best.
Yeah, trying to prove that he is still the master. Here, the mentor. So we got double ram plus the Tower Sultan. That's basically 5 rams worth of damage because the Tower Sultan hits that bloody hard. And Myriad does have the answer. It is in the Sipahi. But if the Sipahi are busy taking down that siege, they're busy dying to the Manjanique. So it's like a choose your poison type situation for him here. As Voldemar steps up to the mark to remove that win condition for the Ottomans.
You camp the Sultan tower on the sacred site, and then you kind of just hope it attacks the keep. That's how you play this, unless you leave it unprotected.
I think the ram can do it. I think the ram's slightly on the edge there. Yep, get the decap. So force him to stand here. Mango shot's coming in big. He doesn't even go for the incendiary shots, which means that AoE heal feels pretty worthless here.
Mango is not being microed on the back there. Neither is the Janissaries. Mangonel's finally starting to target the archers here, but they've gotten so much value already. The Mangonels, the Manjaniques, both of them just going so good shots, and everything is just reduced to ashes, it feels like at this point.
Series can at least now get in to mop up a few things, but damage really being done. At this stage, what really matters is the decap opportunity. The Sultan almost dead, but the Mangoes stay alive. Big explosion comes out. Ram is looking for the final shunt, doesn't quite get it. So Myriad keeps the castle alive. The timer is still ticking. Voldemar may have taken a favorable trade in terms of like raw economy of archers killing Janissaries and Sipahi. But Myriad's still alive, second keep drop coming in, and Voldemar now needs to rebuild from scratch.
It looked good. It looked really, really good. And that reason for that was a little bit of a miss micro from Myriad. He didn't micro his Mangonels properly, so they were attacking the front line for a bit there. But now, as you said, Voldemar needs to remax his army. He needs to be moving out. He's trying his best to decap, delay the timer, delay the sacred site. But that time is being spent by Myriad so effectively on repairing siege with Janissaries, because remember, that's one of the bonuses they have, and building a keep on this sacred site. So now Mangonels moving up, see if he can get something, if he can get a couple of good shots here, but just trading back, and Mangonels should be going down to Sipahi. And Mangonels, that is so much effort and so much resources taken down in just a tiny misstep.
And well, the misstep was caused by the villager repair, and the villager repair pushed the Mangoes towards the enemy. It stacked 2-on-1 and gave that double trade for nothing in return. Myriad, you're licking the lips, enjoying life right now. That was a freebie that shouldn't have been there. Griefed by his own attempts to make them last longer. Voldy has this raw eco lead, but it's not really the lead you think, remember. He's 2 TC, sure. Myriad now has 2 TC, but on top of that, the thing that we haven't really talked about and been accounting for is the passive production. Remember, those military schools have been padding Myriad's economy in a deceptive way. He's never really been as far behind as you originally would have thought here compared to Voldemar.
There's a crucial thing Voldemar is doing right now. Look at what he has in queue. Ghulams. Ghulams versus Janissaries and Sipahi. It's not the best unit, but it's a good choice. But look at what Myriad has.
Yeah, hear me out.
In Castle. In Castle, mind you. Yes, it's worse, but it's a great Bombard. It is a little bit worse than the Imperial Great Bombard. Don't mind, it has the same name. Pretty much.
But it gives him a way of sniping at the Mango line, and it'll be AoE damage. It gives him a way of playing 10-ping Gulam. I mean, this is pretty annoying. What a read. I mean, it's a gamble, right? We talked about these investments of points that can come back to bite Myriad in the arse. First, it was the Imam point. Now, the big investment in the Great Bombards. But with this win condition on Sacred Sites, the game shouldn't be going late enough. So this shouldn't hurt.
Bye-bye, Spears. Kaboom, it says. Needs to be taking back that Great Bombards. Needs to be start focusing. Needs to be hiding.
It matters.
It matters. Take those out, and you actually have a really good fight here. But look at this, the Great Bombard, so effective. The 0 point immediately just taken out of the equation. But now the Sipahi, there's no front line, so Sipahi able to get on the back line here, though. But this fight is looking really good for Voldemar here for a second, because of the fact that those Meheth is no longer in on the fight, and Mangonel's now taken out by Voldemar as well. And now, this is the vibe. Trickling Sipahi, trying to take out the backline here. But most important of all, win condition. Ding, ding, you hear the clock ringing now. Voldemar is starting to be desperate.
It doesn't matter that Voldemar looks like he's potentially winning these fights. I mean, every time he gets close, he gets in keep range. He doesn't fin the Janissary in the end, and just a few are able to deal with the Congo line of death. Voldemar just doesn't have the quantity on his side here. The production isn't far enough forward. He's not able to leverage it in the fights, and the Seeker lead has been shrinking as the minutes go on. It feels undeniable that we are going to a game 3. He does not have the numbers to crack this shell.
Trebuchet is being started. He's trying everything. He's tried every single siege unit now, except the sprinkler. Maybe that is the missing key ingredient. I want to be helping that copium just a little bit. Treb's now starting to work on this keep. Myriad just maxing. Voldemar's numbers looking a lot better as this 2TC play has paid off in the long run. Maybe he was a little bit greedy then, but it's starting to look like it might be paying off, but he has a minute. Bell ring 3 times. That is your final warning that this will be the last time that we will hear that Sacred Side. Boiling oil coming in now. Rams trying their best, but now the backline Myriad looks like he doesn't have enough units to actually be protecting this. Voldemort needs to be started stepping the mangonel, so that is the way that Myriad holds this. Keep as well needs to be staying alive.
It's not quick enough to kill on the mangoes. I think the meta actually had the melee armor, which will affect the mangoes, by the way, reducing that spearman damage. So Rams, only 2 of them to deal with this. The repair crew is there and being ignored. Villagers are being pulled, but Voldemort, villagers will not be good enough. They're going to get massacred by the castle. He pauses the timer, but does not get the decap. It just feels too hard to believe here. The Ottomans, a rare sight in 2024 late and 2025 now, are gonna win in competitive.
Oh, timer still paused. He's just pulling villagers, but they're not standing on the sacred side. Look at the timer! You can barely see a pixel of the color of Myriad there. It is so damn close. The keep is starting to burn, but it's being repaired as we keep going. Timer still not ticking. It's finally started back again, but Myriad doesn't look like he has too much. He needs units on it. He needs units. There's nothing there. Villagers, start moving! Move, you little... Oh, the tower needs to go up. He needs something, just everything. He's just throwing everything
this is
he's
desperation
had
to the extreme. He needs
side.
the castle gone. The castle is too repaired now. Voldemort has got double tread, but it's not doing enough work anymore. The outpost is up, but what does it provide you? Some shenanigans, some clown cards, since Ivans can't do that with Rams anymore. It's not going to be enough. The Janissaries are going to cut for them all. And Myriad is looking to guarantee us a game number 3.
This is coming down to the wire so much. He's looking to see if he can get onto the other sacred side. He just needs to have the timer pause for just a little bit. He's holding off units as much as he possibly can. Villagers being pulled with the torches in their hands. He's not standing on the sacred side. Get on the sacred side. Everything
he wants the
needs
mango.
to be on the sacred side. Villagers being used to fight now. Sipahi, that we haven't seen on our screen, has been able to take down the trebuchets, so there's no more siege for Voldemort. He's still standing on units. Get on the sacred side. Everything is on the sacred side right now, but it is just more. The timer's ticking, and that is the game going over to Myriad, and game number 3 in this series will be happening.
Voldemort clearly having a little bit of a short-term memory issue. Totally forgot there was a castle on this site as well. I mean, a crazy one there. I think Voldy, in hindsight, is going to realize he should have just went with the trebuchets in the first place. That was the play to clear the keeps cleanly. That would have given the opening. But by the time he started playing the trebuchets, there was no time left to wait around. And he replaced so many units in those fights because they were dying too fast. That's the difference the man here. The lesson that Voldemort is going to take away from this. We rarely ever see him being on Tower of the Sultan, and this is going to be a reminder to him to why that is the case.
Oh my god, Voldemort is annoyed after that one. My god. That was surely something. Because that is so down to the wire that it's incredible.
And now, I mean, I'm trying to think what we had draft-wise left over here. Because Voldemort, I think his draft looked a little bit better overall, but like there is going to be a little bit of a roll of the eyes of this type of game. I mean, Myriad, for those that don't know, this guy basically earned his stripes by playing English and Ottomans primarily. Those were his like number 1, number 2. So for Myriad, for a long time, his core has felt a bit crippled, right? Because Ottomans got basically thrown into a ditch a long time ago. If there was a man who's going to make it work, this feels like one of the players that potentially can. So, you know, this opening play almost just condemned him to a GG. Voldemort just showing why this Dervish play just makes them a better Ottomans in the early game. I think actually, if the micro had been a little bit cleaner, Voldy arguably never even needs to retreat there because of Myriad just overextending. Then we fought to this fight. That was the one where we saw the castle on fire, but the Tower of the Sultan is just realistically feels like a meaningful investment. I don't think it makes sense over additional Rams if you just want to kill a building, right? Because that Tower of Sultan costs 1,000 resources. It does 600 damage. So you could build 5 Rams, which do 1,000 damage, or build that does 600, right? The math just supports the logic going the other way. Now, there was a little bit of firepower in this fight. I'm just thinking in the grand scheme of things, it was negligible. And I think, we saw some interesting strategies as well. Voldemar essentially blocked that Sapahi raid by using his archers, the unit that's meant to be countered. But Myriad, in that desperation, wasn't really focusing. I don't think he even used the attack speed buffer in that engagement that would have broken through faster. But can't fault him, man. In the end, he made it about the Sacred Site win condition. We've seen players fail far too long in a game to actually capture this. We saw Dragan earlier just drag it out a bit too long before going for the cap. Myriad showed you that you don't need to go for the hyper late game, even if you have a Civ that are fabled for it. Win conditions matter. Identify your timing and put everything behind it.
This is a little bit of an exaggerated example of that. Let's put it that way.
Commit to your dreams, okay?
Don't let your dreams be memes. Just do it.
So, we have the problem. This is what I was talking about with Voldemar's draft, is that he had a Bastards, which has been a very popular pick on King of the Hill, or you could just have the easiest win in the world. Roos is the de facto king here. The gold generation, how easy Pro Scouts is, the follow-up into Horse Archers in a meta where walling is harder, even on defensive maps like this, has me worried for Myriad. And French would not be in my top 5 to be picked on this map.
Chamber of Commerce?
I'm not even kidding. I've seen that on Mountain Clearing as well before. Admittedly, it was a Bronze League Legends game, but technically it was a casted game. So sure, let's go for a little bit of Lecoq Sports. I have a feeling that it's going to be socks on for Myriad, but it might be so that he can walk out the door. We head into King of the Hill, where the Ruth just feel like an emperor amongst kings.
Yeah. Opening here for Voldemar, I would be very surprised if it isn't double hunting cabin. And it is, in fact, going to be just that. Please leave enough room for your high trade house.
Apparently he has not. That is definitely not enough room. I hope Voldemar realizes that he's going to be ruining his luxurious high trade house in the corner. High trade houses, which on this map can generate upwards of 260 gold a minute in those corners. So yes, by far, this is the go-to Civ. In fact, with the midweek muster, we had a week of King of the Hill being the default map. Boy, did that change people's approach to banning, Cal. For the first time in a long time, Roos were getting banned very early phase.
Understandably so. But yeah, it's not what people usually think, which is like the Kremlin drop in the middle. Like that's not the reason here, guys. The reason is just the amount of passive gold and passive income that Roos gets. High Trade House, with the combination of Horse Archers being and Golden Gate being so good, means that you don't need villagers to be able to get resources to trade with your Golden Gate. And that just frees up so much resources to be used on other things. And by saying freeing up resources, I mean you're able to get other resources. So yes, the villager counts. You'll never see 2 TC on this map. I really hope I don't jinx that, by the way. You'll never see 2 TC on this map because of that reason, right? You don't need the extra villagers. You put everything into military. You quickly take the Sacred Site in the middle, just fortify it just a little bit, and then you just take map control and just dent in your opponent.
And the other annoying thing is this Civ is immune to feudal pressure.
Yeah.
I'm not exaggerating. It's actually stupid. I've cast way too many games of Roos now in the last 3 months, where they can be 18 minutes into a game that they are winning and still not have touched their gold vein.
Yeah, and one of the things I remember this really vividly, is we were at King of the Rockies, and basically what happened there is we got a little bit of a preview on the patch, so that the players at the LAN was able to practice and start thinking. And one of the things I remember saying, and I really wished it was true, was that, oh, so you can actually deal with Roos in Dark Age. And then it takes like 2 hours, and then Dabson just comes running up to me, and he's like, so you remember about that Roos Dark Age? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, no, not at all. And I was like, great. And what I think it was Puppy or Wham, or I think there was watching some live stream, I can't remember exactly. It was exactly this build. It was the double hunting cabin opening.
It's just obnoxious. It's just so much free resources on practically any map, right? Like a bad case scenario, you get between two hunting cabins, maybe 35 gold a minute. It's more than enough when you accrue the extra resources from gathering on your sheep, gathering on your deer. And then the golden gate is just a chef's kiss to get you there, because all you care about is horse archers. So the only way you can actually prevent the roost is by preventing wood gathering. King of the Hill is theoretically a map where you can do that to a certain degree, but it's also just very easy for your opponent to short wall the corner and gather what feels like infinite wood.
So we've seen this now.
Yeah.
That Voldemort has just been going as spears. And this is fairly interesting. So it's not very wallable for Voldemort. I would still actually just go for some walls, to be fair.
It's probably timing, right?
Yeah,
I think he's
it's
paranoid about the logic of like how long those walls would take to build. And I think he's also paranoid about the pro scouts.
Yeah. It's a double-edged or dual-edged sword, and that's what it's called, right? It allows you to play defensive, it allows you to play a little bit aggressive. You're realistically not ever going to be getting the most out of them, but it's a good response still, because you have that knight, and having a knight against your scouts when you're trying to pro scout, it's bloody annoying.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing here, actually, can we check the sheep count? Because something that's quite funny is like, Roost just casually do pro scouts and don't get punched in this map, but they often don't necessarily need it. Alright, so we've got 12 sheep here. Other side, Voldemort should have more.
Oh.
No! Now, that is a rare sight, because typically Roost always get a huge advantage on this map because of the linearity of it. Because you go double scout, right? And then you guarantee get a lot off of one of the scouts, and you take away from your opponent on the other one. So I've got a feeling what happened is Voldy played north-south and didn't go center, and Myriad hit the jackpot kind of edging around the center here. That's surprising.
That's the first scout lost there. Myriad should be able to pro scout, but he has pro scout through. Right? That's the important thing here. Instead, he has a third knight in the queue right now. It does slow his hunt or his gathering quite a lot, but it also secures his dares quite a lot.
I think, look at this right now. I mean, Voldemort delaying the gathering the scouts just enabled the knight count to now just outclass the spears, right? It feels a little bit weird. I think he's going to struggle to get that many deer home.
Yeah, and we are playing out on the map now as well with these spears, right? So it's very clear as to where... Oh,
I'm kidding.
There.
Yeah, Voldemort, every time he thinks he can confidently come out, there's one more knight. This is worrying me a bit.
Yeah,
Has he gone double racks?
But that's the thing, right? I don't think so.
Oh,
but
God.
Myriad has gone double stable, right? And now we're running out of sheep, and we've barely got any... I don't even think we've gotten one deer home for Voldemort. But the most important thing here is that...
now he's getting played a little like a fiddle?
Yes, that's the thing, right? So, you don't... Like, you've scouted your opponent going... you scouted your opponent going professional scouts. Why in the world are they making more knights? This is not what you're supposed to do. We have chivalry on the way now.
Yeah, I mean, because he's basically been circling in around Spearman. This is a bit of a misstep there. Myriad not paying attention. Because why would you expect to see a group of Spearmen in the middle of the map this early? That is a ginormous slip up by Myriad. Chivalry just lost an insane amount of value. Getting a bad feeling here. I mean, Myriad, if he kept that trend going, kept those knights alive, he had a really cool transition to double archer range, which would have punished Voldemort for blowing spears. But now, big problems for Myriad instead. Voldy is getting the deer home. He's got enough spearmen to protect himself nicely. And we start to reach the stage where if he wants, he could just rush the castle age. Funnily enough, instead, Voldemort is leaning into the feudal, and it's almost like the roles are reversed. The civ that's meant to stay feudal and the one meant to go castle are on the opposite ends here. Myriad rushing the third age.
Is this just a bait and switch? Is my question.
Is this just Guildhall?
Is this a calculated risk? Or is it a bad read?
I think he misplayed the Knights, and although his intent may have been Castle Age, he put himself in a more fragile state. And there is a layer of gambling that just occurred here, because if Voldemar had kept pushing forward with the spears, Myriad would be dead. He wouldn't have gold access. But I think this is Guildhall, and I think Myriad is looking for a gradual Red Palace Sacred Site win condition.
Yeah. Guildhall coming through, and Voldemar being a little bit too passive here. Not really scouting what's going on. Might have a sense of it, but now Voldemar needs to change, right? He's invested into enough units to actually defend himself properly in Feudal versus these Knights, right? They're not going to be pseudo-Imperial, they're just going to be normal veteran Royal Knights, which it's not really normal, but I digress. But the onion walls has come up. Look at the walls that is happening right now for Voldemar. What could have been almost an age up in terms of just resources being traded at the Guildhall, or sorry, the Golden Gate, has been invested into walls just to secure himself to actually be able to age properly. And Myriad, he's just throwing away. That might be too... Oh my god.
It keeps happening. It's the second time, and this one even a bigger folly. I mean, the interesting thing is, like, Myriad had a play where he could have potentially just swapped into Mass Horseman. He hasn't started prepping for it at all, so... I think instead Myriad's likely going to be prioritizing the Monastery drop into Monk Rush, which gives an opening for Voldemar to punish him.
The Fast Imperial. Red Palace drop in the middle.
I mean, that's what I figured he was going for, but I don't actually think it's that good.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, it sounds silly. Might work?
In the current meta, with the changes to Siege, it's not that good. And yeah, so this high trade house actually doesn't hurt him as much as you think, because you can see by the corner there that it wasn't like a perfect cutoff, right? You've got two trees on either side that would have blocked him embedding it fully in the corner. So like, he loses a little bit of gold, but not as much as you would think here. I've noticed this before, like that's probably the brutality of RNG for Ruse. Boohoo, they have to get like a 240 gold high trade house instead of a 260 gold one. What a hard life.
Oh no. Anyway.
Only 3 relics instead of 3.5? Wow.
Amazing. So Myriad is actually now doing a little bit of a switch up, right? He's switching into a lot of Betrayers, which and Veteran Sea Horseman actually. This is kind of okay, right? Like Myriad, he realizes that this is just such a good unit. It's wild, right? And fighting into Spearmen as well is just amazing because of that +5 melee armor.
Yeah, and it's a fairly healthy comp to go for. Like, the expectation usually these builds, you go Knights, Horsemen cost half that, so you can afford Arbalest in their place. This is the correct approach. You're going to have the answer to Horse Archers early, and there's going to answer later. But Voldemar isn't going Horse Archers. I think he understands the timings just don't make sense to this. Instead, we're seeing him go for infantry comp. That's not going to favor him, though. Crossbows versus Arbalest is very much a French-favored affair.
Absolutely. These spearmen, they're not even getting upgraded, right? So we're kind of just going to be fighting these units with feudal spears, which is not ideal. Like even veteran spears versus arbitrary kind of suck already. So this is kind of like where it's very awkward position, right? Like, okay, what do you do here? Do you try to fight for the middle, get the timer ticking? Do you take relics? What is your option here, right?
Well, it's Voldemar. You rush relics. Like, the map is wide and Arbalests are not, so you just need to exploit that. Instead, I feel like he's looking to challenge the center, and I just don't like that. I think that's something that's going to play into the French's hands.
So he actually chooses to take the Sacred Site instead of taking the relic home, so starts that timer ASAP.
It's extra gold. It also now doubles the fort of Voldemar going center instead of flank. There is like a mind game element with this map. King of the Hill being a 1 Sacred Site map forces that. So like the moment, you know, you've had it in your games, right? Like you play a game and you hear the dong of the sacred site being captured, you look, right? And if it's against a Delhi, for example, you start to think about how that impacts the game. It's kind of like that for every civ on this map because there's only one, and it can be entrenched very easily.
Yeah, but the mass here, though, for Valdemar, I don't think that Sacred Timer will be surviving for quite much longer. I think you just take this one decisive fight. Arbitria does just get the upgrade. Pavis being used there as well. The mass here, I think, is just too great for Valdemar to actually be, you know, reasonably take this fight as Myriad. He's just going to be losing his entire
Myriad,
mass here.
what? Okay, so the idea of Pavis is smart, but the way he done that did not look so. The problem he has there is Pavis makes sense when the crossbows are attacking you. The moment he sent the horsemen north, instead of starting to start to step the Diablos away so that Spin weren't killing him, he stood his ground still. That was the slip up there. That could have been a fairly even exchange if he started to back off a little bit earlier. So instead, Voldemar gets the decap, gets control of the hill here. He already has Stone Gathering. We're looking at a keep drop at about 17 minutes for Voldy.
There is a little bit of room here to say that might be a 2TC, right? Look at the eco count, right? French now almost 10 villagers ahead will be shortly because of that French eco bonus, right?
Yeah, but if you do that, then the red palace drop, right? Like, Voldemar knows, he can see by the fact that there wasn't Lances, there wasn't Knights, there wasn't Royal Bloodlines. This is very clearly Guildhall. So if you do go 2TC, you are giving Myriad a second shot at the King of the Hill moment.
So, yeah, a lot of gold gathering, not a lot of food gathering. That Guildhall is on wood, right? So any second, or well, I shouldn't say any minute, any 2 minutes now, there is going to be a Guildhall that's going to be popped, and then we're going to be getting that red palace being dropped. If it's going to be defensive, if it's going to be aggressive, it's kind of hard to say. If we're going to get to that point at all, that's a bigger question.
Yeah, like, I mean, he needs an army to defend that tech up. This is way too many crossbows. He'll die if he tries to tech. Sacred Site now locked in. The stone's still gathering, so definitely looking like we're getting a keep drop. Voldemar, I honestly think you stop gathering stone and just put more on food and gold. Like, this is your kill point. This is your win condition. Myriad is barely alive. Pull the plug. Make sure that comatose patient never wakes up.
Yeah, Guildhall needs to be popped now just to start getting any resources, right? He's out of food, so he needs to get something that actually just defends him, because he will never be able to get to the point. And Red Palace drop in his own base, potentially an option, but at that point you've taken so much eco damage that you can't really justify giving away. Oh my god, that's
okay.
That's not a Sacred Side keep. That's not a Sacred Side keep.
Yeah, but good guy Voldemar's like, you can't afford a castle yourself. You're French, man. You're meant to get discounts. This is embarrassing. Let me do it for you. Let me end this series the way we started it in that game #1.
You know what he should have done, Valdemar? I have a petition for you to cancel that keep and drop it where you normally would place a French keep.
Just let me give you that efficiency. Oh, what do you mean we can't share buffs? Well, looks like the remaining Arbalists are making their way towards that tree line, and Myriad is witnessing his hands making their way towards his face to cry. This did not happen so frequently. The kid probably keep dropping enemies more than any other pro player we have in the scene.
At least this game, the castle and the keep will go up before the GG is handed over. Isn't that right? Right? Still some room. Okay, it's gonna go up. Sacred Timer still ticking. Income for Myriad in the ground.
Yeah,
it's just no comeback room for Myriad, it feels like.
Yeah, like Voldemar doesn't even need to siege this down to end the game. Like what he could have done is like added in a few Raxes right next to the keep just to go into the tree line, right? Instead we now have Rams getting added in. I mean, Myriad, like looking back at this, I think it was just a slip up in the early game. The Knight, too many of them died carelessly, not getting anything. He actually started this off really well. I think Voldemar was in an uncomfortable position. What Myriad lacked is a transition into archers. You know, if you're not going to focus very hard on Micro and the Knights, just take the easy dub via archer massing. It's not a bad idea as well. If Roost do end up rushing fast castle, you counter the horse archers by blobbing archers.
He's going to be targeting down production now as well, just making sure that there's no units. Can't reasonably house your opponent, might as well just take these. Rams gonna be coming in. You have so much wood, you're Roost, you're getting bonus wood anyways. Might as well just spend it on some Rams. Just get it through. This is just a slow bleed, and Myriad just trying his best, just hoping that Voldemar's PC just crashes.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, you know, the Danes, like, the bills are pretty high. Maybe he didn't pay his electricity bill this month. Maybe he's like, you know, it's winter as well, so maybe his heating bill is too high. Maybe he just can't afford it anymore. Voldemar's like, God damn it, I can afford it just long enough. I need to win this tournament.
Double Siege Workshop, double Trebuchet. I think even if this keep goes down, it doesn't really matter.
It really doesn't. Like, the Diablos should beat crossbows, but within reason, right? It's like, Spearmen beat Knights if you have the right count. Same here. Diablos can't really front line against this many spears, crossbows. So Rams just going to move in to block out the production. Means that Voldemar is going to be cruising on deeper. I believe just one series after this away from qualifying for the main event of EGC Masters Winter.
Guildhall still not unpopped. I believe it's starting to hit that 2000 mark now. Arbitria Pavi is being used there, but I don't think it realistically matters. These choke points, the Horseman is not able to, and the Concave is starting to happen as well, which means, well, Myriad gonna be tapping out. It is GG. Voldemar onto the round of 8.
And he will be matching up. The kid will be going up against the grandpa himself. Voldemar versus Kiljardi to decide who will make it through to EGC Masters Winter's main event. Myriad, better luck next time. There is a second qualifier, second opportunity, but this one will be feeling a little bit rough. The Ottoman game will at least give him some inspiration, but definitely going to have to dig deep, because there's still a lot of talented players that have already been eliminated that will be looking at that Sunday event as well.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a sigh of relief for Voldemar. I think that second game, just like the tenseness in his body, kind of just like I feel like it kind of just like finally just he was able to relax this game. It was a nice easy breeze. Myriad maybe a little bit on the back foot on that one, but commemorations to Myriad. We will see him tomorrow. I am sure of it.
Yeah, and you know, he's still the type of player that could actually make it. Looking at like the rankings, right? It's definitely one of the players in the runnings. But as I said, it's going to be tough either way. Remember, guys, we only qualify through a total of 16 players. 4 of them based on I believe it's the ELO system. 4 of them were based off of ranked ladder, and then of course 4 per qualifier. But we're reaching the point in the day where we need to start deciding who is going to qualify today. So we're going to head to a short break. When we return, we'll be hopping in to decide a series, start qualifying players for the main event of EGC Masters Winter. It's time to qualify a player through to the main
Whoa.
event for Masters Winter. You right there, mate?
No, that's a lot of maps.
I mean, that's what happens. We can't go back to best of ones. I mean, that would be hilarious for a qualifying match, but no. 5 maps, baby. We got longer Civ drafts as well. Scarlet Devil going up against Corvinus. Scarlet Devil, I think it'd be fair to say, the 3rd best player in China, Cal.
Sure. I'm just going to agree with you on this one because I actually do not know that much about the Chinese ladder. I know it's Louis, CSO, and Scarlet Devil.
I think what you really mean is I don't know which one is which when their names are in China.
No, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Even when they keep changing their freaking names all the time?
No, not
There we
that. Go. Nothing.
That's where it gets annoying to keep track of. But Scarlet, he's a player who's made it into like top 30, top 40 before. Used to have people like Yui Metal, who I would have ranked higher, but Yui just disappeared, man. Don't know what happened there. This is kind of unfortunate. There was a time where he was on par with Louis' skill, but you know what? It's time to see if he's on par with the Europeans. Corvinus versus Scarlet Devil. We kick off on Gorge. Game 1 is ready to start.
Let's go. A fable and scary matchup here. French versus Delhi. And mainly considering who is playing the Delhi here, it is Corvinus, mostly known for his Wallalos and his Delhi planes. Specifically. Scarlet Devil, though, French, opening up with the wheelbarrow, so he's going to be delaying his age up just a little bit, but still able to get a deadly timing on the first night.
So Gilles de Francais versus Delhi. This is a matchup that feels quite tight. Skill-based at times, right? Like when you look back at the finals we had for Wallo, right? You had French versus Delhi between Roland and Puppypaw. That felt like a matchup that could go either way, but that was in the old Tower Victory meta. I think with the changes towards Dome of Faith, this matchup now skews more heavily towards the Delhi. There's still things French can do, though. If we go into the later phase, you're straight away thinking Elephants is doomed for French, but you have to remember that Arbalest are ridiculous. So I wouldn't say that Scarlet Devil has to worry about the later phase of the game. What's going to matter the most, though, is who gets the edge in Feudal here.
It is very, very dependent on how quick and how effectively you can actually be able to secure those sacred sites. Because if you get one sacred site and the villager lead isn't, catching up too much, then yeah. Then French just kind of started going to building that eco lead, and you're going to be having some fun. This is one of the few matchups that Chamber of Commerce is not recommended. I still like to do it occasionally if I'm playing against a worse opponent, but it's still best to go School of Cavalry just because of the way that it kind of just secures yourself against the first couple of Gaussies.
Oh, thank God. When the moment you mentioned Chamber of Commerce, my brain was like, please don't. It's definitely, you don't want to ever go Chamber of Commerce against a raiding type Civ, right? And Delhi go Ghazi, they're going to do that. It's the same logic as why like trading against Mongols feels like a really bad idea, right? Like a Civ that can struggle to get that dive right doesn't need to dive you if your resources are out on the map. So yeah, obviously we're going to be seeing Sark here. Dome of Faith, everything standard. One interesting thing is when you look at the spawn, Corvinus got a double whammy on the south side that is going to be good for gradual pro scouts, but could be punishable by opening knights. It means they know exactly where to look for their target. Scarlet should be going pro scouts here. I'm expecting this to be potentially some spears opened by Delhi, but then Ghazi play versus knights. Those are two of the best raiding units in the game.
I want to see... I want to see effectively what we saw against Voldemar in the previous game, right? Where he kind of just made like 3, I think it was up to 3 scouts, lost 1, and then he just made knights. Right? You need the knight count to actually be able to contest the Delhi quite effectively, and then you can start adding in the archers afterwards. There is even potentially the situation where if your opponent is greedy, and by greedy I mean going Gaussies or stable into blacksmith, you could potentially be as greedy as going double stable. And by double stable, I mean you drop another stable because you already have one, right? Yeah. It's an option to do that against Delhi. It's fun because knights are fun. The longevity of that strategy, on the other hand, not the best.
Yeah, I think the other thing that makes it just awkward to contest Delhi, even when you've got Knights versus Ghazi, is for a while you did actually have the stables play becoming racks because Delhi were freaked out about the Knight raids. Then players very quickly realized, why am I freaked out? I can double produce on the Ghazi, so I can actually mirror the count, right? I can get enough Ghazi to beat Knights, and that became then embodied even stronger by the fact that you have these scholars to pull for heals. So we are going to be seeing racks plus stables. This is likely because Corvinus wants to raid and defend. This also gives some flexibility to go along the center of the map, because a very popular play for Delhi, and actually was sent from many civs because it's so oppressive, is walling between those two small cliffs around the center sacred site.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that actually the pit was very annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
It's the rotation time. Right, that is the key thing, right? And on the pit, there is no option for you to like magically chop through the cliff and get a better rotation time. But it is that is the case for Gorge, right? You can have a gate in the middle, and suddenly you have a super quick rotation time, while your opponent has to run all the way around. And
I was gonna say, by the way, I really do want destructive cliffs.
bridges.
No, but like,
Yeah.
It's an alternative, right? Like, imagine Mountain Pass if there was some cliffs you could break through.
I mean, you get acid distillation and specialized pick, right? So, in theory, right?
I mean, I was thinking just beat the crap out of it with a sword. Don't question it too much,
Arthur and what was his story again? Arthur and the sword.
King Arthur and
King Arthur,
Excalibur, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, potentially, right? So, yeah, Scarlet Devil not going for the greedy option, going for the smart option, knowing
That's
that,
a
hey...
win. You've just forced a French player to build an outpost, right?
Oh,
Like,
no, I was talking about the archer range.
oh yeah.
But yes, it's definitely a win with the tower as well, right? It's a super good... You're very happy with that one. Now...
Oh wow, well you look at that.
Wow.
What a unique new thing we've never seen before in this tournament.
So I wonder just a little bit if Corvinus skipped a little bit. He forgot about some upgrades a little bit early. I think maybe he allowed Piety to be finished before he queued Sanctity. Normally at this stage in the game, you would actually be already capturing sacred sites. In reality, it doesn't really matter, but it's like this small, tiny micro optimizations that actually does add up just enough, I feel like. Because if he's able, like, the quicker you're able to get these sacred sites, the more you're able to nullify the French villager lead you're getting.
Yeah, the other way you can think about, though, is if you get Piety first, you become unkillable to these early Knights, right? It's like, it's protecting the investment, because the nightmare fuel here is that you have to go back to gathering on the gold vein. You don't want to have to actively do that past this early point in the game. You do it for the first few scholars. Of course, they're very cheap. But then you just want the passive income to allow you to lean those villages elsewhere. It's like, I don't mind it per se, especially now that he's getting double cap. I feel like that shouldn't be happening here, but Scarlet wasn't in position to block either.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna quote Crackedy, never stop making scholars. The Dome of Faith should be like your second TC. You should always just be producing. Does lose a villager on this one, though. It's going to be taking one more shot at the second one. And this is a little bit of a problem with everything that's happening on the map, right? It's really easy to lose track of everything that's happening as we see just like more archers just dying. And the snowball that Delhi is, and the just snowballing effect that happens when you take good fight, it's already starting just a little bit.
This is early, though. This is a little bit too soon. Corvinus, the undermesh isn't quite complete yet, so mistakes made there with the dive. We'll back away before he takes too many losses. But if he just waited an extra 20 seconds, could have done some substantial damage. Meanwhile, the Knight is still raiding.
Oh, no. Wait, is Textiles through?
He does have Textiles. Yeah. He definitely has Textiles here. So, learn his lesson. It's always an interesting kind of like point around this matchup. You know you're going to need Textiles, because even just a subpar French player should be able to get one kill. French Knights are that good at it, right? So, unless you want to keep a lot of units back, which you never want to do as Delhi. So with that in mind, it's all about when you get it. Because it's inevitable it's going to happen. But great read by Corvinus. Did minimize the losses. It's only one worker kill. And in return, he now has 3 sacred sites, Cal. That is worth about 9 villages.
Yep. Now, you could argue that, like, okay, 2 villagers is technically what is being missed here by Corvinus, because he lost 1. He also got textiles. However, the funny part about textiles is I think at 5 scholars a garrison, it's 9 seconds to get textiles.
It's
So-
stupidly fast.
You're like, if I can save 2 villagers on this, which he literally just did, textile just paid for itself.
I think, like, and this is going to sound weird because it'll be out of place, I almost feel like textile should just be a fixed 20 seconds or maybe more. Like, to me, to this day, I stand by the statement that textiles in its current format is too good for Delhi. The base research speed is way too fast because the base is 25 seconds. Everyone else spends 20 seconds, but then also has to spend resources on top of that.
And it's 100 gold, right?
And 50
it's not-
food.
And 50 food, so you're paying for a villager as well, not just an addition, right? Yeah.
Ah.
Okay, French is cheating a little bit because they also, like,
Yeah.
the town centers were quicker.
So you're saying I
So-
should always build that second scout as French? I mean,
Against HRE, yes.
I think that is going to come back in the meta, by the way. Like, when they made the
No.
change to the Dark Age TC, like, you ended up with 0.6 villages more than what you used to have when you tech feudal. So you can actually pad yourself with second scout. And, like, the amount of matchups where that can decide the outcome. You don't want to do it against someone like Delhi. They don't care they've got berries, right? But, you know, let's say you're against another French player or Jean or, as you mentioned, HRE. I think even English to a certain extent. It can be a high-value play.
Yeah, speaking of value plays, though.
Hello. Nice diving in. Wait, no, why are we... The villagers! Kill the villagers!
Hit the vills, please. He's going to be doing a little bit of TC hopping here at least, so that's going to be all good and well. But now the army needs to be coming in as well. A lot of the army from Scarlet Devil is hitting up barracks. That's not going to be doing a lot. He's just buying himself time. The question is, what will he do behind this? Age up, make more army. Make more army is the right choice. I feel like you need to be spending as much time possible at this one. House of Learning is going to be starting to be built once again on Scarlet Devil, throwing away so much damage here. It's absolutely insane.
I can't believe Scarlet. I don't know what happened there. He wasn't really targeting spears. Half the archers were attacking Ghazi consistently. Even looked like he was trying to target them, but maybe misclicking here. So we better mop up the army, but only has 2 knights still diving. There is more still coming. Although you have delayed the tech up, you will not be able to stop it outright. And in return, Scarlet doesn't have a tech of his own coming. And
You just keep going, I feel like.
no, you can't. Like, you're trickling troops. It's what I call the Congo line of death, right? Like, you're sending bio units one by one in. And also remember, most of them are not knights. Like, Scarlet may have 3 knights, but none of them are here. So tech up's going to complete. He didn't decap the Northern Sacred Site either. There's enough food for Corvinus to survive in his base. The only upside right now for Scarlet is, of course, Corvinus isn't on relics. So he isn't getting those extra resources coming home.
Yeah, it's the good news, right? And Delhi has, like, Corvinus has 6. He has 6 scholars right now. So that means he should, you know, in an optimal world in a Delhi player's fantasy, immediately when you age up, cycle through all of your scholars, boom, 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 and you have all of the relics on their way home.
But in this situation, no.
Yeah, not
we,
today.
is this a safety circle? We holding hands? They can't kill us if we work together. We'll beat them with kindness. Yeah, but you also won't get any advantage. The interesting part, by the way, is in that fight, like, Scarlet, he came out ahead because he's built an eco lead. He stockpiled resources. The crazy part is if he'd been microing the archers onto those spearmen a little bit cleaner, I actually think we'd already have a GG here. It's like, Corvinus gets a stay of execution. There's no denying that the French are ahead. But we are reaching the danger territory, right? Things like honed blades, elephants is going to be a worry. Scarlet is going to want to start prepping arbitrary ASAP.
For sure. And he can just start and get that going, right? Guildhall now, we... unsure what we'll see here. We'll see some fast Imperial play, which admittedly is a way to deal with elephants. Because arbitrary emplacement versus elephants sounds good to me.
Yeah, we just need to drop the red pulse on all the stables building those elephants.
Yeah, but, you know, the discount applies to me, so it should apply to you, right? We had the reverse option last game.
Yeah, at least he's reasonable. right? You know, if like an Imperial official accidentally misclicks supervisors on my building, it should work.
I feel like during development that was a bug.
I feel like they should have left it.
But yeah, now, like, Corvinus is actually dealing with the trickle units and the small groups of units that Scarlet Devil has all over the map pretty well. He has been able to secure, like, his own safe relic. So at least that's in the bank. And this is one thing that I was waiting for Corvinus to do. With his groups, you can't reasonably take down the Scholar that's actually wall-mowing. So you just have to leave it and take some extra pot shots from the crossbows. But now it's not going to be able to get home in the first round.
This is way too costly. Corvinus is fighting unfavorably, right? Like the military advantage isn't there for him. I mean, the crazy thing is actually if Scala, he had 1 or 2 knights just sitting on standby on the sides of the fights, this could have been even more of a rout for him. But it's still a big dub. Remember, half of Corvinus' current army are scholars. They're not going to be able to fight for you here. Honeblades is about to complete, but the funny thing is Honeblades kind of just gets nullified in short fights by Cantled Saddle's default, right? And if you upgrade in the Cantled Saddle's full, you pretty much have enough damage burst at the beginning of the fight that it makes Honeblades an equalizer for a full engagement.
Yeah, and there's going to be a very, very big throw here, I feel, for Scarlet Devil to actually be able to lose this. Like, he's been doing such a good job. His eco count, or his eco lead right now is 11, right? And yes, that is looking away from the relics, but the main thing you need to look at is the sacred site count. It's 0 right now, right? So that means that you're now currently sitting at a pure eco lead that is so good, will keep on scaling, and the only way Corvinus can realistically get to a point where he's like feeling comfortably, if he gets like 3 or 4 elephants.
Yeah, the problem is the length of time it takes to get 3 or 4 elephants, you're probably looking at mass Arbalest. I think Corvinus is going fast into likely gunpowder elephants, which would solve the Arbalest problem. Come on. He already got punished for fast castling. There's no way he doesn't get punished for fast imping, right? He only has 6 scholars.
It's a way out. It is a way out.
I mean, I guess if you think about it, it's not like you need to research an elite tech with those gunpowder elephants. They are just elite units in themselves. But
they are. The problem for me is buying the time. It's very... This almost feels a little bit like... I don't know if I should use the word, but I'll use it anyways. It feels a bit cockroachy. Or you just have the tiniest bit of nutrient and you just like suck on it and you just live.
Well, Corvinus is definitely going to be sucking on something. Something tells me it might be the long end of a Night Lance here. They are enclosing upon him. Food is lacking. Corvinus has got the Powerful Sultan coming. He should have enough to protect for a tech up here. However, that Guildhall is trickling away. Scarlet still has map control. This isn't anywhere near I have Imperial Age, the game is over. In fact, this might be one of the weakest scholar counts I've seen for an Imperial play in a long time.
And back to one of the initial points I said at the start of the game. Never stop producing out of your Dome of Faith. It's happened. It's been a lot of skipping. There's been a lot of scholars that's been thrown away. Second TC coming in as well. We didn't really notice this one, but now we're even dropping farms around it. So we're staying here for a bit.
Oh, Scala, if we take the Guildhall though, it's already stockpiling, right? So what appears like you're staying here really isn't. Oh wait, really?
Really?
Yeah, he pulled it quite bloody early then. That could have been maximum, what, 600-700 feet, I reckon. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm surprised he made this choice over just letting it brew into a Red Palace. We have Globulus being crewed up, but we already highlighted, like, the Gunpowder Elephants will be the solution. The good news for Scarlet Devil is they will not be coming out quickly.
Yeah, it's not the fastest unit in the game, right? And we do have more villager bleeding that's just happening. Military Academy actually does impact them, and you can see that being in research now as well for Corvinus. It's still gonna take a little bit of time for this to actually happen, right? Scarlet Devil, his eco lead is so massive right now. He did end up having three relics. I see the win condition for Corvinus, but it's so far out, and it's basically based on the fact that Scarlet Devil is not able to handle
Elephant.
Yeah, handle an elephant, which is ironic because it plays a lot with the elephant boys, meaning Louis and Steve.
So he's built up an immunity to elephants.
And
Cow, look, he can't hold it. It's free gunpowder elephants.
Yeah. So this was actually fixed a long time, but the only unit left is actually the elite tower elephant. They actually, so just divide by 3 the number you see up there, and then you'll have the real count, guys.
But they are clearly that powerful. I mean, when you think about it, it is a true representation.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there's 2 hand cannons on top, and then there's the elephant, right?
Yeah. 3 members of the team. There's the gunny boys now, and this is what I was talking about. Like, Arbalest will suck against this. 9 ranged armor. You tickle. You have a 12 base damage on crossbows, so maximum you can do 14. That means only 5 damage is going through into this ridiculously chunky unit. That's why you're now seeing Scarlet Devil switching into Horsemen.
And it doesn't have any form of tag, right? It's similar to the Freeborn. It's not light, it's not heavy, it's neither.
Sure about that?
So, yeah.
Why does it say ranged cavalry?
Because it is ranged cavalry.
So it has a tag.
Yes, but it's not light or heavy.
Oh, that's what I'm sorry. Yeah, but horsemen counters is the point.
Horsemen counters. So,
as do Spitz.
Yes. So we're kind of just at this very awkward point where Scarlet Devil has a big eco lead. Corvinus has the tech lead. And I'm not sure where we go from here, because...
are you freaking kidding me? What we do is we build a little fort, and we live there. Corvinus has got double bombard. He's building a small outpost base next to his opponent's main. I'm gonna give it to him, man.
So...
This is crafty.
This is the closest thing you can come to a castle in AoE 4. Because... apparently, like, this was the reasoning, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently the reasoning for changing the name from a castle to a keep is that a castle had walls around it and more buildings. So this is a castle while he just destroyed a keep.
Well, no, because he needs to build an outpost in there. Then it's a castle. Because as you said, we have to have a building inside of the walls.
And we have more layers.
So we just came from Voldemar layering the walls across the map. Now we have Corvinus gradually building an ever-extending in one direction structure, which over time on the mini-map will look quite concerning. For the time being, on your screen it looks quite concerning. Scarlet Devil needs to address this. Dives in. Gunpowder Elephant's going to try to front line. He'll retreat. Oh no, the other side's open. He never walled it off. He never walled it off!
It doesn't matter, he's focusing our elephant. He thinks that is his condition. Villager's going to be starting up a keep now, so he can have a little bit of secure up this, so he can actually make a castle. He's throwing away so many eco. There's so much eco that's going to go down here. He needs this eco at home to be able to make units. Yes, so a lot of it is free right now, but he needs these eco units. He's actually losing the elephants. He might be losing the siege too.
We talked about layers, we talked about onions. Well, this is Ogre. There's no way Corvinus is getting this up. Look at the economy, 44 to 106. The idea looked sexy, it looked cool, but Cal, he took that building inside of the walls a bit too serious. He tried to extend a bit too far. And now, elephant fun time is over.
And Lord Doubt smiles upon us as that keep gets cancelled at the very last minute. Scarlet Devil now has a military lead, he has an eco lead as well, and this surely is hard for him to come back. Corvinus needs to be secure. He needs to take the sacred site. He needs to take every single thing he can. The upgrades are slowly but surely trickling through, but he's not having any units that he can actually use that. Like, he doesn't have anything. He doesn't have any eco behind it. Look at his food right now. I don't think there's there's a little bit of a berries there. Like his second berry patch is still existing, but other than that, there is nothing left on the map that he can reasonably do.
Can we eat rocks?
No, but you can make wood into farm.
How does that make sense?
Yeah, actually never thought about that.
Like, because you'd think that farms would need a little bit of food as well.
A fertilizer, I guess. I mean, you can use wood. You get the dirt. That's nutrients.
Yeah, but like, you know, the seeds, right? So like, you need just a tiny bit of food. I don't think the team really thought this one out. Well, Corvinus doesn't need food because remember, Cal, he has got infinite elephants for free.
That is true. The question is, though, will he have the base for it? Because
we don't talk about his base building.
Yeah, I mean, Scarlet Devil, it doesn't look like he needs a guild hall. His income right now is just absolutely cracked. Red Pal is going to be going up into the remains. No, it's actually going on the south side. Sorry,
Oh, yeah,
I saw a big blob, and then I just assumed that was it.
Well, the good news for Corvinus is he has enough houses to protect all of his economy.
Don't need towers if you got deli houses.
They even shoot back. Which
amazing.
Is impressive because you'd think the spears would be the ones attacking back. They forget to, and now we've got a cycle to the north side. Corvinus a bit of a pickle because Scarlet is looking for the gold. He's about to find it.
Yeah. Just need to be looking at the right spot. I mean, Corvinus is everywhere out on the map. Like, he has just units every single spot that you can possibly think about. So, honestly, regardless of where you go, you'll find something. The only thing he doesn't have right now is any defensive structures at home. And I'm starting to almost feel like a base trade.
We have adjustment crossbars on the way, but it's still, what, probably 2 minutes out. And this army is big. Knights are also shuffling back into the main, so Corvinus might get a little bit distracted at a key moment. Mangoes are looking for a freebie. Scarlet Devil should be dodging.
You take this one, though.
Wait,
Raid's gonna be happening. He doesn't have anything in... Oh my gosh. He's might gonna lose one mango, might not lose the others. Should be able to get a return shot, though. Micro a little bit here is not in the hands of Scarlet Devil, as he does take a big shot, but back home these Knights gonna be raiding and having a lot of fun. These mangoes needs to be left protected, though. That's the main thing. Because if those go down, that's the main chunk of his army.
We're still so far away from adjustable crossbars. Right, I said 2 minutes. I think it's more like 3. Knights, they're still roaming here, so Corvinus is very limited economy. I mean, I guess the one upside of having only 50 villages at almost 30 minutes in, very difficult to find on the map.
Should have been China. But yeah, I mean, one of the reasons that it's taking so long to get the adjustable crossbars is that there's no scholar inside of that siege workshop. But I don't know if you need it right now, because you might just be dead before that happens. The front line here is just spears and elephants. AoE damage taking care of those knights and enforcing really, really well. Microing mangonels on top of the archer, so the archer mass is gone in a blink of an eye, and Scarlet Devil's military mass now suddenly just gone by the hands of the elephants. Sorry, the hooves of the elephants.
Am I the delivery door for a glue factory? Because that's a lot of dead horse. The amount of cost there. French just dunking several thousand food down the drain. The gunpowder elephants are proving way too strong here. Scarlet Devil is now trying to get his own hand cannoneers going. Oh, I like those. They're pretty damn good. The Knights have at least been still raiding here, so Corvinus has been struggling to actually get reinforcements through. It's the only upside right now. And remember, because he did build that red pass on the flank, there isn't a win condition on landmarks that just exists easily for Corvinus. So Corv takes a good fight, but Scarlet still nowhere near truly dead here.
Yeah, and we saw him try earlier to build a keep, right? And School of Cavalry now down. But we saw him try to build a keeper, or he had a keep earlier. It just got so completely demolished by bombards. So he needs to try to do that again, so we can actually get a little bit of arbalist emplacement going to defend against the elephants, sorry. But instead, what's happening is that he's kind of just bleeding out. He's just taking damage. Royal Bloodlines now coming in. So that means that all of these fights he's been taking, all of these raids, has happened without Royal Bloodlines. And remember, yes, all of the university techs got upgraded, to have different costs, you know, adjustable crossbars, silk bow strings. Royal Bloodline still only costs 300 food and 700 gold. It's cheap. It's a cheap university tech that he hasn't gotten.
He's got to come in now. Should be the difference maker. The quality of army really starting to equal out now. And that castle is not rushed. Corvinus only brought 2 villages forward to construct it. So there is actually a window for this to fail still. Starlock needs to be a little bit careful with his rally point though, just throwing away troops carelessly. We do have more and more farms, but they're getting ever so close to the keep drops at the flank. Corv, by the way, should be capable of pumping out new villages, but he has no food, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't even have village fortresses.
I mean, I don't think he has a keep to even build.
He has on the west side.
Oh yeah, true.
On the gold. I think he might even have one on the south side on the other gold.
Oh,
so
well,
like...
that keep's not going up.
Oh no.
Oh, it is? Maybe?
The villagers are still alive. The castle's definitely not up.
I mean, he's effectively charge cycling the elephants, right?
Moving
Which
it
is a
down
good
the
way.
back. The other thing to keep in mind here is these knights are incredibly tanky. We did finally get those royal bloodlines we were talking about. And although the elephants are chunky, they might not be chunky enough.
One goes down.
I think this should be enough to bring the elephant count down to maybe just 1.
I don't think so. I think 3 of them should stay alive. 2 of them, sorry. I mean,
remember, this is like snowbally though, right? Like, as you got a lot, you kill fast. As you go and shrink
but
the
more
count,
is coming in. I think target the siege. That's the costly. That's the thing he has paid for, right? Take that siege down. Make sure that they can't siege it. Make sure they can't landmark snipe you, most importantly of all. But now,
I think we've reached the point where like he can't pump. Right? Like, look at the food income. Let's just
look at Scarlet Devil's bank.
Great, let's stop being like he hasn't got much in there right now, but he has much coming. Is the point? Like, let's stop being delusional about this. Let's address the real alpha on the room. This was a cool attempt by Corvinus. He came so close, but the amount of time in this game that he has had 0 food income is simply unacceptable.
And he's buying food, right? He's trying to add something. Added more spares now. Last siege unit is going to be going down, and Corvinus, I think he's kind of ready to give up on this one, but honestly, he's not to give up.
I mean, he's like, I will build spears now. Yes, your opponent has only started to stay at scale hand cannon is. This can definitely not go wrong.
Village fortresses.
Oh boy. So just to clarify, the guy with 32 food and no food income is now prepping his castles. He's also dropping 2 TCs at home behind his primary, by the way, which is going to go phenomenally well with 0 food.
Look, you need a drop-off point for your farms, right?
Oh, true. And a garrison point.
And a garrison point, but you have houses for that.
Yeah, but like, it's not efficient, right? Because you don't want to put the house where the mill should be. That's just silly.
That's very silly. You need something that does both. And a town center does that. Now the horseman is going to be trying to raid it. I think this is genuinely a mistake. You should just spread out and try to kill as much eco as possible, because you don't really know what's been going on behind this. Another keep's going to be dropping in the middle here to actually try to secure the sacred site. Big gold's going to be secured as well. And you should just put pressure on Corvinus right now by taking the sacred sites. You should also just take a bunch of horsemen, just spread them all over the map. Even, and we talked about this before, scout. Make a scout with these. Just figure out what the hell your opponent is doing. Because right now, Corvinus, you don't know if he's been adding TCs behind this, right? You expect him to have a big economy because he's been idle. He's not been showing units for so long, right? So he must have been doing something behind this, but the truth of it is he hasn't. Also, Scarlet Devil, barracks doesn't get discounted by keeps. Just saying.
Ooh-wee. Is it Ramadan? I thought that was February to March. You'd think so, because it feels like it's been a month since the Delhi been eating. We finally have food income again.
It's gonna take a long time. And honestly, if Scarlet Devil just keeps pushing on this, if he keeps hitting, if he just kept on going there, he would have seen that farm transition. He would have known exactly where to attack. But instead, he's just going to be man-at-arms, hand cannoneers, horsemen. Kill the damn opponent. That's all he wants to do right now.
Kill the elephant, source of their power. It is not enough to simply kill the wielder of the ring. You must thrust it into Mordor. Down with the Pass of the Sultan and down with the Delhi. An opening win for Scarlet Devil.
Whew, okay. That was a long drawn or drawn out one. Christ. Been talking for a bit too much now.
I forgot what food looked like after that game.
Instead, though, English sushi. Let's just go straight into the next one because that was sweet. Oh boy. So, this is fairly interesting. We have seen English go Pro Scout.
I don't want them to, but yes, we have seen them do it.
It's there. It's an option.
It's like English going Pro Scouts is kind of like. It's kind of like Crackety losing his mind, shaving his head bald, and running down the main street naked screaming.
I can see that happening.
Yeah, you don't want to see it though, but you kind of do, right? And that's English Pro Scouts in a nutshell. Like, the fact you're against Yuji, you think would force it, but I think it's a mistake to do. You can't mirror the timing as Yuji at all. So, like, that leaves you with aggro or 2TC. Well, we've seen 2TC is usually the undoing of anyone up against Pro Scouts. English might be the one civ that can justify it. But a map like this, there is a play onto the pond, into pressure, that Scarlet Devil could entertain.
Yes, I've entertained the idea, and I realize it's not a good idea.
Wow. Thanks for inviting me into your house, Cal. Open the door, shut it again, didn't even let me rub my feet on the rug, asked me for a drink, shut it down in seconds. Didn't even play it out.
You used some of my heat, and I'm gonna give you an invoice for the heat that you used.
That's, oh yeah, your bills are pretty bad there. But let's see if the English look bad here. Historically, a matchup that used to favor them, but the Juji are rising through the ranks. Let's see if they're enough to get Corvinus back in the series, or if we're in for a sequence of events where top-tier civs just keep not working for Corv.
Suji. How nice of you to be here. So, first things first, let's scout for meditation garden spots, and I immediately see one right behind his base.
It's only the 6 berries.
It's only 6 berries. You could go for the one in front. I think it should be reasonable to get a little bit of wood, 2 stone, and gold. This one's also pretty decent.
There's one on the far north, the 8 stack of berries, but it wouldn't get you the gold, it wouldn't get you stone. It would just get you a big wood line. So, like, this is the thing with meditation gardens. Not often are they broken on Himiyama. They are usually fairly reasonable. He'll get an okay one here. I think what really you want to focus on in this matchup is the Pro Scouts forces a style of gameplay that English aren't comfortable with. It's not a civ that wants to go Pro Scouts themselves. It's a civ that usually wants to be looking at 2TC into Fast Castle. And I have seen many TC builds against Pro Scouts in the last few weeks, Cal. I feel like I can count on one hand the amount of times that TC won.
Yeah, it's not a good option. One of the things that we could potentially see as well, right, as a response to the Pro Scouts, which I'm just theory crafting on the spot, and I don't know, I haven't seen it, but I'm expecting someone to actually have tried it. Specifically in this matchup as well, is King into a couple of horsemen into Castle.
Yeah, so Abbey of Kings, Horseman Raid Heal, that blocks the Scouts, that also blocks usually playing Horseman as well, it means they have to go Spears. Not a bad idea, and I think you can go like Fast Castle into Men-at-Arms opener. It's actually pretty decent, but oh, well, you look at that. English are so innovative, Cal. What is this build that we're seeing from Scarlet Devil?
So this is the new patent pending fascinating build.
Well, I'm fascinated now. What do you do?
I can't tell you that because the patent is pending and I don't want to release it just yet.
Oh, and you know, patent system, I know how they are. Yeah, they take years to do.
Yeah.
This one feels like it's been a year since it was discovered.
2 years, 3 years. Anyways, Meditation Garden, not exactly where we wanted it, but it's still a pretty decent stone gold.
Oh, you're in double stone, huh?
I don't know if that spot specifically reaches double spot.
He should, because otherwise he messed up, right? There's no reason not to get double
Yeah, oh,
stone.
yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
well, wait, he doesn't get the gold.
Oh,
That is weird.
Hmm.
Oh, so he could have just shifted the east side tile, maybe lost like 2 wood, and got double stone gold, I think.
I
I'm
mean, you
pretty
could
sure he could
just
have.
I mean, with that stone and with that wood, the time it takes for a tower with hand cannon slits to actually pay for itself, it's not that long, right?
No.
And that secures your gold.
And that also, by the way, what allows him to do, focus on the pro scouts, build an outpost on the gold, go fast castle. The king can't
Yep.
easily dive there, right? The other cool thing is there's a very neat build for the Juji that makes double stone pay off eventually very well. And that build is fast castle, monks. By the time you get all those relics home, you're like 9 or 10 minutes in the game, right? The passive stone generation is either enough to buy a TC or borderline there already. So it has a surprising knock-on effect, and we have seen that 2TC after the fast castle is remaining a very popular and effective Juji build.
Yeah, it's similar. It's a little bit similar to how I bid sometimes play, right? We saw Voldemort play it in that game, where you go castle, you drop your second TC, right? That was kind of a little bit the idea behind the industry wing changes that happened a while ago, where you got stone and you got wood, you would immediately just drop a couple of production buildings that you needed. So say you wanted to do a Gulam rush, or you wanted to do some Lancers, you drop 2 production buildings and you drop your TC at the same time. Hasn't really been the case. The most we've seen out of Industry Wing is either some cheese on Holy Island, which Puppybot tried to do, or some shenanigans like Stonewall Towers, like Dragan has tried to do with that wing.
So, here's the sucky part of 2TC. You'd think that a smart way of playing 2TC here, Scarlet, would be to drop that town center on the deer. That screws over the pro scouts. You can't. If you do that, you're going to get Jugenu all in. So you have to go for this, which means we're going to be looking at farms, which means we're going to be looking at a very slow castle age, which means that pro scouts into monks, Corvinus could very easily have a 5 relic game by 13 minutes.
Yeah, it also... The big question, and the thing you gotta, like, question yourself is, like, okay, but can you survive long enough where you going for farms and your opponent going for pro scouts is worth it for you? I don't know when that point is, but it's probably somewhere close to like the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, it's like English. If this goes late enough, Infuriator can survive. I'd never write off Shuji in the late game anymore, though. Like, this is just a civ that have started to find their late game identity, and I'm pretty impressed by it. It's like, for me, Scarlet's timing window should be... I mean, I feel like it should have been early game. It feels too late now, right? Like, you can't go 2TC play long feudal. How do you do this, Scott? In theory, if you get to the hyper late game, win guard, right, and build a premium army, you can't discredit the power of that.
Yeah.
This
is what I wanted to see, right? Like, this is how you deny the pro scout, but you can only deny pro scout at one spot.
Yeah, and we have Zhu. Corvinus isn't going for a fast castle. He's going for an all-in.
I mean, it's 2 TC, right? You're going to be ahead of your opponents because you have pro scouts. And that quick influx, the fast influx of food that you already get at this point in time, can sustain you for longer.
2 things. The secondary TC is insulated behind the primary. And you're trying to all-in English, which I would say is the hardest civ to break in Feudal Age.
Yeah, but look at Scarlet Devil. Like, Scarlet Devil has not prepared anything.
Wait,
He's making barracks. Man-at-arms?
No, it has to be spears, because the horseman dives, right? So he'll open spears, and then he's going to need to look for a longbow window. I've seen this type of build before, it can work. It's just somewhat reliant on your opponent being lazy more than anything else. And I don't see Corvinus as a lazy individual with the way he plays. You know what the good feeling about this is? We're about to watch English die.
Oh,
That's like up there. Top 3 civs you want to see lose right now, right?
I mean, so far a good series. First Delhi dies, and then English dies.
Right? Like, so I don't. Did they drop Byzantines and HRE? Like, I mean, I want to see them lose as well.
Touche, touche.
And then China to round out. I mean, chef's kiss if that's the case. I mean, we're seeing a Chinese player lose, but like, it's not the same.
Yeah. So yeah, Corvinus's mass right now is looking absolutely scary. He knows where that second TC is now. I don't think he's directly scouted it, but you know, deduction's still happening. Shuganu though should be able to get very easy pickings on some of these villagers. Dolly horses coming in as well means that they will be extra effective. And the mass from Scarlet Devil is going to be running quite short of what's needed. On top of the fact that where will Scarlet Devil get wood from next?
Yeah, so like Corvinus should not rush a dive here. You're looking for double ram at about 10.5 minutes in, and that'll start to apply pressure. The really key thing here is like adding in the third ram. I see so often people stop at 2, and it makes it kind of easy for English to narrowly survive. If you break that TC quick enough, you're going to be smashing face here, right? Like, what you mentioned about tree lines is correct. He just needs to patrol southeast, southeast. That's going to prevent Scarlet from getting lombos, spearmen, and farms. Everything that he'd need to win this game.
Yeah, and is like again, right? If he's able to stop that, because look at how the wood lines are situated. If you could have a quick look at his main TC.
Not this guy.
Scarlet Devils.
Yeah,
it is incredibly
so
hard. Like he's taking the one TC that he's secured and locked down, and the one that's closest to him.
Oh, that's snaky. So I was
okay.
about to say Scarlet Devil. I thought it would be cool to see him go the west corner. Because if you look at the west tree line, it's actually really weirdly shaped. He could have like embedded himself right in the corner. But that's apparently too predictable. So
He's
Scarlet
not
Devil...
Get scouted.
No, because the scout has no reason to check
unless
that.
The king
He's going to go around the back.
The king might push the scout into it. No, it's going to wrap around.
No,
okay,
no, because he's checking that tree line. He thinks that he's going for the play I mentioned. That would make sense here, right? He's gonna be careful about the aggro because this might. Oh, no, no, he's good. He's good. Good. He's so good. He's got it.
My God.
And Corvinus is still getting up losing the scout because remember the king moves quicker than the scout.
And this is so important as well, right? Because this will allow, like, this will make Corvinus waste a lot of time and resources trying to hit a king, the Abbey of Kings and some farms on the front line, while not being able to shut down anything that Scarlet Devil has, right? However, the horsemen here should be able to wrap around, and Scarlet Devil has been incredibly greedy as well.
Like every English player ever. Raid comes in though, this is big. Horseman. Get the pincher on the tree line. The interesting thing is that kind of actually reassures Corvinus that there's no more wood.
Yeah, he's like, this is no more wood, right? He's on farms. He's on sheep. I don't know how many sheep he's got. He might be a little bit of gold. I can't really scout the gold. It might be in the back. But where is he now? His scout has wrapped around, so he knows that something's up, right? But where is the rest of his villagers? He thinks he has scouted everything, because why the hell would he be on that northern wood line?
I think we have berry gathering from Scarlet as well. Looks convincing, but also gives you that influx you're going to need because men-at-arms are being pumped here. A little bit difficult to dally horses, but with the attack speed buffer, you balance it out. With the double TC fire, you should have the edge. Rams are moving in, but they aren't targeting the TC. They're going after the farms. He really does believe the wood is all gone.
Scarlet Devil is out of sheep as well, right? So needs to be able to move. It needs to be moving to those bears in the back. That's where he needs to be gathering from. We're just diving double TC. English has all of the upgrades.
Yeah. So Steel Darrow's not there, but the horsemen, I think Corvinus just threw them away. That was unnecessary. He jumped the gun here. And that's Zhug tanking double TC. Scarlet is about to be in control of this game. Corvinus, the obvious play would have been to go for the vast castle. He didn't want it. And instead, yes, he's halfway towards that play, but Scarlet now has a 10 eco lead. He still has a functional economy, and he has an opportunity now to rebuttal with a counter-attack.
Villagers rise up, shooting back at the horses. and immediately just replaces the farms. Because English, 37 wood per farm. I don't care about that.
Yeah, do the maths on that. He killed, what, 4 farms? So that
No, he
ends
killed
up
5.
being-
He killed 5.
Okay, 5 farms, right? So we'll give him the 5 farms. Firm handshakes, right? So he killed about, like, what, 180-ish, 85 resources. Meanwhile, he lost 3 rams.
And horsemen.
Yeah,
He-
like,
he ki-
I'm just keeping it simple between the rams and the farms, okay? I'm letting them have their fight, you know? The rams lost the farms, is what we're getting at there. And now, Corvinus, this should be obvious to Scarlet. Why is he running away from his base? He knows he's already beelining towards the main of Corv. Corv, Mount Luke Academy is now on the way. Scarlet Devil was not near his own tech up. The 2TC definitely did keep Corvinus competitive here. But I think we're about to see him lose some troopers too. There's some villagers at that.
And the thing that I see in Twitch chat, somebody asking why, like, going for Abbey makes 0 sense. It makes perfect sense. Because you gotta realize that with the Abbey and the threat of the healing that it provides, you can't take pot shots, you can't take short trades. You need to take these hard trades and kill the unit. You can't just idle unit and, you know, do a little bit of damage. You need to kill a unit to kill a unit. You can't just take 2 rounds on it.
Yeah.
Now,
it's also it blocks fast castle. That's the whole point that's been obnoxious about English 2TC for a long time. That free king stops you from being greedy. You have to react to it.
Yeah. So now, instead, what's going to be happening is the entirety of the eco of Corvinus. Look at that, 31 villagers idle right now. And the rest of them, I'm pretty sure they're running around. I mean, these horsemen can try to clear up some of the reinforcements, try to clear up the longbow mass. But the longbow mass is so big, these upgrades that needs to be coming in for Corvinus, he needs to be getting them ASAP, but I don't think he has any units to get them on. And if he's able to even get any lancers, anything to hold, the longbows doesn't matter, or they don't care, sorry, because they're longbows. They just do so much damage.
So the kick in the teeth is this. These longbows are right next to the scouts drop-off point. The deer can't be gathered from if Scarlet just moves south here. So this Palace Guard idea is cool from Corvinus. He's not going to be able to get anything. Look at it. That's all the food right there. This is like the Mongol conundrum at 30 minutes in. Why are all my sheep on one spot? It's the same for the deer player here. So Scarlet, best thing you can do here, stop packing off this far. You're actually giving Corvinus a recovery arc by staying so far away.
Yeah, and this is so rough. Yes, the berries in the back is there, but look at that. If you look at how the deer carcass is spread out. Prime range for a longbow to shoot at you. And he can just camp here, right? He can just safely camp here because he knows all of this food is here. He can see the TC being idle.
And he sees the Mount Lu Academy, so he knows there's no monks coming. I mean, not even that he can afford them. Also, another thing is Undermesh 2 isn't there yet. So these
this is upgraded palace guards.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it, because remember they have less armor. That's the trade-off. They're not as chunky as standard men at arms. And the longbows are better archers, higher base damage, which is why they're trading better than you'd expect into a castle armored unit.
It's the hope for Corvinus.
He's so dead. Like, this is ridiculous. You can't. I mean, Nesta Bees. I think Longbow and Micro beat that as well, right? And Corvinus knows what's happening here. I mean, sure, it's a lot of units coming his way, but he knows that Scarlet is saving for castle.
He's trying his best, right? It'll stop the flood for just a little bit. Scout's going to be taken out just to make sure that there's no more pro scouting happening. I don't think there's a lot of deer left on the map, though. Frontline has been knocked out now for Scarlet Devil. King being in the back now as well. Probably killed a couple of ills there. But this 2 TC, yeah, I kind of forgot Corvinus went to TC. White Tower drop, unfortunately in the base. Kind of boring, but you know, securing the win and not risking anything.
I think he got baited by the organic stone from the double meditation garden too much, right? Like, he thought he had his timing, but it did slow down the pressure point. Lombos not gonna be able to clean this up. Like you said earlier, Corv definitely gonna be kicking himself when he sees that replay, sees that tree line. I mean, it's understandable where he's come from, why he thought this game was over. But you've got to give so much credit to Scarlet Devil for the timing on that sneak out. He read the room perfectly, understood when he could get to that key wooden resource. And now looks poised to be at match point, 2-0 up in a best of 5 against Corvinus.
And yeah, that Palace Guard is going to go down, making sure That is lost. And well, I mean, I I can't think of anything else but that sneak out. I'm sorry. That sneak out is just beautiful. I was so scared. Um my butt was clenched when that scout was moving north. Because if that goes just 2 more tiles, he wouldn't see the villagers. He would see, why is there a lumber camp here? Wait a minute.
Right.
There's 15, 20 villagers out here with no walls. That's why I said it was so greedy. Because if Scarlet Devil had walled in, that needs to be the response, right? That needs to be the response, is wall in or build a tower. If he does either of that, that is more buildings for your opponent to scout. Which means that if that got scouted, the game would have been over. The margins on this game was so incredibly low.
And you know, it's crazy because we're going to have another game where Corvinus is going to have to try this level of aggression to come out on top. But we got Japanese. Japanese that usually isn't seen as a high priority pick. This is a really good map for them. Kalauga, a top map, in fact. You know, I thought maybe instead we see someone like Mongols by Corvinus reading it, but I think he was maybe paranoid of a Malian pick. That should have, actually, the more I think about it, like Mongols would have made the most sense for Corv on this map. I guess maybe he was a little bit paranoid about not having as much flexibility with Lakeside. So going Jean instead, I would say Japan can have a really good time here. If not enough pressure comes out from Corvinus, we're going to see Jean once again flop dead today, because Japanese, just like when it's up against French, has a hell of a good time on that Castle Age opening. Question is whether Corvinus wants aggro or the play for late game, where the fact that Japanese don't have crossbows leaves them feeling in pain against the Francais. Let's find out. Time to hop into Kalauga for what could be Corvinus' final game of qualifier number 1.
So we talked a little bit about this on Thursday, where it's like, I actually do not mind French-Japanese, especially when there's water involved, because your knights are so potent, your horseman is so good. As JD, though, I'm fine playing JD Japan on land even. If I see Dry Arabia and I get this matchup, I'm actually pretty happy, because JD can do so much damage against Japanese, and fast castle civs. However, I said this earlier today as well, when it was against Byzantines, and Byzantines JD is such a good matchup for JD. We'll see what Scarlet Devil has in store here, though, as both of them going for a dock opening.
Yeah, kind of interesting that Corv went into the dock opening. Now, I think Corv, I've seen what he likes to do with Jean here. You might remember he's one of the first players to just experiment with this idea of like hybrid maps, Jean, where you force boats to be built so that you can get a lot of XP farm. There's some maps where I can see that making sense. I don't see your opponent falling for it on Kalauga. For Japan, it's such a low investment that if you start doing that, they don't care. They just bypass and go fast castle. The other thing is Shinobi can stop you in your tracks from scaling that play. Yeah, a lot of problems here. We're probably going to be seeing Coca Township. It's just really good for assassination opportunities on Jean. It also just gives you options, whereas what Japanese players learned really quickly is Kura Storehouses you pretty much saying you can't do anything for the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, the only time Kura Storehouse really makes sense is on like Archipelago or something where it's
I mean, even there,
even
like,
then it's like you if you have the APM, if you have the awareness to transport ship and Shinobi drop, might as well. It's fun. But yeah, this will certainly be a little bit interesting how this plays. I actually don't know, and this is maybe some blissful ignorance. I don't know how JD and Shinobi interact. Either like if it's ranged form or melee form. I actually do not know how they interact.
You have to go ranged form. If you go melee form, you just die. Because the Shinobi hit for 23 damage against you, right? So you have 2 armor, you take 21 per strike. That means that you die in 11 shots from Shinobi. And Shinobi have really quick attack speed. They also have the movement speed to match you.
And the teleport.
Yeah, and that's the catch, right? The teleport is the biggest deal, because what can happen is a high-level Japanese player will Shunshin behind you, and then you walk around them, which means they get multiple hits in. It's freaking brutal. So yeah, like ranged allows you to kite, allows you to snipe. The problem you have as well is that if you're not up to scratch on your micro, Shinobi can also beat Knights. It sounds silly to say, but the whole idea is you just micro back the injured, and then you keep Shunshin stacking, right? Like I've seen it a few times. I still remember when Jean and Japanese first came out. I watched Puppy Paw lose to a rank, I think it's like rank 120 player, because he Japanese Shinobi all in him while Puppy Paw was playing Jean.
Disgusting.
Vile Civ. We should definitely not buff Japanese. I mean, what's that tier? They're C tier. Come on. Definitely don't need to be better. No, this Civ is pretty sad. And oh. Okay.
Maybe as Scarlet Devil has seen my games versus Japan on 4 Lakes and realized how good I am with Knights against Shinobi.
I mean, I have seen one player do Kurosta House on 4 Lakes and kind of convinced me it can work, and that was Dimmu. Shout out to Benny Boy, but he's the only one. Scarlet, I think I've seen him do Kura before. Like, there aren't many players that still do Kura frequently, but he may be one of them. Like, you have to remember this is a water hybrid map. Maybe he wasn't expecting Jean to mirror water, because it is a little bit funky.
I'm trying to think as to the reason of going Kura Storehouse, and I realistically can't really go with one. Maybe it's the lack of one. Like,
It's just safe food, right?
It is safe food, and it's also like the hesitancy of not wanting to feed JD. I do realize actually this is not a term that a lot of people that didn't play Dota or League actually is common with. Feeding. Or intentionally feeding. It's just giving your opponent XP, right? So in this case, it would be just feeding your opponent Shinobi and then XP to JD.
Yeah, like the thing is, feeding has existed in Age of Empires 4 from before Jean got added, actually. Like,
yeah.
Mongols, right? Making bad choices on where you place your buildings is feeding Mongols. It's like, that's, by the way, is an interesting matchup where I think you should never, ever build Kurosta houses against Mongols, because you will feed them farms. But like here, you could actually... I'm trying to remember if Jean gets XP from the farm kills. I don't think so, because...
She does.
Are you sure? Because there are plenty of situations where free units don't generate XP. I've noticed.
Yeah, Kremlin.
Yeah.
Most notably.
Yeah, Kremlin's the obvious one. There's been a few others. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Like military wing will, but I've seen like the king, for example. This is a very weird interaction actually. The first English king will not generate XP, but the second will. Now that's odd.
I wonder it might be potentially the same with Shinobi. I should play this matchup with Shinobi a couple of times maybe.
Even if it does give XP, like, I mean, it's 10 XP, it's nice. It's not crazy.
Yeah.
But this is the sadness, man. Like, Scarlet countered you. He goes for the dunk, he doesn't even get it.
And this is great. I'm not 100% sure. Actually, wait.
Is he just blobbing for a kill? He is.
I mean, that has to be the prep. That has to just straight up be the prep.
No, I think he's going to try to starve gold. It's difficult, though. Like, you're going to have to dive again before Jean fully heals, so she will die. Arrowsets is already coming in. Steeled Arrow is also getting prepped, which is a little bit unorthodox from Scarlet, but he's paranoid about those knights.
Yeah, it's just the extra damage on the towers, right? Plop gonna be coming over. So, for those who haven't played JD that much and want to play against her, so how ranged JD works is that you need 2 basic attacks, so 2 normal attacks, and then you can use your Q ability.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, it doesn't matter which order, but, you know, if you 2-shot an archer, you can kind of animation cancel. Very hot topic right now. Your Q to, like, immediately get it off and secure the villager kill, which is what Corvinus tried to do earlier there, right?
Yeah, but it's like the awkward thing here as well is if Scarlet Devil doesn't panic react when he sees Jean come in range, he can still get a very efficient castle timing without idling gold. Right, like last time he overreacted, he seek shelter on all the villages. You only need to seek shelter on one side. Also, like, you know, he's intentionally leaning his villages east side, so they're further away from Jean. And we're about ready for the tech up. We also have an archer range getting dropped, which is really smart because I actually prefer archers here. You can kill everything with them. Raken comes in, seeks shelter, betraying him a little bit, but the torch is there. Not enough stone to get the fortifications, but remember, he did get arrows, so I don't think Corvinus was expecting that.
And +1, so these are doing way more damage than you actually would expect. Target the knight, please.
Yeah, please. There's like the heavily injured knights. He's just ignoring Scarlet, making a mistake. He still hasn't sniped it. What?
I mean, you need the awareness. It's very hard, right? You can see here, so...
Yeah, but he got aware there. That was perfect, Micro. He didn't actually skip a beat. So the secondary tower is recovering it from him. Now, he did lose 3 villagers for this, but look at the losses for Corvinus.
Absolutely massive. 4 villagers even. The XP from JD, not substantial here because of the villager and tower actually not giving the most amount of XP now, but should be able to get Carson no problem behind this whatsoever. A couple of horsemen has been made just to deter any more attacks that should be coming in. But he's just aging. He needs anything to be aging up right now. And the reason, by the way, it's so easy to fast castle for Japanese here is the fact that this map spawns with basically no sheep around you. He has fish, and the first deer pack literally spawns in pushing range, so it's super easy to push in.
Of course, better gathering rate than sheep anyway. So dive comes in again, but that tower is once again alive, and notice he just goes straight for the spears. He can even finish off the knight easy peasy. I think Corv is dead. He's got nothing.
He's got nothing more now. And the big problem as well is Corvinus doesn't know what he needs to invest into. Because he sees that there's a stable. He sees that's an archery range on the opponent's side. What is he going to make? Spear against Onimusha? Kinda sucks. Horsemen against knights? Kinda suck.
I mean,
what are you going to make?
Just Yumi. You can legit just Yumi. It's kind of hilarious here, but you can genuinely Yumi with Mount Samurai, and it slaps the crap.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be Mounted Samurai first.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you open Mount Samurai every day of the week because it's just the most beneficial unit, right? But you follow up Yumi, and it's brilliant. Like Lucifer and Vortex in particular love this type of build. It's super effective because it just blobs your count. It's also really nice because Jean just doesn't get much XP from killing Yumi, but they can chase her down and kill her. So yeah, rough situation here. As the first knight does come out, Corvinus has to retreat. Doesn't really have much XP to show for it either, right? Like, I imagine he's probably 250, 280, 500. And it's ranged on anyway, so it doesn't really do that much with age 3 here, not against Mount Samurai.
Yeah, the only reasonable thing you can kind of do is if Scarlet Devil does go for an Onimusha switch, you go for the Horseman or Jean's Riders. I've tried going full Jean's Rider into Onimusha, and it still sucks.
Yeah, because the damage tag is opposed against crossbows.
Yep.
Like, it's literally the one interaction in the game where Onimusha feels better than crossbows.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way, which I'm not happy about. But yeah,
but you are tanky.
I'm tanky. Full setup now for Scarlet Devil on the Kuro storehouse. I think it's even moved over to creating passive wood now because of the deer carcass. So yeah, should be. Yes. It should be next ticket.
He's generating wood,
yep.
And that's going to go into the Yumi. So here we go. This is the 1-2 punch. And because you've got Mount Samurai, Corv is an agent behind. He hasn't been building knights. He's not going to go back to building knights, right? We've seen Adam now, but it's mass spears. So the Yumi is going to clear the way. Mounted Samurai decimate French knights, even in the same age, in fact.
Yeah, and this is such a big problem, right? Because of, again, back to the point of the double production. What am I supposed to be prepping against my opponent? If Scarlet Devil saw that there was 20 spearmen, okay, sure, yeah, let me just go Onimusha, obviously. Or Yumi. Like, it doesn't matter. Whatever you build, you can't. So what he should have done is just stay back at his home, let him castle up, and then just build whatever, right? Just stay at home. Obviously, that's not the best outcome, but it's an outcome that might have been better than this one. Siege Engineering being prepped now as well. He really wants to go for this kill, but the masked Scarlet Devil is massing up behind this, and the quality of it as well is just too high and too much for Corvinus to deal with at the moment.
That is a Yorishiro drop in the archer range. Look at the speed Yumi upgrades coming in. This has revealed actually a really good time for Scarlet. Needs to be a little bit careful not to overextend to begin with here. Wait for the text. The boy's going to be there. He's not waiting though.
Taking this fight way too early.
No, but the spearmen are gone. The spearmen are practically gone. There's like 2 left. and there's 3 Mounted Samurai. I don't think Scarlet needed to defend this early.
It's way too early, this fight. I mean, this tower was not helping out at all, basically. It was just doing a little bit of pot shot here and there. JD now starting with the amount of Mounted Samurai kills that has been gotten here now. It feels like she might be uncomfortably close to getting level 3. And at that point, sniping units starting to be a little bit easier, and at least then you have a tanky front line to actually be helping out.
But hear me out. So the cool thing is that what just came in there. The Daimyo, this is Yuumi play. I don't think you go Uma Bannerman. Yeah, Scarlet understands. You play Yuumi here because you screwed up with the Mounted Samurai. You're still ahead in ways that matter, like an age up. So because you're ahead, these Knights have plastic shields. If you get Yuumi Veterancy and you get level 2 ranged upgrade, Mass Yuumi just melts everything.
Yeah, and I don't think Corvinus ever got any eco upgrades. I think the Wheelbarrow is the first one. Pro Scout's not even in. So that means that the fish that's soon to be running out. Remember, he got a good spawn with 4 fish around his dock. It's going to be running out any second now, and when that runs out, he needs to be going on to farms and berries on this map. Yeah,
I mean, they got their base rate buff, but yes, the berries themselves on this map in particular, a little bit difficult to justify. Dive comes in, idle villages that can't be protected here, so some freebies, but a trade on the other side. Nice move by Corvinus, mirroring the intent. We'll go into the Japanese base. Be careful, level 3 shot is now in. The Yuumi front lining, not ideal, but remember against these Knights, they'll feel a little bit better, and the Jaws Riders do come out. Now, they will not die to this. They have too much ranged armor. And it looks like Corvinus, he's extracting so many kills off the back of this. Mounted Samurai are finally addressing the Knight count. But no doubt about it, Corv found the necessary damage to survive deeper into this game.
Yeah, it's going to be losing a lot of those Knights in the back, though, but I don't remember what the number was before this. Well, that's a lot of villager kills.
Yeah. And the problem from Scarlet is the dive intent to begin with was fine. The follow-up made no sense. Instead of just rotating around the back of the TC, he dove straight through it without even seeking kills. I don't like that. I think Scarlet just had him by the long and curlies. Just show a little bit of patience. I think what happened there is Scarlet got dove at home and then immediately panicked in reaction to the play.
Yeah. And this is the first relic. Actually, no, it's more relics has been secured. They've just been dropped off.
Just
at home.
one.
Right, okay, so...
The interesting part is, like, Corv does have that longer life with the food, right? He has the second group of fishing that he walled in. So, like, he will at least still have some longevity in the feudal age. Warriors, we're nowhere near Castle Age. Still. And the Mounted Samurai are finally finding those villages.
But this game is so sloppy.
Yeah.
That's how Corvinus likes it. Okay, but that's how Corvinus wins this game.
Cal, you gotta say it more emotion. That's how Corvinus loves it. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. But that's how Corvinus wins it, right? If Scarlet is never able to use his tech advantage that well, you can see JD how well she deals with the Mounted Samurai right there, and the tankiness of the riders as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the problem
this is how Corvinus can do this, right? He's gotten a massive eco lead. He just needs to keep using it.
So the door's going to open because I think Scarlet's going to go 2TC. It's crazy. You'd think with 45 villagers, you'd be able to blob Yuumi like crazy. But now, because of level 3 Sean, you have a bigger problem. If you go mass Yuumi, she just doesn't die.
Yeah, that's not ideal either. But the main is the main problem. Pun very much intended. And the food eco looks bad for Corvinus, remember that, but look at the amount of consecrated buildings here. 4 consecrated buildings, and it's the most important ones as well, right? Stable and barracks, that's where you get the most. Knights down to 105 food.
I love
35 food.
This is smart,
yeah,
right?
This is amazing, yeah.
Because he's been diving economy, it's been losing the game. The military has to come out of these buildings. If you can just stationary here, Corvinus' army never gets bigger, despite the waste of resources to try and do so. Dive comes in, the Mounted Samurai count is now looking healthy out of nowhere. Scarlet up to 9 in total. Jean, when it was 1 by 1, she was able to take him down. 2 by 2, 3 by 3, it's way too much here. Army's going to get wiped. Corvinus, I mean, a good attempt to get back into this series in game number 3. But with all the production being forward-facing, you can't help but feel as long as Scarlet doesn't overextend again, there's no way for the Hungarian to get back in.
And this almost feels like a bit of a French trap. I did this as well when I was playing JD a lot, when I was coming from maining French. Playing or placing your buildings like you were playing French. And that doesn't, you don't need to do that when you are JD. You can place them wherever because you don't need that keep around it. And you see the cost of forward production in this game. If Corvinus had that back, had been able to mass up, had been able to play under his TC, this game would have still been going.
And you see the rise of China is the other important thing to take away from that, because that is, as Marino pointed out, a new face appearing in the top 16. Big congrats to Scarlet Devil qualifying through to the main event of EGC Masters Winters with a dominant 3-0 over Corvinus. That's incredible to witness. You know, elsewhere in the bracket, you know, we might see an awkward situation because we are going to be able to squeeze a little bit more juice out of the Chinese lemon. We're in a rush. We're going to be hopping into B versus CSO. B currently leads 2-up. We could be looking at the second 3-0 stomp for a qualification slot, or we could be looking at the rise of the East even further. Let's hop into game number 3, Dry Arabia, Delhi versus Rus, to see if Scarlet Devil is going to be joined by additional Chinese players in qualifier number 1.
Okay, so...
Okay, we're not ready just yet.
Yeah, okay, we're still a minute. Okay, let's break this down. First game, Lakeside. Order of the Dragon versus Ottoman. What the happened there?
He picked Ottoman. But you don't need to ask more, right?
The second game, English versus Japan. Okay, that's a little bit more... That's forgivable. That's a little bit normal. But this is now into a best of 1, potentially a best of 3, best of 2. But I like the drafts from CSO quite a bit. Delhi versus Rus, it is kind of Delhi favored, but it's still on Dry Arabia. We see the potency. We have seen, and you know this as well, I learned that the hard way, Horse Archers versus Ghazi, not the best, but it can still kind of work when you have that knight as a frontline. And if CSO is able to get this, the civs he has remaining is HRE, French, and Mongols, while B, he has Byzantines, which is one of the best civs, and then there's Mali and Abba. If B is able to get Mali French, he's pretty happy. But first game, Delhi versus Rus. Let's go. First game for us. It's the third game for the series.
That's right. Hopping in mid-series here. B looking for a dominant stomp. Looking to make it 3-0 to make it through to EGC Master Winter's main event. But there's a beast in the east, and his name is CSO. We currently have 2 Chinese players in the main event. We just saw Scarlet Devil make it through. Louis MT is already there. Could he be joined by his teammate today, or will he have to take a second swing? Rus versus Delhi. Power picks on both sides. We'll likely be looking at Pro Scout shenanigans from the Rus, but doing so would allow B on a map like Dry Arabia to get a lot of moolah, courtesy of the sacred sites.
So the first thing I see here, and immediately comes out to me, is that is a mining camp for Rus in Dark Age. I did not know those existed.
Wait, are you sure it didn't, like, I mean, did they just change the skin for Rus houses?
Maybe. No, but in all seriousness though, this is a single hunting cabin, and what CSO has done is he's gathered just enough gold and done the quickest math and the quickest napkin math you've ever seen, that his food and gold income with the hunting cabin actually provides enough gold that he can age up at a perfect time.
So I can also dissect this further for you. He's going to be building knights on the opening.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I was getting to that, but you interrupted me.
Well, I try to make it a positive thing, but thanks for making us warring clans. No, so in this matchup, you can't just rush fast castle. You just give way too much to the Delhi. The funny thing is, like, if you try to rush fast castle here, B will get 3 sacred sites and mirror your timing.
Yeah.
And then you're in for an absolute crapstorm, right? Like, you can build horse archers, sure, but he can build lances, he can build elephants. It's just a downhill affair. And on top of that, CSO actually, like the Rus players, likes feudal age more than most, even in the current meta. So it's definitely an area where he feels comfortable. Golden Gate is just going to be the given. Kremlin is
With
completely redundant.
With 3.
Yeah, because he needs gathering for the stables, right? So like,
Yeah.
and gold for the night. So it is balanced.
So yeah, one of the things we talked about when Golden Gate was like finally starting to like make a little bit of a, I wouldn't say even before that, is that Golden Gate is one of the best landmarks in the game.
Yeah.
It just so happens that Kremlin is the best landmark in the game.
Well, the old meta.
In the old meta, in the olden days. That has changed now a little bit, right? The thing that has allowed Golden Gate to be really, really strong is the reduction of time that it takes to get a ticket and the addition of the fact that you just get a ticket.
Well, because the ridiculousness, you basically are earning, it's like an extra 58 resources a minute, is the way to think about it.
Yeah.
Forever.
And that doesn't sound like a lot until you realize they kind of just build up. And at some point when you kind of just go, yeah, I'm in kind of a rough position, and then you're just like, oh yeah, I mismacroed a little bit, so let me just quickly fix it.
True. And the other element is around the gold, right? Like gold starvation is a really big problem for a lot of civs, especially ones that have things like knights. Roosts don't suffer the same way. And the other insane part is like most of the trades will often be wood for gold. So it's not just like you're getting 58 extra resources per minute. Because you get 20% more wood, you have to amplify that number further. It's almost like you're getting 65 to 73 resources a minute, right? Because the trade is just very efficient. So yeah, very potent play for the Roosts. The funny part is, like you mentioned, that those are two of the best landmarks. And then if we look at Age 3, we start to see why Roosts has still remained relevant despite the nerfs around them last year. It's because High Trade House is easily one of the best Castle Age landmarks in the game.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. I mean, of course, it's a little bit spawn dependent, but right here we actually have a really good high trade out spawn as well, right?
Right.
There's two big oh my god.
Big fat tree lines, big giant balls sitting there waiting to just, and look, in perfect space to just slot it in there as well. Come on.
Beautiful. But yeah, it's knights. Sorry, it's not knights, but it is pro scout still. Stable should be dropped. No, that was a. I always forget. Like I just see like 150-ish resources just being gone.
You gotta remember
and I'm
that.
like, oh yeah, that's
right?
a stable. Yeah. And then it's like Wooden Fortress.
So this is interesting though, because I think you still open with a knight here. It's just obviously he has the scouts from the hunting camera to begin with. So
right.
We should be seeing the stables next after the Wooden Fortress. It just makes sense because this way you get the wood faster, right? Yeah,
you can definitely think of it a little bit of like you want to play it similar to how French plays their pro scout, right? Or it should play their pro scouts, which is going with a first knight and then maybe a second if you feel optimistic, and then you just go straight into pro scout.
Like I am wondering with the deer spawns whether he does just play overly defensive, right? Like it's close enough that he might think about racks. He's already come on. But didn't see me. Shh. Why aren't wolves inherently attracted to killing sheep? That's how we make wolves relevant again.
Ah.
They one-hit sheep.
No, that's terrible. We saw how toxic that was. We saw how toxic that was with the old Khan wolf that could just follow you around.
It would be brilliant. And then they start eating the sheep. So when you're like, oh, my pro scouts were recovered. No, that sheep's gone.
Yeah, maybe that would be an interesting counter. Like if you die near a wolf, or like the nearest wolf will like start walking towards your deer carcass, and like it'd be like, say it's like 5 a second of food.
Why don't we just switch the AI to be like, if there's a dead deer, they start walking towards.
But yeah, we just have the pro scout shenanigans happening. Knights coming out now for CSO. Obviously, you don't need to take that time. But this is a really, really nice timing for B to actually be moving up.
Sure. So I've seen this type of build. What it's going to be is he's going to rush all 3 sacred sites with spears nearby, and then it's a full convergence into the roost base. Right?
I mean, with what spears? Oh.
Like he dropped the rack. There's one scout. Ta-da! Your prize this week is lots of sticks, thumping you in the face because you've literally only built knights. Now, CSO needs to scout this play because what B will likely look to do is mask the spearmen until he's got about 12 of them. Doesn't want to reveal it, right? And if you take Rooster's base, I think we're getting green instead of archery ranges. He's got 400 wood right now, and there's no rangers getting added.
Sell it. You have the golden gate.
So
But
after we said it's one of the best landmarks, it may actually get him killed.
Maybe. I really hope not. But again, though, this timing from B, like he's done this so many times, but the timing from B is like a 7-minute-ish. It depends a little bit on like how well you optimize the very, very early game, but like 7:20 start capturing all 3 sacred sites? Absolutely insane. Because at 8 minutes, how much resources are you getting per minute? You get 125 times 3.
It's ridiculous. Like, to put it in kind of a mathematical stand around villages, villages on average can be expected to be like roughly 40 to 45 resources a minute, right? So you're basically getting 9 villages at 7 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 7 to 8 minutes in the game, you're starting to get 9 villagers for free. And you start to realize why 2TC as English is not the best option anymore.
No, because you just understand that Delhi, it's not just about the resources they get off the map, it's their ability to blob. I think actually in the early game, the most obnoxious thing about Delhi still is military efficiency. Taking one building and making it double impact in terms of reduction rate. That's why we're looking at an army that's 26 bid, with only 9 of that being scholars, right? A lot of that being premium cavalry. And CSO, he is going for that tech up. He did not build in the archers. There is a dive point potential here for B. And even if that fails, with all the gold he's generating now, his castle play wouldn't be far behind.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a market drop behind this, so he can just flood units. Just needs to, he is going to be getting a little bit of a raid here as well. Should be able to get this one due to pathing, right?
No, because apparently the Ghazi are also drunk. Everyone's using the same crappy sat navs. Knights are going to try to dodge the fight. High trade house on the way. The awkward part here is normally, we talked about this in the pre-game, you want to go horse archers. You're probably going to go horse archers. But you are up against a lot of Ghazi. And their veterancy will be quick, by the way. B already has 10 scholars.
Yeah. And this is the point. How many is out on the field is the big question. But the main thing, and we talked about this earlier as well, is that at some point, and I don't remember the exact number, it might be like 6, 7, 8, somewhere between that. Suddenly, you're not paying for your veterancy upgrades, but they come in quicker.
Wow, I can get them for free? What a bargain! We did see him actually queuing the archer ranges. I don't think this is entirely necessary. Now it's just important that you mirror the tech up. This is just obnoxious, though. The other thing we have to keep in mind, we talked about that incredible high trade house location. 2 reasons he didn't do it. 1, he already griefed his tree line, but 2, the raids came in at that point. So he got forced to do, oh my god. It's not often I say this, that's a terrible high trade house. It's got 112 gold. And yes, I know that still sounds like a lot, but by high trade house standards, that's kind of a womp-womp. What was that?
It's the what is this, like the countdown sound?
I mean, there's loads of it. You could have turned like, right? Like, you know. Gotta keep it more gaming oriented.
I think Vodka forgot to mute because I definitely heard a facepalm.
Nah, Vodka's my boy. He's got my back. He'd never betray me. I know where he lives. You also hear it on the tree line again. Oh, that villager gets pinched as well, just by 2. So worth it.
And the extension and the idle time, it's just so insane. Like, yes, horse archers will be starting to clean this up a little bit, but as we talked about and alluded to earlier, Ghazi versus Horseman, look at how fast CSO is running. He sees those Ghazi numbers. Okay, bye. I'm going back to my safe haven. Pro Scout still happening behind all of this again, remember.
Not just that, the timer is happening behind all this.
6:30. It is not looking too hot for CSO right now. Down in an incredible military number.
And not just that, if you squint at the map, you may notice some individuals standing next to a lot of those mid-map relics right now.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
wait. The skull's not here?
Ghazi?
Surely not. But he has 12 scholars. There's no way he's not ready to pick up the 3 mid relics.
Okay, but hear me out on this one.
Okay.
Does he realistically need the relics to end this game quick?
Yes.
Okay. My point is
Sorry to
actually
burst
kind of
the
just no, because if you're just at home and you just immediately queue all of the techs and just get up your upgrades,
Sure.
don't need them. Because CSO, he needs to fully invest into all kinds of military. Like, he needs upgrades, he needs the units. He can't... Like, he is going into Warrior Monks just to contest it because of the pressure of that. So
Well,
cute.
the
And that
interesting thing here, though,
is...
is yeah, this is sadness, is what that is. Thanks for coming out. Off you go. We do have a decap on the east side, so likely the Sacred Site timer is going to at least be stopped here. Yeah, I mean, this is just giving CSO a way back into the game that really shouldn't exist. One law is going to be triggered. He will at least be able to snipe that Warrior Monk. No way he gets that one home.
And now just like a slow trickle. It's just coming in as well, right?
I don't think he's getting... Okay, so he gets decap west side, which is the biggest surprise of all. B is switching into mass archers here, so just trying to go for the efficient count into horse archers. I mean, this is the point where you just wish you would actually picking up all the relics, right?
Yeah. This is when we start getting to that point, right? He has 2 in the bank, 2 on the way home. Oh, sorry, it's 2 sacred sites, 3 on the way home now. So
and he has the 4th, which is safe behind his base, which I believe he also has a scholar camping next to. This one, yeah, you're not getting that, buddy.
I mean, why not? He's
unless
just going to go through his own walls.
Okay, but on the return.
Okay, cool. It's now on the other side of the wall for CSO.
So what you're saying is B needs to channel a wall or deli moment and just walk into the enemy base?
100%.
I mean, hear me out. You walk to the edge of that tree line, and the chop is probably deep enough that if you wall... guys?
Okay, yeah, okay. No.
Guys.
No.
It's okay, we got horse archers coming.
They've called the cavalry.
Which is pretty important here for a poor CSO who built a warrior monk and can only get 1 relic.
Yeah. This is starting to look a little bit rough for CSO. He's hanging in there, right? Which is the most important part. Like, he's still spending a little bit of time chilling in Castle Age, not being completely dead, not having that much pressure on him, right? Because, like, if he had too much pressure on him, he wouldn't have been able to move out. But instead, what he's doing is able to have a little bit of wiggle room here, moving out, using these horse archers, getting some pickups, and is able to put a little bit of pressure back on B. B, however, is he doing a Corvinus just more success? Okay, never mind.
No,
he's queuing more elephants.
He's building the elephants that win the game, not waiting for the ones that might allow Roos to win it. We do have war elephants coming, and CSO doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, horse archers versus Gauzy, not the best. Horse archers versus elephants, I never got to try, and I'm happy I never got to try because I don't see it going well.
I mean, it's worse than that. It's like, this is almost like a premium Iobid. Instead of being camel lancer archers, we have elephant archers. As we know, elephants are the king of the jungle. I think it's emperor of the jungle. I don't know if there's probably branding
The song
issues.
is in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
Yeah, he sleeps because he's permanently sleeping because that elephant killed his ass.
Well, thanks for ruining my childhood.
Sorry, they gave you the censored version. I just thought you were ready for the real deal. You want me to tell you about Santa next?
No.
So CSO trying to break in. Unfortunately, B, this is the frustration of dealing with Delhi. I think this is where Delhi feels so good against Roos in particular, right? Is like, usually you'd have to use villagers. Takes a long time to wall now. Big part of why Roos is so viable in the current meta is because walling is so difficult to do. But for the Delhi, I don't need these villages. You know, I'm sitting here with 30 individuals that could just wall for me.
Finally, that night goes down. Has been there for a while. But yeah, and a big problem with Roos as well, with this horse archers play, is that if you do try to go around and there is walls, great, what's going to break those walls? I mean, you have a horse that could do, like, you know, the same as an elephant does, right? You have a horse that could do the same, but I don't think headbutting a horse, riding after it, or riding on top of it after headbutting its head,
So, wait, just so I'm following the thought process. So, for CSO to win, his horses need to jump on top of the war elephants and like a GTA car hijack scene, throw the Delhi pilots off, and then, while keeping the horse on top of the elephant, control the elephant.
Correct.
So that's how he wins. Now, I don't think that mechanic exists yet, but now would be a good time to discover it because we're approaching 8 elephants.
Yeah, and it's not even just the melee elephant, the spear elephants, it's even the archer elephants. That's fun, because we don't actually often get to see it, but I think B is just that comfortable, he's just that much resource income, that he can just go like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna have some fun, and he just like makes elephants.
Oh no, and we have mahouts, right? So those villagers can't easily walk away. Now, the interesting thing you have to think about here is why he's going for that extra elephants is because after reeling those wall elephants, the crossbow's a natural counter.
Yep.
The hilarity, stupidity, yeah, definitely stupidity of Delhi, is thanks to the unique types of elephants. They almost have a complete triangle like you get on standard civs. You know how like horsemen beat archers, archers beat spears, spears beat horsemen? Meet war elephant, tower elephant, right? They complement each other in such a very natural way that as long as you can afford them, it's just a better version of a standard army.
Yeah, and we haven't seen CSO. He has dropped a second TC. Could potentially even look to drop a third TC, but that seems a little bit too greedy. If he's able to get some string line placements, secure up his eco, and just do a decent farm transition, like he has a lot of resources in the back corner and safe and secure. The big problem for me is though, even if he were to drop a keep with all of this stone, 8 elephants, 9 elephants, 10 elephants, 12 with the ones in queue, 21 scholars, they don't give a about your keep. They'll just use their tusks and hit it.
It is a race to see whether the building will crumble first or the elephant skulls will. And those boys are hard-headed. My trade house about to go down. This is just insulting at this point. The archer should be trading out there. He doesn't even care. Moving in towards the TC, that's going to force a reaction. This is the issue, right? Elephants are slow. You can kite them. You can't kite them when they're diving your base. Scholars now frontlining. Horse archers are stabbing for the backside of this, but the archers are trading out against those crossbows. I'm just not really seeing the play for poor CSO here. This is looking like a 3-0 annihilation.
Scholars, they're just vibing, they're just chilling, they're just healing everything up. Crossbows trying their best, but it's not gonna be nearly enough. Elephants, Ray Strong, and my brother, and Magical Elephant. Surely happy today.
Well, we channeled the Zoocast, putting a pigeon and a cow in the caster booth. And we now end the day by watching an elephant remind us that they are the kings of the jungle. So a 3-0 victory for B means that at least one of the 3D clan members is going to make it through today. Elsewhere, Cat came incredibly close. He actually went 3-2 against Dumu, a 5-game series there. So Cat is still going to be appearing tomorrow. Obviously, we just saw Corvinus get 3-0'd, so he's going to have to try again in qualifying number 2, as is CSO now. And then, of course, I think the other one, if I'm not mistaken, is Killjadi and Voldemar still going on? I know Killjadi was leading that set last I looked. Yeah, so they are sitting 2-1 right now. Killjadi definitely the favored between the two. But Voldemar, I'd say, just seeing 2-1 here, that to me, Cal, is an improvement over the performances I think we were seeing between these two in King of the North.
They never faced in King of the North.
Did they not?
No, it was Baltu and Killjadi.
Okay, but Killjadi made it all the way to the grand finals.
Wait. Yeah, he
and
did.
Voldemar made his way to the
No, you're right. Killjadi, 3-0 Voldemar in the upper
you
bracket semifinals. Yes.
There you go. I've watched too much AoE4 is the lesson here. So yeah, big improvement actually. I think Voldemar, Killjadi definitely feels favored based on his recent performances. Have been looking pretty solid. He did get the crap slapped out of him in midweek muster number 8. I can confirm. B used him as human toilet 4-0ing him. So definitely needs to make sure he doesn't fall so far behind that he needs to go to a qualifier number 2. But look at these results. I think most of them line up with what we've been expecting here. Some people might be a little bit surprised by Scarlet Devil versus Corvinus, but I've said Scarlet before, he's a very talented player, right? Like, the only issue I find with Scarlet is whether he's putting too much time into team games when he should be practicing 1v1s.
Yeah, and Corvinus might have been putting too much time in FFAs and not solos.
Ah,
Maybe.
yeah, I heard some people point out maybe it's worth playing the midweek Masters. I recommend every player does it because I'm looking at the list of qualified players so far, and so far, 3 of the players that have qualified all played in those midweeks. So very smart individuals. There might be
Wait,
something to
that one works. So, but yeah, like Corvinus, he has been playing customs in private. I know that he has been doing that. So he has been training. Unfortunately, Scarlet Devil probably has been doing the same as well, right?
Yeah, and his scrim partners would be Louis and CSO,
Yes,
which is
like
no
we often
pushover.
talk about like how you have like these scrim bubbles, right? You have Luis from Vortex scrimming each other, Puppy Wham scrimming each other, Anotan B, like the CIS guys streaming, but then you have like Louis CSO and Scarlet Devil, maybe even a fourth person we don't know, if there's one involved in those scrim bubbles as well, but it sure as hell is paying off.
I mean, the interesting thing is like we also have to keep in mind like the Louis Marine Lord arc where they scrimmed a lot. I wonder if that's happening again. That could have a ripple effect here where Scarlet, like it's no matter how much you try to keep things secret, people are going to scrim with other people and it's always going to get around. So definitely those type of things to think about. But no, I'm expecting Killjoy to still come out ahead in that series. I think like overall, he last year I think impressed a lot of people. We said it was going to be Louis' year, but Killjoy towards the end of the year I'd say looked better than Louis. So going into 2025, he's been looking pretty hot to start making those breakthroughs. Anatan, obviously someone who's expected to make those upcomers. He's already there, qualified. A reminder, folks, I noticed a lot of people asking about certain individuals. The reason you haven't seen those individuals is we have Puppy Paw, Beastie, Marine Lord, Wham that qualified off of Tournament Elo. Anatan, Core, Louis, and Vortex qualified off of Ranked Ladder. So that's why those individuals haven't been participating. But I think that is going to round us out for today. If there's someone here that you are frowning, going, I really want to see them in the main event, still can. Qualifier number 2 kicks off tomorrow at the same time. And I'm still not sure who's going to make it because we've got to keep in mind, Crack. We've got Cow, too many C's. Cow, we've got like different matchups that should be happening based on seeding, right? When you remove a few of these players, I think one that's particularly interesting to me was the Dumu side of the bracket. There's a lot of names there. Numan as well as Cat, both players that I would expect to see qualifying or being frontrunners for it, could end up with a more easy route.
Yeah, for sure, right? And that's the case pretty much with having a second bracket, right? It's like the people that would come in afterwards or on the second qualifier will have an easier, in quotation mark, time. So maybe they're weaker, but sometimes you also just have to remember that the people that have lost against people that has qualified, right? For example, Demu Numudan and Cat, they could have made it today anyways.
Yeah.
They just so happen to have a quote-unquote unlucky bracket playing against Demu, playing against, other players like that. So it's really easy to say, like, okay, tomorrow they're going to have an easier time, but truth be told, the players could have made it today anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful thing, though. I like that we're getting to a stage where there's just a lot of competent players in AoE4. You're never quite sure exactly who's going to make it. I think that's really what we need is that kind of resurgence. We've seen the rebreathe of life of Spaniards into the scene, right? Vortex returning, Lucifron still not sure if we're ever going to see him again. But we're seeing people return to the game after taking a break. We're seeing more, not just familiar faces, but new faces starting to come up their runs. I'm excited, man. I think this is going to be really cool. But I think what we're going to do now, we'll probably look to prep a raid for that final game between Killjoy and Voldemar. Lash looks like he's covering it, so if you guys have not seen Lash, it'll be in German, but, go support the lad. He is a pillar of the German community, and he provides some wonderful commentary to the German fellas. So they are currently in the third game, 50 minutes in. Juji... let me say it correctly. Juji's Vermagdnis up against Osmanen. I can't believe he went Ottomans, Jesus. And go see if O's can get a second win today. Have a good weekend. We shall hopefully see you back here tomorrow when the second qualifier kicks off of 2 different faces. Been a pleasure to join you all. A pleasure to have Cowan as well. So we'll see you all next, probably on the main event. But enjoy qualifying number 2. And in the meantime, enjoy Killjoy versus Voldemar.